Section 19 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. M de Charlus dines with the Verdurins. 3. Monsieur Verdurin was glad to find that Sagnette, notwithstanding the snubs that he had had to endure 2 days earlier, had not deserted the little nucleus, and indeed Madame Verdurin and her husband had acquired, in their idleness, cruel instincts for which the great occasions, occurring too rarely, no longer sufficed. They had succeeded in effecting a breach between Odette and Swann, between Brichot and his mistress. They would try it again with someone else, that was understood. But the opportunity did not present itself every day, whereas, thanks to his shuddering sensibility, his timorous and quickly aroused shyness, Sagnette provided them with a whipping block for every day in the year. And so, for fear of his failing them, they took care always to invite him with friendly and persuasive words, such as the bigger boys at school, the old soldiers in a regiment, address to a recruit whom they are anxious to beguile so that they may get him into their clutches, with the sole object of flattering him for the moment and bullying him when he can no longer escape. "Whatever you do," Brichot reminded Cottard, who had not heard what Monsieur Verdurin was saying, "mum's the word before Madame Verdurin. Have no fear, O Cottard, you are dealing with a sage, as Theocritus says. Besides, Monsieur Verdurin is right. What is the use of lamentations?" he went on, for, being capable of assimilating forms of speech and the ideas which they suggested to him, but having no finer perception, he had admired in Monsieur Verdurin's remarks the most courageous stoicism. "All the same, it is a great talent that has gone from the world." "What, are you still talking about Deschamps?" said Monsieur Verdurin, who had gone ahead of us, and, seeing that we were not following him, had turned back. "Listen," he said to Brichot, "nothing is gained by exaggeration. The fact of his being dead is no excuse for making him out a genius, which he was not. He had played well, I admit, and what is more, he was in his proper element here. Transplanted, he ceased to exist. My wife was infatuated with him, and made his reputation. You know what she is. I will go farther. In the interest of his own reputation, he has died at the right moment. He is done to a turn, as the Demoiselles de Caen, grilled according to the incomparable recipe of Pompille, are going to be, I hope, unless you keep us standing here all night with your Jeremiads in this Casbah, exposed to all the winds of heaven. You don't seriously expect us all to die of hunger because Deschamps is dead, when for the last year he was obliged to practice scales before giving a concert, to recover for the moment, and for the moment only, the suppleness of his wrists. Besides, you are going to hear this evening, or at any rate to meet, for the rascal is too fond of deserting his art after dinner for the card table, somebody who is a far greater artist than Deschamps, a youngster whom my wife has discovered, as she had discovered Deschamps, and Paderewski, and everybody else. Morel! He has not arrived yet, the devil. He is coming with an old friend of his family, whom he has picked up, and who bores him to tears, but otherwise, not to get into trouble with his father, he would have been obliged to stay down at Doncières and keep him company, the Baron de Charlus. The faithful entered the drawing-room. Monsieur Verdurin, who had remained behind with me while I took off my things, took my arm by way of a joke, as one's host does at a dinner party when there is no lady for one to take in. "Did you have a pleasant journey?" "Yes, Monsieur Brichot told me things which interested me greatly," said I, thinking of the etymologies, and because I had heard that the Verdurins greatly admired Brichot. I'm surprised to hear that he told you anything, said Monsieur Verdurin. He's such a retiring man, talks so little about the things he knows. This compliment did not strike me as being very apt. He seems charming, I remarked. Exquisite, delicious, not the sort of man you meet every day. Such a light, fantastic touch. My wife adores him, and so do I, replied Monsieur Verdurin, in an exaggerated tone, as though repeating a lesson. Only then did I grasp that what he had said to me about Brichot was ironical. And I asked myself whether Monsieur Verdurin, since those far-off days of which I had heard reports, had not shaken off the yoke of his wife's tutelage. The sculptor was greatly astonished to learn that the Verdurins were willing to have Monsieur de Charlus in their house. Whereas in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where Monsieur de Charlus was so well known, nobody ever referred to his morals, of which most people had no suspicion. Others remained doubtful, crediting him rather with intense but platonic friendships, with behaving imprudently, while the enlightened few strenuously denied, shrugging their shoulders, any insinuation upon which some malicious gallardon might venture. Those morals, the nature of which was known perhaps to a few intimate friends, were, on the other hand, being denounced daily far from the circle in which he moved, just as at times the sound of artillery fire is audible only beyond a zone of silence. Moreover, in those professional and artistic circles where he was regarded as the typical instance of inversion, his great position in society, his noble origin, were completely unknown, by a process analogous to that which, among the people of Romania, has brought it about that the name of Ronsard is known as that of a great nobleman, while his poetical work is unknown there. Not only that, the Romanian estimate of Ronsard's nobility is founded upon an error. Similarly, if in the world of painters and actors Monsieur de Charlus had such an evil reputation, that was due to their confusing him with a certain Comte Leblois de Charlus, who was not even related to him, or if so, the connection was extremely remote, and who had been arrested, possibly by mistake, in the course of a police raid which had become historic. In short, all the stories related of our Monsieur de Charlus referred to the other. Many professionals swore that they had had relations with Monsieur de Charlus, and did so in good faith, believing that the false Monsieur de Charlus was the true one, the false one possibly encouraging, partly from an affectation of nobility, partly to conceal his vice, a confusion which to the true one, the Baron whom we already know, was for a long time damaging, and afterwards, when he had begun to go down the hill, became a convenience, for it enabled him likewise to say, "That is not myself." And in the present instance it was not he to whom the rumours referred. Finally, what enhanced the falsehood of the reports of an actual fact, the Baron's tendencies, he had had an intimate and perfectly pure relationship with an author who, in the theatrical world, had for some reason acquired a similar reputation which he in no way deserved. When they were seen together at a first night, people would say, "You see," just as it was supposed that the Duchesse de Guermantes had immoral relations with the Princesse de Parme, an indestructible legend, for it would be disproved only in the presence of those two great ladies themselves, to which the people who repeated it would presumably never come any nearer than by staring at them through their glasses in the theatre and slandering them to the occupant of the next stall. Given Monsieur de Charlus' morals, the sculptor concluded all the more readily that the Baron's social position must be equally low, since he had no sort of information whatever as to the family to which Monsieur de Charlus belonged, his title or his name. just as Cottard imagined that everybody knew that the degree of Doctor of Medicine implied nothing, the title of consultant to a hospital meant something, so people in society are mistaken when they suppose that everybody has the same idea of the social importance of their name as they themselves and the other people of their set. The Prince d'Agrégat was regarded as a swindler by a club servant to whom he owed 25 louis, and regained his importance only in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where he had 3 sisters who were duchesses, for it is not among the humble people in whose eyes he is of small account, but among the smart people who know what is what, that the great nobleman creates an effect. M de Charlus, for that matter, was to learn in the course of the evening that his host had the vaguest ideas about the most illustrious ducal families. Certain that the Verdurins were making a grave mistake in allowing an individual of tarnished reputation to be admitted to so select a household as theirs, the sculptor felt it his duty to take the mistress aside. "You are entirely mistaken. Besides, I never pay any attention to those tales, and even if it were true, I may be allowed to point out that it could hardly compromise me," replied Madame Verdurin, furious, for, morale being the principal feature of the Wednesdays, the chief thing for her was not to give any offence to him. As for Cottard, he could not express an opinion, for he had asked leave to go upstairs for a moment to do a little job in the Buen Retiro, and after that in Monsieur Verdurin's bedroom to write an extremely urgent letter for a patient. A great publisher from Paris, who had come to call, expecting to be invited to stay to dinner, withdrew abruptly, quickly realizing that he was not smart enough for the little clan. He was a tall, stout man, very dark, with a studious and somewhat cutting air. He reminded one of an ebony paper-knife. Madame Verdurin, who, to welcome us in her immense drawing-room, in which displays of grasses, poppies, field flowers, plucked only that morning, alternated with a similar theme painted on the walls 2 centuries earlier by an artist of exquisite taste, had risen for a moment from a game of cards which she was playing with an old friend, begged us to excuse her for just 1 minute while she finished her game, talking to us the while. What I told her about my impressions did not, however, seem altogether to please her. For one thing, I was shocked to observe that she and her husband came indoors every day, long before the hour of those sunsets, which were considered so fine when seen from that cliff, and finer still from the terrace of La Raspalière, and which I would have travelled miles to see. "Yes, it's incomparable," said Madame Verdurin carelessly, with a glance at the huge windows which gave the room a wall of glass. "Even though we always have it in front of us, we never grow tired of it." And she turned her attention back to her cards. Now, my very enthusiasm made me exacting. I expressed my regret that I could not see from the drawing-room the rocks of Darnétal, which, Elstier told me, were quite lovely at that hour, when they reflected so many colours. "Ah, you can't see them from here. You would have to go down to the end of the park, to the view of the bay. From the seat there you can take in the whole panorama, but you can't go there by yourself. You lose your way. I can take you there if you like," she added kindly. No, you are not satisfied with the illness you had the other day. You want to make yourself ill again. He will come back. You can see the view of the bay another time." I did not insist, and understood that it was enough for the Verdurins to know that this sunset made its way into their drawing-room or dining-room like a magnificent painting, like a priceless Japanese enamel, justifying the high rent that they were paying for La Raspalière with plate and linen, but a thing to which they rarely raised their eyes. The important thing here was for them to live comfortably, to take drives, to feed well, to talk, to entertain agreeable friends whom they provided with amusing games of billiards, good meals, merry tea parties. I noticed, however, later on, how intelligently they had learned to know the district, taking their guests for excursions as novel as the music to which they made them listen. The part which the flowers of La Raspalière, the roads by the sea's edge, the old houses, the undiscovered churches played in the life of Monsieur Verdurin was so great that those people who saw him only in Paris, and who themselves substituted for the life by the seaside and in the country the refinements of life in town, could barely understand the idea that he himself formed of his own life, or the importance that his pleasures gave him in his own eyes. This importance was further enhanced by the fact that the Verdurins were convinced that La Raspalière, which they hoped to purchase, was a property without match in the world. This superiority which their self-esteem made them attribute to La Raspalière justified in their eyes my enthusiasm, which, but for that, would have annoyed them slightly because of the disappointments which it involved, like my disappointment when long ago I had first listened to Berma, and which I frankly admitted to them. "I hear the carriage coming back," the mistress suddenly murmured. Let us state briefly that Madame Verdurin, quite apart from the inevitable changes due to increasing years, no longer resembled what she had been at the time when Swann and Odette used to listen to the little phrase in her house. Even when she heard it played, she was no longer obliged to assume the air of attenuated admiration which she used to assume then, for that had become her normal expression. Under the influence of countless neuralgias, which the music of Bach, Wagner, Vinteuil, Debussy had given her, Madame Verdurin's brow had assumed enormous proportions, like limbs that are finally crippled by rheumatism. Her temples, suggestive of a pair of beautiful, pain-stricken, milk-white spheres, in which harmony rolled endlessly, flung back upon either side her silvered tresses, and proclaimed, on the mistress's behalf, without any need for her to say a word, "I know what is in store for me tonight." Her features no longer took the trouble to formulate successively aesthetic impressions of undue violence, for they had themselves become their permanent expression on a countenance ravaged and superb. This attitude of resignation to the ever-impending sufferings inflicted by beauty, and of the courage that was required to make her dress for dinner when she had barely recovered from the effects of the last sonata, had the result that Madame Verdurin, even when listening to the most heartrending music, preserved a disdainfully impassive countenance, and actually withdrew into retirement to swallow her 2 spoonfuls of aspirin. "Why, yes, they're here!" Monsieur Verdurin cried with relief when he saw the door open to admit Morel, followed by Monsieur de Charlus. The latter, to whom dining with the Verdurins meant not so much going into society as going into questionable surroundings, was as frightened as a schoolboy making his way for the first time into a brothel with the utmost deference towards its mistress. Moreover, the persistent desire that Monsieur de Charlus felt to appear virile and frigid was overcome, when he appeared in the open doorway, by those traditional ideas of politeness which are awakened as soon as shyness destroys an artificial attitude and makes an appeal to the resources of the subconscious. When it is a Charlus, whether he be noble or plebeian, that is stirred by such a sentiment of instinctive and atavistic politeness to strangers, it is always the spirit of a relative of the female sex, attendant like a goddess, or incarnate as a double, that undertakes to introduce him into a strange drawing-room and to mould his attitude until he comes face to face with his hostess. Thus, a young painter, brought up by a godly Protestant female cousin, will enter a room, his head aslant and quivering, his eyes raised to the ceiling, his hands gripping an invisible muff, the remembered shape of which, and its real and tutelary presence, will help the frightened artist to cross, without agoraphobia, the yawning abyss between the hall and the inner drawing-room. Thus it was that the pious relative, whose memory is helping him today, used to enter a room years ago, and with so plaintive an air that one was asking oneself what calamity she had come to announce, when, from her first words, one realized, as now in the case of the painter, that she had come to pay an after-dinner call. By virtue of the same law which requires that life, in the interests of the still unfulfilled act, shall bring into play, utilize, adulterate in a perpetual prostitution the most respectable, it may be the most sacred, sometimes only the most innocent legacies from the past, and albeit in this instance it engendered a different aspect, the one of Madame Gothard's nephews, who distressed his family by his effeminate ways and the company he kept, would always make a joyous entry, as though he had a surprise in store for you, or were going to inform you that he had been left a fortune, radiant with a happiness which it would have been futile to ask him to explain, it being due to his unconscious heredity and his misplaced sex. He walked on tiptoe, was, no doubt, himself astonished that he was not holding a card case, offered you his hand, parting his lips as he had seen his aunt part hers, and his uneasy glance was directed at the mirror, in which he seemed to wish to make certain, albeit he was bareheaded, whether his hat, as Madame Gothard had once inquired of Swann, was not askew. As for M. de Charlus, whom the society in which he had lived furnished at this critical moment with other patterns of affability, and above all with the maxim that one must, in certain cases, when dealing with people of humble rank, bring into play and make use of one's rarest graces, which one normally holds in reserve, it was with a flutter, archly, and with the same sweep with which a skirt would have enlarged and impeded his waddling motion, that he advanced upon Madame Verdurins with so flattered and honoured an air that one would have said that to be taken to her house was for him a supreme favour. His head inclined forwards, his face, upon which satisfaction vied with propriety, was creased with little wrinkles of affability. One would have thought that it was Madame de Marcel who was entering the room, so prominent at that moment was the woman whom a mistake on the part of nature had enshrined in the body of M. de Charlus. It was true that the Baron had made every effort to obliterate this mistake and to assume a masculine appearance. But no sooner had he succeeded than he, having in the meantime kept the same tastes, this habit of looking at things through a woman's eyes gave him a fresh feminine experience, due this time not to heredity, but to his own way of living. And as he had gradually come to regard even social questions from the feminine point of view, and without noticing it, for it is not only by dint of lying to other people, but also by lying to oneself, that one ceases to be aware that one is lying, albeit he had called upon his body to manifest, at the moment of his entering the Verdurins' drawing-room, all the courtesy of a great nobleman, that body which had fully understood what M. de Charlus had ceased to apprehend, displayed, to such an extent that the Baron would have deserved the epithet ladylike, all the attractions of a great lady. Not that there need to be any connection between the appearance of M. de Charlus and the fact that sons, who do not always take after their fathers, even without being inverts, and though they go after women, may consummate upon their faces the profanation of their mothers. But we need not consider here a subject that deserves a chapter to itself, the profanation of the mother. Albeit other reasons dictated this transformation of M. de Charlus, and purely physical ferments set his material substance working and made his body pass gradually into the category of women's bodies, nevertheless, the change that we record here was of spiritual origin. By dint of supposing yourself to be ill, you become ill, grow thin, are too weak to rise from your bed, suffer from nervous enteritis. By dint of thinking tenderly of men, you become a woman, and an imaginary spirit hampers your movements. The obsession, just as in the other instance it affects your health, may in this instance alter your sex. Morel, who accompanied him, came to shake hands with me. From that first moment, owing to a twofold change that occurred in him, I formed, alas, I was not warned in time to act upon it, a bad impression of him. I've said that Morel, having risen above his father's menial status, was generally pleased to indulge in a contemptuous familiarity. He had talked to me on the day when he brought me the photographs without once addressing me as Monsieur, treating me as an inferior. What was my surprise at Madame Verdurins to see him bow very low before me, and before me alone, and to hear, before he had even uttered a syllable to anyone else, words of respect, most respectful, such words as I thought could not possibly flow from his pen or fall from his lips, addressed to myself. I at once suspected that he had some favour to ask of me. Taking me aside a minute later, "Monsieur would be doing me a very great service," he said to me, going so far this time as to address me in the third person, "by keeping from Madame Verdurin and her guests the nature of the profession that my father practised with his uncle. It would be best to say that he was, in your family, the agent for estates so considerable as to put him almost on a level with your parents." Morel's request annoyed me intensely, because it obliged me to magnify, not his father's wealth, the apparent wealth of my own, which I felt to be absurd. But he appeared so unhappy, so pressing, that I could not refuse him. "No, before dinner," he said in an imploring tone. "Monsieur can easily find some excuse for taking Madame Verdurin aside." This was what, in the end, I did, trying to enhance to the best of my ability the distinction of Morel's father, without unduly exaggerating the style, the worldly goods of my own family. It went like a letter through the post, notwithstanding the astonishment of Madame Verdurin, who had had a nodding acquaintance with my grandfather, and as she had no tact, hated family life, that dissolvement of the little nucleus. After telling me that she remembered, long ago, seeing my great-grandfather, and after speaking of him as of somebody who was almost an idiot, who would have been incapable of understanding the little group, and who, to use her expression, was not one of us, she said to me, "Families are such a bore, the only thing is to get right away from them," and at once proceeded to tell me of a trait in my great-grandfather's character of which I was unaware, although I might have suspected it at home. I'd never seen him, but they frequently spoke of him. His remarkable stinginess, in contrast to the somewhat excessive generosity of my great-uncle, the friend of the lady in pink, and Morel's father's employer. Why, of course, if your grandparents had such a grand agent, that only shows that there are all sorts of people in the family. Your grandfather's father was so stingy that, at the end of his life, when he was almost half-witted, between you and me he was never anything special, you're worth the whole lot of them. He could not bring himself to pay a penny for his ride on the omnibus, so that they were obliged to have him followed by somebody who paid his fare for him, and to let the old miser think that his friend Monsieur de Persigny, the cabinet minister, had given him a permit to travel free on the omnibuses. But I'm delighted to hear that our Morel's father held such a good position. I was under the impression that he was a schoolmaster, but that's nothing. I must have misunderstood. In any case, it makes not the slightest difference, for I must tell you that here we only appreciate true worth. The personal contribution, what I call the participation. Provided that a person is artistic, provided, in a word, that he is one of the brotherhood, nothing else matters. The way in which Morel was one of the brotherhood was, so far as I've been able to discover, that he was sufficiently fond of both women and men to satisfy either sex with the fruits of his experience with the other. But what it is essential to note here is that as soon as I had given him my word that I would speak on his behalf to Madame Verdurins, as soon, moreover, as I had actually done so, and without any possibility of subsequent retractation, Morel's respect for me vanished as though by magic. The formal language of respect melted away, and indeed for some time he avoided me, contriving to appear contemptuous of me, so that if Madame Verdurins wanted me to give him a message, to ask him to play something, he would continue to talk to one of the faithful, then move on to another, changing his seat if I approached him. The others were obliged to tell him 3 or 4 times that I had spoken to him, after which he would reply with an air of constraint, briefly, that is to say, unless we were by ourselves. When that happened, he was expansive, friendly, for there was a charming side to him. I concluded, all the same, from this first evening, that his must be a vile nature, that he would not, at a pinch, shrink from any act of meanness, was incapable of gratitude, in which he resembled the majority of mankind. But inasmuch as I had inherited a strain of my grandmother's nature, and enjoyed the diversity of other people without expecting anything of them or resenting anything that they did, I overlooked his baseness, rejoiced in his gaiety when it was in evidence, and indeed in what I believed to have been a genuine affection on his part, when, having gone the whole circuit of his false ideas of human nature, he realized, with a jerk, for he showed strange reversions to a blind and primitive savagery, that my kindness to him was disinterested, that my indulgence arose not from a want of perception, but from what he called goodness. And, more important still, I was enraptured by his art, which indeed was little more than an admirable virtuosity, but which made me, without his being in the intellectual sense of the word a real musician, hear again, or for the first time, so much good music. Moreover, a manager, M de Charlus, whom I had not suspected of such talents, albeit Madame de Guermantes, who had known him a very different person in their younger days, asserted that he had composed a sonata for her, and painted a fan, and so forth. Modest in regard to his true merits, but possessing talents of the first order, contrived to place this virtuosity at the service of a versatile artistic sense which increased it tenfold. Imagine a merely skillful performer in the Russian ballet, formed, educated, developed in all directions by Monsieur Diaghilev. I had just given Madame Verdurins the message with which Morel had charged me, and was talking to Monsieur de Charlus about Saint-Loup, when Cottard burst into the room, announcing, as though the house were on fire, that the comprimés had arrived. Madame Verdurins, not wishing to appear before strangers such as Monsieur de Charlus, whom Cottard had not seen, and myself, to attach any great importance to the arrival of the Cambrémés, did not move, made no response to the announcement of these tidings, and merely said to the doctor, fanning herself gracefully, and adopting the tone of a marquise in the Théâtre Français, "The Baron has just been telling us." This was too much for Cottard. Less abruptly than he would have done in the old days, for learning and high positions had added weight to his utterance, but with the emotion, nevertheless, which he recaptured at the Verdurins, he exclaimed, "A baron? What baron? Where's the baron?" staring around the room with an astonishment that bordered on incredulity. Madame Verdurin, with the affected indifference of a hostess when a servant has, in front of her guests, broken a valuable glass, and with the artificial highfalutin tone of a conservatoire prize-winner acting in a play by the younger Dumas, replied, pointing with her fan to Morel's patron, "Why, the Baron de Charlus, to whom let me introduce you, Monsieur le Professeur Cottard." Madame Verdurin was, for that matter, by no means sorry to have an opportunity of playing the leading lady. Monsieur de Charlus proffered 2 fingers, which the professor clasped with the kindly smile of a prince of science. But he stopped short upon seeing the Cambrémés enter the room, while Monsieur de Charlus led me into a corner to tell me something, not without feeling my muscles, which is a German habit. Monsieur de Cambrémés bore no resemblance to the old marquise. To anyone who had only heard of him, or of letters written by him, well and forcibly expressed, his personal appearance was startling. No doubt one would grow accustomed to it, but his nose had chosen to place itself aslant above his mouth, perhaps the only crooked line among so many which one would never have thought of tracing upon his face, and one that indicated a vulgar stupidity, aggravated still further by the proximity of a Norman complexion on cheeks that were like 2 ripe apples. It is possible that the eyes of Monsieur de Cambrémés retained behind their eyelids a trace of the sky of Cotentin, so soft upon sunny days when the wayfarer amuses himself in watching, drawn up by the roadside, and counting in their hundreds the shadows of the poplars. But those eyelids, heavy, bleared, and drooping, would have prevented the least flash of intelligence from escaping. And so, discouraged by the meagreness of that azure gaze, one returned to the big crooked nose. By a transposition of the senses, Monsieur de Cambrémés looked at you with his nose. This nose of his was not ugly. It was, if anything, too handsome, too bold, too proud of its own importance. Arched, polished, gleaming, brand new, it was amply prepared to atone for the inadequacy of his eyes. Unfortunately, if the eyes are sometimes the organ through which our intelligence is revealed, the nose, to leave out of account the intimate solidarity and the unsuspected repercussion of one feature upon the rest, the nose is generally the organ in which stupidity is most readily displayed. The propriety of the dark clothes which Monsieur de Cambrémés invariably wore, even in the morning, might well reassure those who were dazzled and exasperated by the insolent brightness of the seaside attire of people whom they did not know. Still, it was impossible to understand why the chief magistrate's wife should have declared with an air of discernment and authority, as a person who knows far more than you about high society of Alençon, that on seeing Monsieur de Cambrémés, one immediately felt oneself, even before one knew who he was, in the presence of a man of supreme distinction, of a man of perfect breeding, a change from the sort of person one saw at Baalbek, a man, in short, in whose company one could breathe freely. He was to her stifled by all those Baalbek tourists who did not know her world, like a bottle of smelling salts. It seemed to me, on the contrary, that he was one of the people whom my grandmother would at once have set down as all wrong, and that, as she had no conception of snobbishness, she would no doubt have been stupefied that he could have succeeded in winning the hand of Mademoiselle Legrandin, who must surely be difficult to please, having a brother who was so refined. At best, one might have said of M. de Cambremer's plebeian ugliness that it was redolent of the soil and preserved a very ancient local tradition. One was reminded, on examining his faulty features, which one would have liked to correct, of those names of little Norman towns, as to the etymology of which my friend the curé was mistaken, because the peasants, mispronouncing the names, or having misunderstood the Latin or Norman words that underlay them, have finally fixed in a barbarism to be found already in the cartularies, as Brichot would have said, a wrong meaning and a fault of pronunciation. Life in these old towns may, for all that, be pleasant enough, and M. de Cambremer must have had his good points, for if it was in a mother's nature that the old marquise should prefer her son to her daughter-in-law, on the other hand she, who had other children, of whom 2 at least were not devoid of merit, was often heard to declare that the marquis was, in her opinion, the best of the family. During the short time he had spent in the army, his messmates, finding Cambremer too long a name to pronounce, had given him the nickname Concon, implying a flow of chatter which he in no way merited. He knew how to brighten a dinner party to which he was invited, by saying, when the fish, even if it were stale, or the entree came in, "I say, that looks a fine animal," and his wife, who had adopted, upon entering the family, everything that she supposed to form part of their customs, put herself on the level of her husband's friends, and perhaps sought to please him like a mistress, and as though she had been involved in his bachelor existence, by saying, in a careless tone, when she was speaking of him to officers, "You shall see Concon presently. Concon has gone to Baalbek, but he will be back this evening." She was furious at having compromised herself by coming to the Verdurins, and had done so only upon the entreaties of her mother-in-law and husband, in the hope of renewing the lease. But, being less well-bred than they, she made no secret of the ulterior motive, and for the last fortnight had been making fun of this dinner party to her women friends. "You know we are going to dine with our tenants. That will be well worth the increased rent. As a matter of fact, I'm rather curious to see what they have done to our poor old La Raspallière," as though she had been born in the house, and would find there all her old family associations. "Our old keeper told me only yesterday that you wouldn't know the place. I can't bear to think of all that must be going on there. I'm sure we shall have to have the whole place disinfected before we move in again." She arrived, haughty and morose, with the air of a great lady whose castle, owing to a state of war, is occupied by the enemy, but who nevertheless feels herself at home, and makes a point of showing the conquerors that they are intruding. Madame de Cambremer could not see me at first, for I was in a bay at the side of the room with M. de Charlus, who was telling me that he had heard from Morel that Morel's father had been an agent in my family, and that he, Charlus, credited me with sufficient intelligence and magnanimity, a term common to himself and Swann, to forego the mean and ignoble pleasure which vulgar little idiots, I was warned, would not have failed in my place to give themselves by revealing to our hosts details which they might regard as derogatory. The mere fact that I take an interest in him and extend my protection over him gives him a preeminence which wipes out the past, the Baron concluded. As I listened to him and promised the silence, which I would have kept even without any hope of being considered in return intelligent and magnanimous, I was looking at Madame de Cambremer, and I had difficulty in recognizing the melting, savoury morsel which I had had beside me the other afternoon at tea-time on the terrace at Baalbec, in the Norman rock cake that I now saw, hard as a rock, in which the faithful would in vain have tried to set their teeth. Irritated in anticipation by the knowledge that her husband inherited his mother's simple kindliness, which would make him assume a flattered expression whenever one of the faithful was presented to him, anxious, however, to perform her duty as a leader of society, when Brichot had been named to her, she decided to make him and her husband acquainted, as she had seen her more fashionable friends do. But anger and pride prevailing over the desire to show her knowledge of the world, she said not, as she ought to have said, "Allow me to introduce my husband," but "I introduce you to my husband," holding aloft thus the banner of the Cambremer, without a veil, for her husband bowed as low before Brichot as she had expected. But all Madame de Cambremer's ill-humour vanished in an instant, when her eye fell on M. de Charlus, whom she knew by sight. Never had she succeeded in obtaining an introduction, even at the time of her intimacy with Swann, for as M. de Charlus always sided with the woman, with his sister-in-law against Madame de Guermant's mistresses, with Odette, at that time still unmarried, but an old flame of Swann's, against the new, he had, as a stern defender of morals and faithful protector of homes, given Odette, and kept, the promise that he would never allow himself to be presented to Madame de Cambremer. She had certainly never guessed that it was at the Verdurins that she was at length to meet this unapproachable person. Monsieur de Cambremer knew that this was a great joy to her, so great that he himself was moved by it, and looked at his wife with an air that implied, "You're glad now you decided to come, aren't you?" He spoke very little, knowing that he had married a superior woman. "I, all unworthy," he would say at every moment, and spontaneously quoted a fable of La Fontaine and one of Florian, which seemed to him to apply to his ignorance, and at the same time enable him, beneath the outward form of a contemptuous flattery, to show the men of science, who are not members of the jockey, that one might be a sportsman and yet have read fables. The unfortunate thing was that he only knew 2 of them, and so they kept cropping up. Madame de Cambremer was no fool, but she had a number of extremely irritating habits. With her, the corruption of names bore absolutely no trace of aristocratic disdain. She was not the person to say, like the Duchesse de Guermantes, whom the mere fact of her birth ought to have preserved even more than Madame de Cambremer from such an absurdity, with the pretence of not remembering the unfashionable name, albeit it is now that of one of the women whom it is most difficult to approach, of Julien de Montchâteau, little Madame Pica de la Mirandola. No, when Madame de Cambremer said a name wrong, it was out of kindness of heart, so as not to appear to know some damaging fact, and when, in her sincerity, she admitted it, she tried to conceal it by altering it. If, for instance, she was defending a woman, she would try to conceal the fact, while determined not to lie to the person who had asked her to tell the truth, that Madame So-and-so was at the moment the mistress of Monsieur Sylvain Lévy, and would say, "No, I know absolutely nothing about her." I fancy that people used to charge her with having inspired a passion in a gentleman whose name I don't know, something like Kahn, Cohn, Kuhn. Anyway, I believe the gentleman has been dead for years and that there was never anything between them. This is an analogous but contrary process to that adopted by liars who think that if they alter their statement of what they have been doing when they make it to a mistress or merely to another man, their listener will not immediately see that the expression, like her, can, Cohn, Kuhn, is interpolated, is of a different texture from the rest of the conversation, has a double meaning. End of section 19. Section 20 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust. Translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. M. de Charlus dines with the Verdurins. 4. Madame Verdurin whispered in her husband's ear, "Shall I offer my arm to the Baron de Charlus? As you will have Madame de Cambremer on your right, we might divide the honours." "No," said Monsieur Verdurin, "since the other is higher in rank," meaning that Monsieur de Cambremer was a marquis. "Monsieur de Charlus is, strictly speaking, his inferior." "Very well, I shall put him beside the princess." And Madame Verdurin introduced Madame Charpatov to Monsieur de Charlus. Each of them bowed in silence, with an air of knowing all about the other and of promising mutual secrecy. Monsieur Verdurin introduced me to Monsieur de Cambremer. Before he had even begun to speak, in his loud and slightly stammering voice, his tall figure and high complexion displayed in their oscillation the martial hesitation of a commanding officer who tries to put you at your ease and says, "I've heard about you. I shall see what can be done. Your punishment shall be remitted. We don't thirst for blood here. It will be all right." Then, as he shook my hand, "I think you know my mother," he said to me. The word "think" seemed to him appropriate to the discretion of a first meeting, but not to imply any uncertainty, for he went on, "I have a note for you from her." Monsieur de Cambremer took a childish pleasure in revisiting a place where he had lived for so long. "I am at home again," he said to Madame Verdurin, while his eyes marvelled at recognizing the flowers painted on panels over the doors and the marble busts on their high pedestals. He might all the same have felt himself at sea, for Madame Verdurin had brought with her a quantity of fine old things of her own. In this respect, Madame Verdurin, while regarded by the Cambremer as having turned everything upside down, was not a revolutionary, but intelligently conservative, in a sense which they did not understand. They were thus wrong in accusing her of hating the old house, and of degrading it by hanging plain cloth curtains instead of their rich plush, like an ignorant parish priest reproaching a diocesan architect with putting back in its place the old carved wood which the cleric had thrown on the rubbish heap and had seen fit to replace with ornaments purchased in the Place Saint-Sulpice. Furthermore, a herb garden was beginning to take the place in front of the mansion of the borders that were the pride not merely of the Cambremer, but of their gardener. The latter, who regarded the Cambremer as his sole masters, and groaned beneath the yoke of the Verdurins, as though the place were under occupation for the moment by an invading army, went in secret to unburden his griefs to its dispossessed mistress, grew irate at the scorn that was heaped upon his araucarias, begonias, house leeks, double dahlias, and at anyone's daring in so grand a place to grow such common plants as chamomile and maidenhair. Madame Verdurin felt this silent opposition, and had made up her mind, if she took a long lease of La Raspalière, or even bought the place, to make one of her conditions the dismissal of the gardener, by whom his old mistress, on the contrary, set great store. He had worked for her without payment when times were bad. He adored her. But by that odd multiformity of opinion which we find in the lower orders, among whom the most profound moral scorn is embedded in the most passionate admiration, which in turn overlaps old and undying grudges, he used often to say of Madame de Cambremer, who, in 70, in a house that she owned in the east of France, surprised by the invasion, had been obliged to endure for a month the contact of the Germans. What many people can't forgive Madame la Marquise is that during the war she took the side of the Prussians and even had them to stay in her house. At any other time I could understand it, but in wartime she ought not to have done it. It is not right. So that he was faithful to her unto death, venerated her for her goodness, and firmly believed that she had been guilty of treason. Madame Verdurin was annoyed that Monsieur de Cambremer should pretend to feel so much at home at La Raspalière. "You must notice a good many changes all the same," she replied. "For one thing, there were those big bronze Barbadienne devils, and some horrid little plush chairs, which I packed off at once to the attic, though even that is too good a place for them." After this bitter retort to Monsieur de Cambremer, she offered him her arm to go in to dinner. He hesitated for a moment, saying to himself, "I can't really go in before Monsieur de Charlus," but supposing the other to be an old friend of the house, seeing that he was not set in the post of honour, he decided to take the arm that was offered him, and told Madame Verdurin how proud he felt to be admitted into the symposium. So it was that he styled the little nucleus, not without a smile of satisfaction at his knowledge of the term. Cottard, who was seated next to Monsieur de Charlus, beamed at him through his glass to make his acquaintance and to break the ice, with a series of winks, far more insistent than they would have been in the old days, and not interrupted by fits of shyness. And these engaging glances, enhanced by the smile that accompanied them, were no longer dammed by the glass, but overflowed on all sides. The Baron, who readily imagined people of his own kind everywhere, had no doubt that Cottard was one, and was making eyes at him. At once he turned on the professor the cold shoulder of the invert, as contemptuous of those whom he attracts as he is ardent in pursuit of such as attract him. No doubt, albeit each one of us speaks mendaciously of the pleasure, always refused him by destiny, of being loved, it is a general law that the person whom we do not love, and who does love us, seems to us quite intolerable. To such a person, to a woman of whom we say not that she loves us, but that she bores us, we prefer the society of any other who has neither her charm, nor her looks, nor her brains. She will recover these in our estimation only when she has ceased to love us. In this light, we might see only the transposition into odd terms of this universal rule in the irritation aroused in an invert by a man who displeases him and runs after him. And so, whereas the ordinary man seeks to conceal what he feels, the invert is implacable in making it felt by the man who provokes it, as he would certainly not make it felt by a woman. Monsieur de Charlus, for instance, by the Princesse de Guermantes, whose passion for him bored him, but flattered him. But when they see another man show a peculiar liking for them, then, whether because they fail to realize that this liking is the same as their own, or because it annoys them to be reminded that this liking, which they glorify so long as it is they themselves that feel it, is regarded as a vice, or from a desire to rehabilitate themselves by a sensational display in circumstances in which it costs them nothing, or from a fear of being unmasked, which they at once recover as soon as desire no longer leads them blindfold from one imprudence to another, or from rage at being subjected by the equivocal attitude of another person to the injury which, by their own attitude, if that other person attracted them, they would not be afraid to inflict on him. The men who do not in the least mind following a young man for miles, never taking their eyes off him in the theatre, even if he is with friends, and there is therefore a danger of their compromising him with them, may be heard, if a man who does not attract them merely looks at them, to say, "Sir, for what do you take me?" Simply because he takes them for what they are. "I don't understand. No, don't attempt to explain. You're quite mistaken." Pass, if need be, from words to blows, and to a person who knows the imprudent stranger, wax indignant. "What, you know that loathsome creature? He stares at one so. A fine way to behave." M. de Charlus did not go quite as far as this, but assumed the offended glacial air adopted when one appears to be suspecting them by women who are not of easy virtue, even more by women who are. Furthermore, the invert brought face to face with an invert sees not merely an unpleasing image of himself, which, being purely inanimate, could at the worst only injure his self-esteem, but a second self, living, acting in the same sphere, capable therefore of injuring him in his loves. And so it is from an instinct of self-preservation that he will speak evil of the possible rival, whether to people who are able to do him some injury, nor does invert the first mind being thought a liar when he thus denounces invert the second before people who may know all about his own case, or to the young man whom he has picked up, who is perhaps going to be snatched away from him, and whom it is important to persuade that the very things which it is to his advantage to do with the speaker would be the bane of his life if he allowed himself to do them with the other person. To M. de Charlus, who was thinking perhaps of the wholly imaginary dangers in which the presence of this cotard, whose smile he misinterpreted, might involve Morel, an invert who did not attract him was not merely a caricature of himself, but was a deliberate rival. A tradesman, practising an uncommon trade, who, on his arrival in the provincial town where he intends to settle for life, discovers that in the same square, directly opposite, the same trade is being carried on by a competitor, is no more discomfited than a Charlus who goes down to a quiet spot to make love unobserved, and on the day of his arrival catches sight of the local squire or the barber, whose aspect and manner leave no room for doubt. The tradesman often comes to regard his competitor with hatred. This hatred degenerates at times into melancholy, and if there be but a sufficient strain of heredity, one has seen in small towns the tradesman begin to show signs of insanity, which is cured only by his deciding to sell his stock and goodwill and remove to another place. The invert's rage is even more agonizing. He has realized that from the first moment the squire and the barber have desired his young companion. Even though he repeat to him 100 times daily that the barber and the squire are scoundrels whose contact would dishonour him, he is obliged, like Harpagon, to watch over his treasure, and rises in the night to make sure that it is not being stolen. And it is this, no doubt, that, even more than desire, or the convenience of habits shared in common, almost as much as that experience of oneself which is the only true experience, makes one invert detect another with a rapidity and certainty that are almost infallible. He may be mistaken for a moment, but a rapid divination brings him back to the truth. And so M. de Charlus' error was brief. His divine discernment showed him, after the first minute, that Cottard was not of his kind, and that he need not fear his advances, either for himself, which would merely have annoyed him, or for Morel, which would have seemed to him a more serious matter. He recovered his calm, and as he was still beneath the influence of the transit of Venus androgyne, now and again he smiled a faint smile at the Verdurins, without taking the trouble to open his mouth, merely curving his lips at one corner, and for an instant kindled a coquettish light in his eyes. He, so obsessed with virility, exactly as his sister-in-law, the Duchesse de Guermantes, might have done. "Do you shoot much, sir?" said Monsieur Verdurin, with a note of contempt, to Monsieur de Cambremer. "Has Ski told you of the near shave we had today?" Cottard inquired of the mistress. "I shoot mostly in the forest of Chantepie," replied Monsieur de Cambremer. "No, I have told her nothing," said Ski. "Does it deserve its name?" Brichot asked Monsieur de Cambremer, after a glance at me from the corner of his eye, for he had promised me that he would introduce the topic of derivations, begging me at the same time not to let the Cambremer know the scorn that he felt for those furnished by the Cambrai curé. "I'm afraid I must be very stupid, but I don't grasp your question," said Monsieur de Cambremer. "I mean to say, do many pies sing in it?" replied Brichot. Cottard, meanwhile, could not bear Madame Verdurin's not knowing that they had nearly missed the train. "Out with it," Madame Cottard said to her husband encouragingly. "Tell us your Odyssey." "Well, really, it is quite out of the ordinary," said the doctor, and repeated his narrative from the beginning. "When I saw that the train was in the station, I stood thunderstruck. It was all Ski's fault. You are somewhat wide of the mark in your information, my dear fellow. And there was Brichot waiting for us at the station. I assumed," said the scholar, casting around him what he could still muster of a glance, and smiling with his thin lips, "that if you had been detained at Grandcourt, it would mean that you had encountered some peripatetic siren." "Will you hold your tongue, if my wife were to hear you?" said the professor. "This wife of mine, it is jealous." "Ah, that's Brichot," cried Ski, moved to traditional merriment by Brichot's spicy witticism. "He is always the same," albeit he had no reason to suppose that the university don had ever indulged in obscenity. And to embellish this consecrated utterance with the ritual gesture, he made as though he could not resist the desire to pinch Brichot's leg. "He never changes, the rascal," Ski went on, and without stopping to think of the effect, at once tragic and comic, that the don's semi-blindness gave to his words. "Always a sharp look-out for the ladies." "You see," said Monsieur de Cambremer, "what it is to meet with a scholar. Here have I been shooting for 15 years in the forest of Chantepie, and I've never thought of what the name meant." Madame de Cambremer cast a stern glance at her husband. She did not like him to humble himself thus before Brichot. She was even more annoyed when, at every ready-made expression that Concon employed, Cottard, who knew the ins and outs of them all, having himself laboriously acquired them, pointed out to the Marquis, who admitted his stupidity, that they meant nothing. "Why stupid as a cabbage? Do you suppose cabbages are stupider than anything else? You say repeat the same thing 36 times. Why 36? And why do you say sleep like a top? Why thunder of breast? Why play 400 tricks?" But at this the defence of M. de Cambremer was taken up by Brichot, who explained the origin of each of these expressions. but Madame de Cambremer was occupied principally in examining the changes that the Verdurins had introduced at La Raspalière, in order that she might be able to criticize some and import others, or possibly the same ones, to Féterne. "I keep wondering what that lustre is that's hanging all crooked. I can hardly recognize my old Raspalière," she went on, with a familiarly aristocratic air, as she might have spoken of an old servant, meaning not so much to indicate his age, as to say that she had seen him in his cradle. And as she was a trifle bookish in her speech, "All the same," she added in an undertone, "I can't help feeling that if I were inhabiting another person's house, I should feel some compunction about altering everything like this." "It is a pity you didn't come with them," said Madame Verdurin to M. de Charlus and Morel, hoping that M. de Charlus was now enrolled, and would submit to the rule that they must all arrive by the same train. "You are sure that chanter-pie means singing magpie, chuchotte," to show that, like the great hostess she was, she could join in every conversation at the same time. "Tell me something about this violinist," Madame de Cambremer said to me. "He interests me. I adore music, and it seems to me that I have heard of him before. Complete my education." She had heard that Morel had come with M. de Charlus, and hoped, by getting the former to come to her house, to make friends with the latter. She added, however, so that I might not guess her reason for asking, "Monsieur Brichot, too, interests me." For even if she was highly cultivated, just as certain persons inclined to obesity eat hardly anything and take exercise all day long without ceasing to grow visibly fatter, so Madame de Cambremer might in vain master, and especially at Féterne, a philosophy that became ever more esoteric, music that became ever more subtle. She emerged from these studies only to weave plots that would enable her to cut the middle-class friends of her girlhood, and to form the connections which she had originally supposed to be part of the social life of her in-laws, and had then discovered to be far more exalted and remote. A philosopher who was not modern enough for her, Leibniz, has said that the way is long from the intellect to the heart. This way Madame de Cambremer had been no more capable than her brother of traversing. Abandoning the study of John Stuart Mill only for that of Le Chalier, the less she believed in the reality of the external world, the more desperately she sought to establish herself, before she died, in a good position in it. In her passion for realism in art, no object seemed to her humble enough to serve as a model to painter or writer. A fashionable picture or novel would have made her feel sick. Tolstoy's moujiks or Millet's peasants were the extreme social boundary beyond which she did not allow the artist to pass. But to cross the boundary that limited her own social relations, to raise herself to an intimate acquaintance with duchesses, this was the goal of all her efforts. So ineffective had the spiritual treatment to which she subjected herself by the study of great masterpieces proved in overcoming the congenital and morbid snobbishness that had developed in her. This snobbishness had even succeeded in curing certain tendencies to avarice and adultery, to which in her younger days she had been inclined, just as certain peculiar and permanent pathological conditions seem to render those who are subject to them immune to other maladies. I could not, all the same, refrain, as I listened to her, from giving her credit, without deriving any pleasure from them, for the refinement of her expressions. They were those that are used at a given date by all the people of the same intellectual breadth, so that the refined expression provides us at once, like the arc of a circle, with the means to describe and limit the entire circumference. and so the effect of these expressions is that the people who employ them bore me immediately, because I feel that I already know them, but are generally regarded as superior persons, and have often been offered me as delightful and unappreciated companions. You cannot fail to be aware, madame, that many forest regions take their name from the animals that inhabit them. Next to the forest of Chantepie, you have the wood Chantraine. I don't know who the queen may be, but you are not very polite to her, said Monsieur de Cambremer. One for you, Chuchotte, said Madame de Verdurins. And apart from that, did you have a pleasant journey? We encountered only vague human beings who thronged the train, but I must answer Monsieur de Cambremer's question. Reine, in this instance, is not the wife of a king, but a frog. It is the name that the frog has long retained in this district, as is shown by the station Renneville, which should be spelled Renneville. I say, that seems a fine animal, said Monsieur de Cambremer to Madame Verdurins, pointing to a fish. It was one of the compliments by means of which he considered that he paid his scot at a dinner party, and gave an immediate return of hospitality. There's no need to invite them, he would often say, in speaking of one or other couple of their friends to his wife. They were delighted to have us. It was they that thanked me for coming. I must tell you all the same that I've been going every day for years to Renneville, and I've never seen any more frogs there than anywhere else. Madame de Cambremer brought the curé here from a parish where she owns a considerable property, who has very much the same turn of mind as yourself, it seems to me. He's written a book. I know, I've read it with immense interest, Brichot replied hypocritically. The satisfaction that his pride received indirectly from this answer made Monsieur de Cambremer laugh long and loud. Ah, well, the author of, what shall I say, this geography, this glossary, dwells at great length upon the name of a little place of which we were formerly, if I may say so, the lords, which is called Pont-à-Couleuvre. Of course I am only an ignorant rustic compared with such a fountain of learning, but I have been to Pont-à-Couleuvre 1,000 times if he's been there once, and devil take me if I ever saw one of his beastly serpents there. I say beastly in spite of the tribute the worthy La Fontaine pays them. The Man and the Serpent was one of his 2 fables. You've not seen any, and you've been quite right, replied Brichot. Undoubtedly, the writer you mention knows his subject through and through. He's written a remarkable book. There, exclaimed Madame de Cambremer, that book, there's no other word for it. It is a regular Benedictine opus. No doubt he has consulted various polyptyches, by which we mean the list of benefices and cures in each diocese, which may have furnished him with the names of lay patrons and ecclesiastical collators, but there are other sources. One of the most learned of my friends has delved into them. He found that the place in question was named Pont-à-Couleuvre. This odd name encouraged him to carry his researches further to a Latin text, in which the bridge that your friend supposes to be infested with serpents is titled Pons cui apparit, a closed bridge that was opened only upon due payment. You were speaking of frogs. I, when I find myself among such learned folk, feel like the frog before the Areopagus. This being his other fable, said Concon, who often indulged with a hearty laugh in this pleasantry, thanks to which he imagined himself to be making, at one and the same time, out of humility and with aptness, a profession of ignorance and a display of learning. As for Cottard, blocked upon one side by Monsieur de Charlus' silence, and driven to seek an outlet elsewhere, he turned to me with one of those questions which so impressed his patients when it hit the mark, and showed to them that he could put himself, so to speak, inside their bodies. If, on the other hand, it missed the mark, it enabled him to check certain theories, to widen his previous point of view. When you come to a relatively high altitude, such as this where we now are, do you find that the change increases your tendency to choking fits? He asked me, with the certainty of either arousing admiration or enlarging his own knowledge. Monsieur de Cambremer heard the question and smiled. "I can't tell you how amused I am to hear that you have choking fits," he flung at me across the table. He did not mean that it made him happy, though as a matter of fact it did, for this worthy man could not hear any reference to another's sufferings without a feeling of satisfaction and a spasm of hilarity, which speedily gave place to the instinctive pity of a kind heart. But his words had another meaning, which was indicated more precisely by the clause that followed. "It amuses me," he explained, "because my sister has them too." And indeed it did amuse him, as it would have amused him to hear me mention, as one of my friends, a person who was constantly coming to their house. "How small the world is," was the reflection which he formed mentally, and which I saw written upon his smiling face, when Cottard spoke to me of my choking fits. And these began to establish themselves, from the evening of this dinner-party, as a sort of interest in common, after which Monsieur de Cambremer never failed to inquire, if only to hand on a report to his sister. As I answered the questions with which his wife kept plying me about Morel, my thoughts returned to a conversation I'd had with my mother that afternoon. Having, without any attempt to dissuade me from going to the Verdurins if there was a chance of my being amused there, suggested that it was a house of which my grandfather would not have approved, which would have made him exclaim, "En garde!" My mother had gone on to say, "Listen, Judge Toureille and his wife told me that they'd been to luncheon with Madame Bontemps. They asked me no questions, but I seemed to gather from what was said that your marriage to Albertine would be the joy of her aunt's life. I think the real reason is that they are all extremely fond of you. At the same time, the style in which they suppose that you would be able to keep her, the sort of friends they more or less know that we have, all that is not, I fancy, left out of account, although it may be a minor consideration. I should not have mentioned it to you myself, because I attached no importance to it, but as I imagine that people will mention it to you, I prefer to get a word in first." "But you yourself, what do you think of her?" I asked my mother. "Well, it's not I that am going to marry her. You might certainly do 1,000 times better. But I feel that your grandmother would not have liked me to influence you. As a matter of fact, I cannot tell you what I think of Albertine. I don't think of her. I shall say to you, like Madame de Sévigné, she has good qualities, at least I suppose so, but at this first stage I can praise her only by negatives. One thing she is not, she has not the Rennes accent. In time I shall perhaps say she is something else, and I shall always think well of her if she can make you happy." But by these very words, which left it to myself to decide my own happiness, my mother had plunged me in that state of doubt in which I had been plunged long ago, when my father, having allowed me to go to Phèdre, and, what was more, to take to writing, I had suddenly felt myself burdened with too great responsibility. The fear of distressing him, and that melancholy which we feel when we cease to obey orders which, from one day to another, keep the future hidden, and realize that we have at last begun to live, in real earnest, as a grown-up person, the life, the only life, that any of us has at his disposal. Perhaps the best thing would be to wait a little longer, to begin by regarding Albertine as in the past, so as to find out whether I really loved her. I might take her as a distraction to see the Verdurins, and this thought reminded me that I had come there myself that evening only to learn whether Madame Picpus was staying there or was expected. In any case, she was not dining with them. "Speaking of your friend Saint-Loup," said Madame de Cambremer, using an expression which showed a closer sequence in her ideas than her remarks might have led one to suppose, for if she spoke to me about music, she was thinking about the Guermantes. You know that everybody is talking about his marriage to the niece of the Princesse de Guermantes. I may tell you that, so far as I'm concerned, all that society gossip leaves me cold." I was seized by a fear that I might have spoken unfeelingly to Robert about the girl in question, a girl full of sham originality, whose mind was as mediocre as her actions were violent. Hardly ever do we hear anything that does not make us regret something we have said. I replied to Madame de Cambremer, truthfully as it happened, that I knew nothing about it, and that anyhow I thought the girl was still too young to be engaged. "That is perhaps why it is not yet official. Anyhow, there is a lot of talk about it." "I ought to warn you," Madame Verdurins observed dryly to Madame de Cambremer, having heard her talking to me about Morel, and supposing, when Madame de Cambremer lowered her voice to speak of Saint-Loux's engagement, that Morel was still under discussion, "you needn't expect any light music here. In matters of art, you know, the faithful who come to my Wednesdays, my children, as I call them, are all fearfully advanced," she added, with an air of proud terror. "I say to them sometimes, 'My dear people, you move too fast for your mistress.' Not that she has ever been said to be afraid of anything daring. Every year it goes a little farther. I can see the day coming when they will have no more use for Wagner or Indy. But it is splendid to be advanced. One can never be advanced enough," said Madame de Cambremer, scrutinizing as she spoke every corner of the dining-room, trying to identify the things that her mother-in-law had left there, those that Madame Verdurins had brought with her, and to convict the latter red-handed of want of taste. At the same time, she tried to get me to talk of the subject that interested her most, M. de Charlus. She thought it touching that he should be looking after a violinist. "He seems intelligent." "Why, his mind is extremely active for a man of his age," said I. "Age? But he doesn't seem at all old. Look, the hair is still young." For during the last 3 or 4 years the word hair had been used with the article by one of those unknown persons who launched the literary fashions, and everybody at the same radius from the centre as Madame de Cambremer would say "the hair" without an affected smile. At the present day people still say "the hair," but from an excessive use of the article the pronoun will be born again. "What interests me most about M. de Charlus," she went on, "is that one can feel that he has the gift. I may tell you that I attach little importance to knowledge. Things that can be learnt do not interest me." This speech was not incompatible with Madame de Cambremer's own distinction, which was, in the fullest sense, imitated and acquired. But it so happened that one of the things that one had to know at that moment was that knowledge is nothing, and is not worth a straw compared with originality. Madame de Cambremer had learned, with everything else, that one ought not to learn anything. "That is why," she explained to me, "Brichot, who has an interesting side to him, for I am not one to despise a certain spicy erudition, interests me far less." But Brichot at that moment was occupied with one thing only. Hearing people talk about music, he trembled lest the subject should remind Madame Verdurins of the death of Deschamps. He decided to say something that would avert that harrowing memory. M. de Cambremer provided him with an opportunity, with the question, "You mean to say that wooded places always take their names from animals?" "Not at all," replied Brichot, proud to display his learning before so many strangers, among whom, I had told him, he would be certain to interest one at least. "We have only to consider how often, even in the names of people, a tree is preserved, like a fern in a piece of coal. One of our conscript fathers is called Monsieur de Sauz de Freycinet, which means, if I am not mistaken, a spot planted with willows and ashes, salix et fraxinatum. His nephew, Monsieur de Selve, combines more trees still, since he is named de Selve de Sylvis. Saniette was delighted to see the conversation take so animated a turn. He could, since Brichot was talking all the time, preserve a silence which would save him from being the butt of Monsieur and Madame Verdurins' wit. And growing even more sensitive in his joy at being set free, he had been touched when he heard Monsieur Verdurin, notwithstanding the formality of so grand a dinner party, tell the butler to put a decanter of water in front of Monsieur Saniette, who never drank anything else. The generals responsible for the death of most soldiers insist upon their being well fed. Moreover, Madame Verdurin had actually smiled once at Saniette. Decidedly, they were kind people. He was not going to be tortured any more. End of section 20. Section 21 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. M. de Charlus dines with the Verdurins. 5. At this moment the meal was interrupted by one of the party whom I have forgotten to mention, an eminent Norwegian philosopher, who spoke French very well, but very slowly, for the twofold reason that, in the first place, having learned the language only recently, and not wishing to make mistakes, he did nevertheless make some, he referred each word to a sort of mental dictionary, and secondly, being a metaphysician, he always thought of what he intended to say while he was saying it, which, even in a Frenchman, causes slowness of utterance. He was otherwise a charming person, although similar in appearance to many other people, save in one respect. This man, so slow in his diction, there was an interval of silence after every word, acquired a startling rapidity in escaping from the room as soon as he had said good-bye. His haste made one suppose, the first time one saw him, that he was suffering from colic or some even more urgent need. "My dear colleague," he said to Brichot, after deliberating in his mind whether colleague was the correct term, "I have a sort of desire to know whether there are other trees in the nomenclature of your beautiful French, Latin, Norman tongue. Madame," he meant Madame Verdurin, although he dared not look at her, "has told me that you know everything. Is this not precisely the moment?" "No, it is the moment for eating," interrupted Madame Verdurin, who saw the dinner becoming interminable. "Very well," the Scandinavian replied, bowing his head over his plate with a resigned and sorrowful smile. "But I must point out to Madame that if I have permitted myself this this questation, it is because I have to return tomorrow to Paris to dine at the Tour d'Argent or at the Hotel Maurice. My French brother, Monsieur Boutroux, is to address us there about certain séances of spiritualism, certain spirituous evocations which he has controlled." "The Tour d'Argent is not nearly as good as they make out," said Madame Verdurin sourly. "In fact, I've had some disgusting dinners there." "But, am I mistaken, is not the food that one consumes at Madame's table an example of the finest French cookery?" "Well, it is not positively bad," replied Madame Verdurin, sweetening. "And if you come next Wednesday, it will be better. But I'm leaving on Monday for Algiers, and from there I'm going to the Cape, and when I am at the Cape of Good Hope, I shall no longer be able to meet my illustrious colleague. I shall no longer be able to meet my brother." And he set to work obediently, after offering these retrospective apologies, to devour his food at a headlong pace. But Brichot was only too delighted to be able to furnish other vegetable etymologies, and replied, so greatly interesting the Norwegian, that he again stopped eating, but with a sign to the servants that they might remove his plate and help him to the next course. "One of the 40, said Brichot, is named Usaï, or a place planted with hollies. In the name of a brilliant diplomat, D'Ormesson, you will find the elm, the ulmus, beloved of Virgil, which has given its name to the town of Ulm. In the names of his colleagues, Monsieur de la Boulaye, the birch, bouleau, Monsieur Donnet, the alder, aulne, Monsieur de Boussière, the box, buis, Monsieur Albaret, the sapwood, aubier." I made a mental note that I must tell this to Celeste. "Monsieur de Cholet, the cabbage, chou, and the apple tree, pommier, in the name of Monsieur de la Pommeraye, whose lectures we used to attend, do you remember, Seignette, in the days when the worthy Porel had been sent to the farthest ends of the earth as proconsul in Odionia?" "You said that Cholet was derived from chou," I remarked to Brichot. "Am I to suppose that the name of a station I passed before reaching Doncières, Saint-Frichou, comes from chou also?" "No, Saint-Frichou is Sanctus Fructuosus, as Sanctus Ferreolus gave rise to Saint-Fargeau, but that is not Norman in the least." "He knows too much. He is boring us," the princess muttered softly. "There are so many other names that interest me, but I can't ask you everything at once." And, turning to Cottard, "Is Madame Putbus here?" I asked him. On hearing Brichot utter the name of Seignette, Monsieur Verdurins cast at his wife and at Cottard an ironical glance which confounded their timid guest. "No, thank heaven," replied Madame Verdurins, who had overheard my question. "I have managed to turn her thoughts in the direction of Venice. We are rid of her for this year." "I shall myself be entitled presently to 2 trees, said Monsieur de Charlus, "for I have more or less taken a little house between Saint-Martin-du-Chêne and Saint-Pierre-des-Ifs. But that is quite close to here. I hope that you will come over often with Charlie Morel. You have only to come to an arrangement with our little group about the trains. You're only a step from Doncières," said Madame Verdurins, who hated people's not coming by the same train and not arriving at the hours when she sent carriages to meet them. She knew how stiff the climb was to La Raspalière, even if you took the zigzag path behind Féterne, which was half an hour longer. She was afraid that those of her guests who kept to themselves might not find carriages to take them, or even, having in reality stayed away, might plead the excuse that they had not found a carriage at Deauville-Féterne, and had not felt strong enough to make so stiff a climb on foot. To this invitation Monsieur de Charlus responded with a silent bow. "He's not the sort of person you can talk to any day of the week. He seems a tough customer," the doctor whispered to Ski, for, having remained quite simple, notwithstanding a surface dressing of pride, he made no attempt to conceal the fact that Charlus had snubbed him. "He is doubtless unaware that at all the watering places, and even in Paris in the wards, the physicians, who naturally regard me as their chief, make it a point of honour to introduce me to all the noblemen present, not that they need to be asked twice. It makes my stay at the spas quite enjoyable," he added carelessly. "Indeed, at Doncières, the medical officer of the regiment, who is the doctor who attends the colonel, invited me to luncheon to meet him, saying that I was fully entitled to dine with the general, and that general is a Monsieur de something. I don't know whether his title deeds are more or less ancient than those of this baron." Don't you worry about him. He is a very humble coronet, replied Ski in an undertone, and added some vague statement, including a word of which I caught only the last syllable, ast, being engaged in listening to what Brichot was saying to M. de Charlus. No, as for that, I'm sorry to say you have probably one tree only, for if Saint-Martin-du-Chêne is obviously Sanctus Martinus juxta quercum, on the other hand, the word if may be simply the root ave or eve, which means moist, as in Aveyron, Loudève, Yvette, which you see survive in our kitchen sinks, évier. It is the word o, which, in Breton, is represented by ster, ster-maria, sterlaire, sterbuest, ster-en-drechon. I heard no more, for whatever pleasure I might feel on hearing again the name Ster-Maria, I could not help listening to Cottard, next to whom I was seated, as he murmured to Ski, "Indeed, I was not aware of it. So he's a gentleman who has learned to look behind. He's one of the happy band, is he? He hasn't got rings of fat round his eyes all the same. I shall have to keep my feet well under me, or he may start squeezing them. But I'm not at all surprised. I'm used to seeing noblemen in the bath, in their birthday suits. They are all more or less degenerates. I don't talk to them, because after all I'm in an official position, and it might do me harm, but they know quite well who I am." Sagnette, whom Brichot's appeal had frightened, was beginning to breathe again, like a man who is afraid of the storm when he finds that the lightning has not been followed by any sound of thunder, when he heard Monsieur Verdurin interrogate him, fastening upon him a stare which did not spare the wretch until he had finished speaking, so as to put him at once out of countenance and prevent him from recovering his composure. "But you never told us that you went to those matinees at the Odéon, Sagnette." Trembling like a recruit before a bullying sergeant, Sagnette replied, making his speech as diminutive as possible, so that it might have a better chance of escaping the blow. "Only once to the chercheuse." "What's that he says?" shouted Monsieur Verdurin, with an air of disgust and fury combined, knitting his brows as though it was all he could do to grasp something unintelligible. "It is impossible to understand what you say. What have you got in your mouth?" inquired Monsieur Verdurin, growing more and more furious, and alluding to Sagnette's defective speech. "Poor Sagnette, I won't have him made unhappy," said Madame Verdurin, in a tone of false pity, so as to leave no one in doubt as to her husband's insolent intention. "I was at the try to speak distinctly," said Monsieur Verdurin. "I can't understand a word you say." Almost without exception, the faithful burst out laughing, and they suggested a band of cannibals in whom the sight of a wound on a white man's skin has aroused the thirst for blood. For the instinct of imitation and absence of courage govern society and the mob alike, and we all of us laugh at a person whom we see being made fun of, which does not prevent us from venerating him 10 years later in a circle where he is admired. It is in like manner that the populace banishes or acclaims its kings. "Come now, it is not his fault," said Madame Verdurin. "It is not mine either. People ought not to dine out if they can't speak properly. I was at the Chercheuse d'Esprit by Favart." "What? It's the Chercheuse d'Esprit? Is that what you call the Chercheuse? Why, that's marvellous. I might have tried for 100 years without guessing it," cried Monsieur Verdurin, who, all the same, would have decided immediately that you were not literary, were not artistic, were not one of us, if he had heard you quote the full title of certain works. For instance, one was expected to say the malade, the bourgeois, and whoso would have added imaginaire or gentilhomme would have shown that he did not understand shop, just as in a drawing-room a person proves that he is not in society by saying Monsieur de Montesquieu Fezensac instead of Monsieur de Montesquieu. "But it is not so extraordinary," said Sagnette, breathless with emotion, but smiling, albeit he was in no smiling mood. Madame Verdurin could not contain herself. "Yes, indeed," she cried with a titter. "You may be quite sure that nobody would ever have guessed that you meant the chercheuse d'esprit." Monsieur Verdurin went on in a gentler tone, addressing both Sagnette and Brichot. "It is quite a pretty piece, all the same, the chercheuse d'esprit." Uttered in a serious tone, this simple phrase, in which one could detect no trace of malice, did Sagnette as much good, and aroused in him as much gratitude as a deliberate compliment. He was unable to utter a single word, and preserved a happy silence. Brichot was more loquacious. "It is true," he replied to Monsieur Verdurin, "and if it could be passed off as the work of some Sarmatian or Scandinavian author, we might put forward the chercheuse d'esprit as a candidate for the vacant post of masterpiece. But be it said without any disrespect to the shade of the gentle Favart, he had not the Ibsenian temperament." Immediately he blushed to the roots of his hair, remembering the Norwegian philosopher who appeared troubled because he was seeking in vain to discover what vegetable the buis might be that Brichot had cited a little earlier in connection with the name Poussière. However, now that Porel's satrapy is filled by a functionary who is a Tolstoyist of rigorous observance, it may come to pass that we shall witness Anna Karenina or resurrection beneath the Odeonian architrave. "I know the portrait of Favart to which you allude," said M. de Charlus. "I have seen a very fine print of it at Comtesse Molay's." The name of Comtesse Molay made a great impression upon Madame Verdurin. "Oh, so you go to Madame de Molay's," she exclaimed. She supposed that people said Comtesse Molay, Madame Molay, simply as an abbreviation, as she had heard people say the Jorin, or in contempt, as she herself said, Madame la Trémouille. She had no doubt that Comtesse Molay, who knew the Queen of Greece and the Principessa di Caprarola, had as much right as anybody to the particle, and for once in a way had decided to bestow it upon so brilliant a personage, and one who had been extremely civil to herself. And so, to make it clear that she had spoken thus on purpose, and did not begrudge the Comtesse her de, she went on, "But I had no idea that you knew Madame de Molay," as though it had been doubly extraordinary, both that M. de Charlus should know the lady, and that Madame Verdurin should not know that he knew her. Now, society, or at least the people to whom M. de Charlus gave that name, forms a relatively homogeneous and compact whole, and so it is comprehensible that, in the incongruous vastness of the middle classes, a barrister may say to somebody who knows one of his school friends, "But how in the world do you come to know him?" Whereas to be surprised at a Frenchman's knowing the meaning of the word temple or forest would be hardly more extraordinary than to wonder at the hazards that might have brought together M. de Charlus and the Comtesse Molay. What is more, even if such an acquaintance had not been derived quite naturally from the laws that govern society, how could there be anything strange in the fact of Madame Verdurin's not knowing it, since she was meeting M. de Charlus for the first time, and his relations with Madame Molay were far from being the only thing that she did not know with regard to him, about whom, to tell the truth, she knew nothing. Who was it that played this chercheuse d'esprit, my good Sagnette? Asked Monsieur Verdurin. Albeit he felt that the storm had passed, the old antiquarian hesitated before answering. There you go, said Madame Verdurin. You frighten him, you make fun of everything that he says, and then you expect him to answer. Come along, tell us who played the part, and you shall have some galantine to take home, said Madame Verdurin, making a cruel allusion to the penury into which Sagnette had plunged himself by trying to rescue the family of a friend. I can remember only that it was Madame Saint-Marie who played the Zerbine, said Sagnette. The Zerbine! What in the world is that? Monsieur Verdurin shouted as though the house was on fire. It is one of the parts in the old repertory, like Captain Fracasse, as who should say, the fire-eater, the pedant. Ah, the pedant, that's yourself. The Zerbine! No, really, the man's mad, exclaimed Monsieur Verdurin. Madame Verdurin looked at her guests and laughed as though to apologize for Sagnette. The Zerbine! He imagines that everybody will know at once what it means. You are like Monsieur de Longuepierre, the stupidest man I know, who said to us quite calmly the other day, the Banna. Nobody had any idea what he meant. Finally we were informed that it was a province in Serbia. To put an end to Sagnette's torture, which hurt me more than it hurt him, I asked Brichot if he knew what the word Baalbec meant. Baalbec is probably a corruption of Daalbec, he told me. One would have to consult the charters of the kings of England, overlords of Normandy, for Baalbec was held of the barony of Dover, for which reason it was often styled Baalbec d'Outremer, Baalbec en terre. But the barony of Dover was itself held of the bishopric of Bayeux, and, notwithstanding the rights that were temporarily enjoyed in the abbey by the Templars, from the time of Louis d'Harcourt, Patriarch of Jerusalem and Bishop of Bayeux, it was the bishops of that diocese who collated to the benefice of Baalbec. So it was explained to me by the incumbent of Douville, a bald person, eloquent, fantastic, and a devotee of the table, who lives by the rule of Brillat-Savarin, and who expounded to me in slightly sibylline language a loose pedagogy, while he fed me upon some admirable fried potatoes. While Brichot smiled to show how witty it was to combine matters so dissimilar, and to employ an ironically lofty diction in treating of commonplace things, Sagnette was trying to find a loophole for some clever remark which would raise him from the abyss into which he had fallen. The witty remark was what was known as a comparison, but it had changed its form, for there is an evolution in wit, as in literary styles. An epidemic that disappears has its place taken by another, and so forth. At one time the typical comparison was the height of, but this was out of date. No one used it any more. There was only Cottard left to say still, on occasion, in the middle of a game of piquet, do you know what is the height of absent-mindedness? It is to think that the edict, lady, of Nantes was an Englishwoman. These heights had been replaced by nicknames. In reality, it was still the old comparison, but as the nickname was in fashion, people did not observe the survival. Unfortunately for Sagnette, when these comparisons were not his own, and as a rule were unknown to the little nucleus, he produced them so timidly that, notwithstanding the laugh with which he followed them up to indicate their humorous nature, nobody saw the point. If, on the other hand, the joke was his own, as he had generally hit upon it in conversation with one of the faithful, the latter had repeated it, appropriating the authorship. The joke was in that case known, but not as being sagnettes, and so when he slipped in one of these, it was recognized, but because he was its author, he was accused of plagiarism. Very well then, Brichot continued. Bec in Norman is a stream. There is the Abbey of Bec, Maubec, the stream from the marsh. Moor or mer meant a marsh, as in Morville or in Bricmar, Alvimar, Cambrémé. Bricbec, the stream from the high ground coming from Brigga, a fortified place, as in Briqueville, Bricboz, Le Brick, Brion, or indeed Brice, bridge, which is the same as Brück in German, Innsbruck, and as the English bridge, which ends so many place names, Cambridge, for instance. You have, moreover, in Normandy many other instances of bec, Côte de Bec, Bolbec, Le Robec, Le Bec est loin, Becquerel. It is the Norman form of the German Bach, Offenbach, Ansbach. Varagbec, from the old word Varenne, equivalent to warren, preserved woods or ponds. As for dal, Brichot went on, it is a form of tal, a valley, Darnetal, Rosendal, and indeed, close to Louviers, Becdal. The river that has given its name to Baalbec is, by the way, charming. Seen from a falaise, fells in German, you have indeed, not far from here, standing on a height, the picturesque town of Falaise. It runs close under the spires of the church, which is actually a long way from it, and seems to be reflecting them. I should think, said I, that is an effect that Elstir admires greatly. I've seen several sketches of it in his studio. Elstir, you know Tiche, replied Madame Verdurin. But do you know we used to be the dearest friends? Thank heaven I never see him now. No, but ask Godard or Brichot. He used to have his place laid at my table. He came every day. Now there's a man of whom you can say that it has done him no good to leave our little nucleus. I shall show you presently some flowers he painted for me. You shall see the difference from the things he is doing now, which I don't care for at all, not at all. Why, I made him do me a portrait of Godard, not to mention all the sketches he has made of me. And he gave the professor purple hair, said Madame Godard, forgetting that, at the time, her husband had not even been a fellow of the college. I don't know, sir, whether you find that my husband has purple hair. That doesn't matter, said Madame Verdurin, raising her chin with an air of contempt for Madame Cotard, and of admiration for the man of whom she was speaking. He was a brave colourist, a fine painter, whereas, she added, turning again to myself, I don't know whether you call it painting, all those huge she-devils of composition, those vast structures he exhibits now that he has given up coming to me. For my part, I call it daubing. It's all so hackneyed, and besides, it lacks relief, personality. It's anybody's work. He revives the grace of the 18th century, but in a modern form, Sagnette broke out, fortified and reassured by my affability. But I prefer Elieu. He is not in the least like Elieu, said Madame Verdurin. Yes, he has the fever of the 18th century. He's a steam Watteau. And he began to laugh. Old, old as the hills. I've heard that served up to me for years, said Monsieur Verdurin, to whom, indeed, Ski had once repeated the remark, but as his own invention. It's unfortunate that when once in a way you say something quite amusing and make it intelligible, it's not your own. I'm sorry about it, Madame Verdurin went on, because he really was gifted. He has wasted a charming temperament for painting. Ah, if he had stayed with us, why, he would have become the greatest landscape painter of our day. And it is a woman that has dragged him down so low. Not that that surprises me, for he was a pleasant enough man, but common. At bottom, he was a mediocrity. I may tell you that I felt it at once. Really, he never interested me. I was very fond of him, that's all. For one thing, he was so dirty. Tell me, do you now really like people who never wash?" "What is this charmingly coloured thing that we are eating?" asked Ski. "It is called strawberry mousse," said Madame Verdurin. "But it is exquisite. You ought to open bottles of Chateau Margaux, Chateau Lafitte, port wine." "I can't tell you how he amuses me. He never drinks anything but water," said Madame Verdurin, seeking to cloak with her delight at such flight of fancy her alarm at the thought of so prodigal an outlay. "But not to drink," Ski went on. "You shall fill all our glasses. They will bring in marvellous peaches, huge nectarines, there against the sunset. It will be as gorgeous as a fine Veronese." "It would cost almost as much," Monsieur Verdurin murmured. "But take away those cheeses with their hideous colour," said Ski, trying to snatch the plate from before his host, who defended his Gruyère with his might and main. "You can realize that I don't regret Elstir," Madame Verdurin said to me. "That one is far more gifted. Elstir is simply hard work, the man who can't make himself give up painting when he would like to. He is the good student, the slavish competitor. Ski, now, only follows his own fancy. You'll see him light a cigarette in the middle of dinner." "After all, I can't see why you wouldn't invite his wife," said Cottard. "He would be with us still." "Will you mind what you're saying, please? I don't open my doors to street walkers, Monsieur le Professeur," said Madame Verdurin, who had, on the contrary, done everything in her power to make Elstir return, even with his wife. But before they were married, she had tried to make them quarrel, had told Elstir that the woman he loved was stupid, dirty, immoral, a thief. For once in a way she had failed to effect a breach. It was with the Verdurin salon that Elstir had broken, and he was glad of it, as converts bless the illness or misfortune that has withdrawn them from the world and made them learn the way of salvation. "He really is magnificent, the Professor," she said. "Why not declare outright that I keep a disorderly house? Anyone would think you didn't know what Madame Elstir was like. I would sooner have the lowest street walker at my table." "Oh, no, I don't stand for that sort of thing. Besides, I may tell you that it would have been stupid of me to overlook the wife when the husband no longer interests me. He's out of date, he can't even draw." "That is extraordinary in a man of his intelligence," said Cottard. "Oh, no," replied Madame Verdurin, "even at the time when he had talent, for he had it, the wretch, and to spare. What was tiresome about him was that he had not a spark of intelligence." Madame Verdurin, in passing this judgment upon Elstir, had not waited for their quarrel, or until she had ceased to care for his painting. The fact was that even at the time when he formed part of the little throng, it would happen that Elstir spent the whole day in the company of some woman whom, rightly or wrongly, Madame Verdurin considered a goose, which, in her opinion, was not the conduct of an intelligent man. "No," she observed, with an air of finality, "I consider that his wife and he are made for one another. Heaven knows there isn't a more boring creature on the face of the earth, and I should go mad if I had to spend a couple of hours with her. But people say that he finds her very intelligent. There's no use denying it. Our Tish was extremely stupid. I have seen him bowled over by people you can't conceive, worthy idiots we should never have allowed into our little clan. Well, he wrote to them, he argued with them, he, Elstir. That doesn't prevent his having charming qualities. Oh, charming and deliciously absurd, naturally." For Madame Verdurin was convinced that men who are truly remarkable are capable of all sorts of follies. A false idea in which there is, nevertheless, a grain of truth. Certainly, people's follies are insupportable, but a want of balance, which we discover only in the course of time, is the consequence of the entering into a human brain of delicacies for which it is not regularly adapted. So that the oddities of charming people exasperate us, but there are few, if any, charming people who are not, at the same time, odd. "Look, I shall be able to show you his flowers now," she said to me, seeing that her husband was making signals to her to rise. And she took Madame de Cambremer's arm again. Monsieur Verdurins tried to apologize for this to Monsieur de Charlus as soon as he had got rid of Madame de Cambremer, and to give him his reasons, chiefly for the pleasure of discussing these social refinements with a gentleman of title, momentarily the inferior of those who assigned to him the place to which they considered him entitled. But first of all, he was anxious to make it clear to Monsieur de Charlus that intellectually he esteemed him too highly to suppose that he could pay any attention to these trivialities. "Excuse me mentioning so small a point," he began, "for I can understand how little such things mean to you. Middle-class minds pay attention to them, but the others, the artists, the people who are really of our sort, don't give a rap for them. Now, from the first words we exchanged, I realized that you were one of us." Monsieur de Charlus, who gave a widely different meaning to this expression, drew himself erect. After the doctor's oglings, he found his host's insulting frankness suffocating. "Don't protest, my dear sir. You are one of us. It is plain as daylight," replied Monsieur Verdurins. "Observe that I have no idea whether you practice any of the arts, but that is not necessary. It is not always sufficient. Deschamps, who has just died, played exquisitely, with the most vigorous execution, but he was not one of us. You felt at once that he was not one of us. Brichot is not one of us. Morel is. My wife is. I can feel that you are." "What were you going to tell me?" interrupted Monsieur de Charlus, who was beginning to feel reassured as to Monsieur Verdurins's meaning, but preferred that he should not utter these misleading remarks quite so loud. "Only that we put you on the left," replied Monsieur Verdurins. Monsieur de Charlus, with a comprehending, genial, insolent smile, replied, "Why, that is not of the slightest importance here." And he gave a little laugh that was all his own, a laugh that came to him probably from some Bavarian or Lorraine grandmother, who herself had inherited it in identical form from an ancestress, so that it had been sounding now without change for not a few centuries in little old-fashioned European courts, and one could relish its precious quality like that of certain old musical instruments that have now grown rare. There are times when, to paint a complete portrait of someone, we should have to add a phonetic imitation to our verbal description, and our portrait of the figure that Monsieur de Charlus presented is liable to remain incomplete in the absence of that little laugh, so delicate, so light, just as certain compositions are never accurately rendered because our orchestras lack those small trumpets with a sound so entirely their own, for which the composer wrote this or that part. "But," Monsieur Verdurins explained, stung by his laugh, "we did it on purpose. I attach no importance whatever to the title of nobility," he went on, with that contemptuous smile which I have seen so many people whom I have known, unlike my grandmother and my mother, assume when they spoke of anything that they did not possess, before others who thus, they supposed, would be prevented from using that particular advantage to crow over them. "But, don't you see, since we happened to have Monsieur de Cambremer here, and he is a marquis, while you are only a baron—" "Pardon me," Monsieur de Charlus replied with an arrogant air to the astonished Verdurins. "I'm also Duc de Brabant, Damoiseau de Montargis, Prince d'Oléron, de Carency, de Villareggio, and de Dunes. However, it is not of the slightest importance. Please do not distress yourself," he concluded, resuming his subtle smile, which spread itself over these final words. "I could see at a glance that you are not accustomed to society." Madame Verdurin came across to me to show me Elstir's flowers. If this action, to which I had grown so indifferent, of going out to dinner, had, on the contrary, taken the form that made it entirely novel, of a journey along the coast, followed by an ascent in a carriage to a point 600 feet above the sea, produced in me a sort of intoxication, this feeling had not been dispelled at La Raspalière. "Just look at this now," said the mistress, showing me some huge and splendid roses by Elstir, whose unctuous scarlet and rich white stood out, however, with almost too creamy a relief from the flower stand upon which they were arranged. "Do you suppose he would still have the touch to get that? Don't you call that striking? And besides, it's fine as matter. It would be amusing to handle. I can't tell you how amusing it was to watch him painting them. One could feel that he was interested in trying to get just that effect." And the mistress's gaze rested musingly on this present from the artist, in which were combined not merely his great talent, but their long friendship, which survived only in these mementos of it which he had bequeathed to her. Behind the flowers, which long ago he had picked for her, she seemed to see the shapely hand that had painted them, in the course of the morning, in their freshness, so that they on the table, it leaning against the back of a chair, had been able to meet face to face at the mistress's lunch party, the roses still alive, and their almost lifelike portrait. Almost only, for Elstir was unable to look at a flower without first transplanting it into that inner garden in which we are obliged always to remain. He had shown in this watercolour the appearance of the roses which he had seen, and which, but for him, no one would ever have known, so that one might say that they were a new variety with which this painter, like a skilful gardener, had enriched the family of roses. From the day he left the little nucleus, he was finished. "It seems my dinners made him waste his time, that I hindered the development of his genius," she said in a tone of irony, "as if the society of a woman like myself could fail to be beneficial to an artist," she exclaimed with a burst of pride. Close beside us, Monsieur de Cambremer, who was already seated, seeing that Monsieur de Charlus was standing, made as though to rise and offer him his chair. This offer may have arisen, in the Marquis's eyes, from nothing more than a vague wish to be polite. Monsieur de Charlus preferred to attach to it the sense of a duty which the plain gentleman knew that he owed to a prince, and felt that he could not establish his right to this precedence better than by declining it. And so he exclaimed, "What are you doing? I beg of you, the idea." The astutely vehement tone of this protest had in itself something typically Guermantes, which became even more evident in the imperative, superfluous, and familiar gesture with which he brought both his hands down, as though to force him to remain seated, upon the shoulders of Monsieur de Cambremer, who had not risen. "Come, come, my dear fellow," the Baron insisted. "This is too much. There is no reason for it. In these days we keep that for princes of the blood." I made no more effect on the Cambremer than on Madame Verdurin by my enthusiasm for their house. for I remained cold to the beauties which they pointed out to me, and grew excited over confused reminiscences. At times I even confessed my disappointment at not finding something correspond to what its name had made me imagine. I enraged Madame de Cambremer by telling her that I had supposed the place to be more in the country. On the other hand, I broke off in an ecstasy to sniff the fragrance of a breeze that crept in through the chink of the door. "I see you like draughts," they said to me. My praise of the patch of green lining cloth that had been pasted over a broken pane met with no greater success. "How frightful!" cried the Marquise. The climax came when I said, "My greatest joy was when I arrived. When I heard my step echoing along the gallery, I felt that I had come into some village council office with the map of the district on the wall." This time Madame de Cambremer resolutely turned her back on me. "You don't think the arrangement too bad?" her husband asked her with the same compassionate anxiety with which he would have inquired how his wife had stood some painful ceremony. "They have fine things, but inasmuch as malice, when the hard and fast rules of sure taste do not confine it within fixed limits, finds fault with everything in the persons or in the houses of the people who have supplanted the critic." "Yes, but they are not in the right places. Besides, are they really as fine as all that?" "You noticed," said Monsieur de Cambremer, with a melancholy that was controlled by a note of firmness, "that there are some jouy hangings that are worn away, some quite threadbare things in this drawing-room. And that piece of stuff with its huge roses, like a peasant woman's quilt," said Madame de Cambremer, whose purely artificial culture was confined exclusively to idealist philosophy, impressionist painting, and Debussy's music. And so as not to criticize merely in the name of smartness, but in that of good taste, "and they've put up windscreens! Such bad style! What can you expect of such people? They don't know. Where could they have learned? They must be retired tradespeople. It's really not bad for them." "I thought the chandeliers were good," said the Marquis, although it was not evident why he should make an exception of the chandeliers, just as, inevitably, whenever anyone spoke of a church, whether it was the Cathedral of Chartres, or of Reims, or of Amiens, or the church at Baalbec, what he would always make a point of mentioning as admirable would be the organ loft, the pulpit, and the misericords. "As for the garden, don't speak about it," said Madame de Cambremer. "It's a massacre. Those paths running all crooked." I seized the opportunity, while Madame Verdurins was pouring out coffee, to go and glance over the letter which Monsieur de Cambremer had brought me, and in which his mother invited me to dinner. With that faint trace of ink, the handwriting revealed an individuality which in the future I should be able to recognize among 1,000, without any more need to have recourse to the hypothesis of special pens than to suppose that rare and mysteriously blended colours are necessary to enable a painter to express his original vision. Indeed, a paralytic, stricken with agraphia after a seizure, and compelled to look at the script as at a drawing without being able to read it, would have gathered that Madame de Cambremer belonged to an old family in which the zealous cultivation of literature and the arts had supplied a margin to its aristocratic traditions. He would have guessed also the period in which the Marquise had learned simultaneously to write and to play Chopin's music. It was the time when well-bred people observed the rule of affability and what was called the rule of the 3 adjectives. Madame de Cambremer combined the 2 rules in one. A laudatory adjective was not enough for her. She followed it, after a little stroke of the pen, with the second, then after another stroke, with a third. But what was peculiar to herself was that, in defiance of the literary and social object at which she aimed, the sequence of the three epithets assumed in Madame de Combramet's notes the aspect not of a progression, but of a diminuendo. Madame Combramet told me in this first letter that she had seen Saint-Loup and had appreciated more than ever his unique, rare, real qualities, that he was coming to them again with one of his friends, the one who was in love with her daughter-in-law, and that if I cared to come, with or without them, to dine at Féterne, she would be delighted, happy, pleased. Perhaps it was because her desire to be friendly outran the fertility of her imagination and the riches of her vocabulary that the lady, while determined to utter these three exclamations, was incapable of making the second and third anything more than feeble echoes of the first. Add but a fourth adjective, and of her initial friendliness there would be nothing left. Moreover, with a certain refined simplicity which cannot have failed to produce a considerable impression upon her family, and indeed in her circle of acquaintance, Madame de Combramet had acquired the habit of substituting for the word, which might in time begin to ring false, sincere, the word true. And to show that it was indeed by sincerity that she was impelled, she broke the conventional rule that would have placed the adjective true before its noun, and planted it boldly after. Her letters ended with Croyez à mon amitié vraie. Croyez à ma sympathie vraie. Unfortunately, this had become so stereotyped a formula that the affectation of frankness was more suggestive of a formula than the time-honoured formulas of the meaning of which people have ceased to think. I was, however, hindered from reading her letter by the confused sound of conversation over which rang out the louder accents of M. de Charlus, who, still on the same topic, was saying to M. de Combramet, "You reminded me, when you offered me your chair, of a gentleman from whom I received a letter this morning, addressed to His Highness the Baron de Charlus, and beginning Monseigneur." "To be sure, your correspondent was slightly exaggerating," replied M. de Combramet, giving way to a discreet show of mirth. M. de Charlus had provoked this. He did not partake in it. "Well, if it comes to that, my dear fellow," he said, "I may observe that, heraldically speaking, he was entirely in the right. I am not regarding it as a personal matter, you understand. I should say the same of anyone else. But one has to face the facts. History is history. We can't alter it, and it is not in our power to rewrite it. I need not cite the case of Emperor William, who at Kiel never ceased to address me as Monseigneur. I have heard it said that he gave the same title to all the Dukes of France, which was an abuse of the privilege, but was perhaps simply a delicate attention aimed over our heads at France herself." "More delicate, perhaps, than sincere," said M. de Combramet. "Ah, there I may differ from you. Observe that, personally, a gentleman of the lowest rank, such as that Hohenzollern, a Protestant to boot, and one who has usurped the throne of my cousin, the King of Hanover, can be no favourite of mine," added M. de Charlus, with whom the annexation of Hanover seemed to rankle more than that of Alsace-Lorraine. "But I believe the feeling that turns the Emperor in our direction to be profoundly sincere. Fools will tell you that he is a stage emperor. He is, on the contrary, marvellously intelligent. It is true that he knows nothing about painting, and has forced Herr Tschudi to withdraw the Elsters from the public galleries. But Louis XIV did not appreciate the Dutch masters. He had the same fondness for display, and yet he was, when all is said, a great monarch. Besides, William II has armed his country from the military and naval point of view in a way that Louis XIV failed to do, and I hope that his reign will never know the reverses that darkened the closing days of him who is fatuously styled the Roi Soleil. The Republic made a great mistake, to my mind, in rejecting the overtures of the Hohenzollern, or responding to them only in driblets. He is very well aware of it himself, and says, with that gift that he has for the right expression, "What I want is a clasped hand, not a raised hat." As a man, he is vile. He has abandoned, surrendered, denied his best friends, in circumstances in which his silence was as deplorable as theirs was grand, continued M. de Charlus, who was irresistibly drawn by his own tendencies to the Eulenberg affair, and remembered what one of the most highly placed of the culprits had said to him. The Emperor must have relied upon our delicacy to have dared to allow such a trial. But he was not mistaken in trusting to our discretion. We would have gone to the scaffold with our lips sealed. All that, however, has nothing to do with what I was trying to explain, which is that in Germany, mediatized princes like ourselves are durchlaucht, and in France our rank of highness was publicly recognized. Saint-Simon tries to make out that this was an abuse on our part, in which he is entirely mistaken. The reason that he gives, namely that Louis XIV forbade us to style him the most Christian king, and ordered us to call him simply the king, proves merely that we held our title from him, and not that we had not the rank of prince. Otherwise it would have to be withheld from the Duc de Lorraine and ever so many others. Besides, several of our titles come from the house of Lorraine, through Thérèse d'Espinay, my great-grandmother, who was the daughter of the Damoiseau de Commercy. Observing that Morel was listening, M. de Charlus proceeded to develop the reasons for his claim. I have pointed out to my brother that it is not in the third part of Gotha, but in the second, not to say the first, that the account of our family ought to be included, he said, without stopping to think that Morel did not know what Gotha was. But that is his affair. He is the head of my house, and so long as he raises no objection and allows the matter to pass, I have only to shut my eyes. End of section 21. Section 22 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Monsieur de Charlus dines with the Verdurins. 6. Monsieur Brichot interests me greatly, I said to Madame Verdurin as she joined me, and I slipped Madame de Cambremer's letter into my pocket. He has a cultured mind, and is an excellent man, she replied coldly. Of course, what he lacks is originality and taste. He has a terrible memory. They used to say of the forebears of the people we have here this evening, the émigrés, that they had forgotten nothing, but they had at least the excuse, she said, borrowing one of Swann's epigrams, that they had learned nothing, whereas Brichot knows everything and hurls chunks of dictionary at our heads during dinner. I'm sure you know everything now about the names of all the towns and villages. While Madame Verdurin was speaking, it occurred to me that I had determined to ask her something, but I could not remember what it was. I could not at this moment say what Madame Verdurin was wearing that evening. Perhaps even then I was no more able to say, for I have not an observant mind. But, feeling that her dress was not unambitious, I said to her something polite and even admiring. She was like almost all women who imagine that a compliment that is paid to them is a literal statement of the truth, and is a judgment impartially, irresistibly pronounced, as though it referred to a work of art that has no connection with a person. And so it was with an earnestness which made me blush for my own hypocrisy, that she replied with the proud and artless question habitual in the circumstances, "You like it?" "I know you're talking about Richaud. Chantepie, Freycinet. He spared you nothing. I had my eye on you, my little mistress. I saw you. It was all I could do not to laugh." "You are talking about Chantepie, I'm certain," said Monsieur Verdurins, as he came towards us. I had been alone, as I thought of my strip of green cloth and of a scent of wood, in failing to notice that, while he discussed etymologies, Brichot had been provoking derision. And inasmuch as the expressions which for me gave their value to things were of the sort which other people either do not feel or reject without thinking of them as unimportant, they were entirely useless to me, and had the additional drawback of making me appear stupid in the eyes of Madame Verdurins, who saw that I had swallowed Brichot, as before I had appeared stupid to Madame de Guermantes, because I enjoyed going to see Madame d'Arpajon. With Brichot, however, there was another reason. I was not of the little clan. And in every clan, whether it be social, political, literary, one contracts a perverse facility in discovering in a conversation, in an official speech, in a story, in a sonnet, everything that the honest reader would never have dreamed of finding there. How many times have I found myself, after reading with a certain emotion a tale skilfully told by a learned and slightly old-fashioned academician, on the point of saying to Bloch or to Madame de Guermantes, "How charming this is!" when, before I had opened my mouth, they exclaimed, each in a different language, "If you want to be really amused, read a tale by so-and-so. Human stupidity has never sunk to greater depths." Bloch's scorn was aroused principally by the discovery that certain effects of style, pleasant enough in themselves, were slightly faded. That of Madame de Guermantes, because the tale seemed to prove the direct opposite of what the author meant, for reasons of fact which she had the ingenuity to deduce, but which would never have occurred to me. I was no less surprised to discover the irony that underlay the Verdurins' apparent friendliness for Brichot, than to hear, some days later at Féterne, the Cambrémais say to me, on hearing my enthusiastic praise of La Raspallière, "It's impossible that you can be sincere, after all they've done to it." It is true that they admitted that the china was good. Like the shocking windscreens, it had escaped my notice. "Anyhow, when you go back to Baalbec, you will know what Baalbec means," said Monsieur Verdurins ironically. It was precisely the things Brichot had told me that interested me. As for what they called his mind, it was exactly the same mind that had at one time been so highly appreciated by the little clan. He talked with the same irritating fluency, but his words no longer carried, having to overcome a hostile silence or disagreeable echoes. What had altered was not the things that he said, but the acoustics of the room and the attitude of his audience. "Take care," Madame Verdurins murmured, pointing to Brichot. The latter, whose hearing remained keener than his vision, darted at the mistress the hastily withdrawn gaze of a short-sighted philosopher. If his bodily eyes were less good, his mind's eye, on the contrary, had begun to take a larger view of things. He saw how little was to be expected of human affection, and resigned himself to it. Undoubtedly, the discovery pained him. It may happen that even the man who, on one evening only, in a circle where he is usually greeted with joy, realizes that the others have found him too frivolous, or too pedantic, or too loud, or too forward, or whatever it may be, returns home miserable. Often it is a difference of opinion or of system that has made him appear to other people absurd or old-fashioned. Often he is perfectly well aware that those others are inferior to himself. He could easily dissect the sophistries with which he has been tacitly condemned. He is tempted to pay a call, to write a letter. On second thoughts, he does nothing, awaits the invitation for the following week. Sometimes, too, these discomfitures, instead of ending with the evening, last for months. Arising from the instability of social judgments, they increase that instability further. For the man who knows that Madame X despises him, feeling that he is respected at Madame Y's, pronounce her far superior to the other, and emigrates to her house. This, however, is not the proper place to describe those men superior to the life of society, but lacking the capacity to realize their own worth outside it. Glad to be invited, embittered by being disparaged, discovering annually the faults of their hostess to whom they have been offering incense, and the genius of her whom they have never properly appreciated, ready to return to the old love when they shall have felt the drawbacks to be found equally in the new, and when they have begun to forget those of the old. We may judge by these temporary discomfitures the grief that Bréchot felt at one which he knew to be final. He was not unaware that Madame Verdurins sometimes laughed at him publicly, even at his infirmities, and, knowing how little was to be expected of human affection, submitting himself to the facts, he continued nevertheless to regard the mistress as his best friend. But, from the blush that had swept over the scholar's face, Madame Verdurins saw that he had heard her, and made up her mind to be kind to him for the rest of the evening. I could not help remarking to her that she had not been very kind to Seignette. "What? Not kind to him? Why, he adores us. You can't imagine what we are to him. My husband is sometimes a little irritated by his stupidity, and you must admit that he has every reason. But when that happens, why doesn't he rise in revolt, instead of cringing like a whipped dog? It is not honest. I don't like it. That doesn't mean that I don't always try to calm my husband, because if he went too far, all that would happen would be that Seignette would stay away, and I don't want that, because I may tell you that he hasn't a penny in the world. He needs his dinners. But after all, if he does mind, he can stay away. It has nothing to do with me. When a person depends on other people, he should try not to be such an idiot. The Duchy of Aumale was in our family for years before passing to the House of France, M. de Charlus was explaining to M. de Cambremer before a speechless Morel, for whom, as a matter of fact, the whole of his dissertation was, if not actually addressed to him, intended. We took precedence over all foreign princes. I could give you 100 examples. The Princesse de Croix, having attempted, at the burial of Monsieur, to fall on her knees after my great-great-grandmother, that lady reminded her sharply that she had not the privilege of the hassock, made an officer on duty remove it, and reported the matter to the king, who ordered Madame de Croix to call on Madame de Guermantes and offer her apologies. The Duc de Bourgogne, having come to us with ushers with raised wands, we obtained the king's authority to have them lowered. I know it is not good form to speak of the merits of one's own family, but it is well known that our people were always to the fore. Our battle cry, after we abandoned that of the Dukes of Brabant, was Passavant, so that it is fair enough, after all, that this right to be everywhere the first, which we had established for so many centuries in war, should afterwards have been confirmed to us at court. And, egad, it has always been admitted there. I may give you a further instance, that of the Princess of Baden, as she had so far forgotten herself as to attempt to challenge the precedents of that same Duchesse de Guermantes, of whom I was speaking just now, and had attempted to go in first to the king's presence, taking advantage of a momentary hesitation which my relative may perhaps have shown, although there could be no reason for it. The king called out, "Come in, cousin, come in. Madame de Baden knows very well what her duty is to you." And it was as Duchesse de Guermantes that she held this rank, albeit she was of no mean family herself, since she was, through her mother, niece to the Queen of Poland, the Queen of Hungary, the Elector Palatine, the Prince of Savoy-Carignano, and the Elector of Hanover, afterwards King of England. "Maecenas atavis edite regibus," said Brissot, addressing M. de Charlus, who acknowledged the compliment with a slight inclination of his head. "What did you say?" Madame Verdurin asked Brissot, anxious to make amends to him for her previous speech. "I was referring, heaven forgive me, to a dandy who was the pick of the basket." Madame Verdurin winced. "About the time of Augustus." Madame Verdurin, reassured by the remoteness in time of this basket, assumed a more serene expression. "Of a friend of Virgil and Horace, who carried their sycophancy to the extent of proclaiming to his face his more than aristocratic, his royal descent. In a word, I was referring to Maecenas, a bookworm who was the friend of Horace, Virgil, Augustus. I'm sure that M. de Charlus knows all about Maecenas." With a gracious sidelong glance at Madame Verdurin, because he had heard her make an appointment with Morel for the day after next, and was afraid that she might not invite him also. "I should say," said M. de Charlus, "that Maecenas was more or less the Verdurin of antiquity." Madame Verdurin could not altogether suppress a smile of satisfaction. She went over to Morel. "He's nice, your father's friend," she said to him. "One can see that he's an educated man, well bred. He will get on well in our little nucleus. What is his address in Paris?" Morel preserved a haughty silence, and merely proposed a game of cards. Madame Verdurin insisted upon a little violin music first. To the general astonishment, M. de Charlus, who never referred to his own considerable gifts, accompanied, in the purest style, the closing passage, uneasy, tormented, Schumannesque, but for all that earlier than Franck's sonata, of the sonata for piano and violin by Fauré. I felt that he would furnish Morel, marvellously endowed as to tone and virtuosity, with just those qualities that he lacked, culture and style. But I thought with curiosity of this combination in a single person of a physical blemish and a spiritual gift. M. de Charlus was not very different from his brother, the Duc de Guermantes. Indeed, a moment ago, though this was rare, he had spoken as bad French as his brother. He, having reproached me, doubtless in order that I might speak in glowing terms of Morel to Madame Verdurin, with never coming to see him, and I having pleaded discretion, he had replied, "But since it is I that asks you, there is no one but I who am in a position to take offence." This might have been said by the Duc de Guermantes. M. de Charlus was only a Guermantes, when all was said, but it had been enough that nature should upset the balance of his nervous system sufficiently to make him prefer to the woman that his brother the Duke would have chosen one of Virgil's shepherds or Plato's disciples, and at once qualities unknown to the Duc de Guermantes, and often combined with this want of balance, had made M. de Charlus an exquisite pianist, an amateur painter who was not devoid of taste, an eloquent talker. Who would ever have detected that the rapid, eager, charming style with which M. de Charlus played the Schumannesque passage of Fauré's sonata had its equivalent, one dares not say its cause, in elements entirely physical, in the nervous defects of M. de Charlus. We shall explain later on what we mean by nervous defects, and why it is that a Greek at the time of Socrates, a Roman at the time of Augustus, might be what we know them to have been, and yet remain absolutely normal men, and not men-women such as we see around us today. Just as he had genuine artistic tendencies, which had never come to fruition, so M. de Charlus had, far more than the Duke, loved their mother, loved his own wife, and indeed, years after her death, if anyone spoke of her to him, would shed tears, but superficial tears, like the perspiration of an over-stout man, whose brow will glisten with sweat at the slightest exertion, with this difference, that to the latter we say, "How hot you are," whereas we pretend not to notice other people's tears. We, that is to say, people in society, for the humbler sort, are as distressed by the sight of tears as if a sob were more serious than a hemorrhage. His sorrow after the death of his wife, thanks to the habit of falsehood, did not debar M. de Charlus from a life which was not in harmony with it. Indeed, later on, he sank so low as to be let it known that, during the funeral rites, he had found an opportunity of asking the acolyte for his name and address. And it may have been true. When the piece came to an end, I ventured to ask for some francs, which appeared to cause Madame de Cambremer such acute pain that I did not insist. "You can't admire that sort of thing," she said to me. Instead, she asked for Debussy's Fête, which made her exclaim, "Ah, how sublime!" from the first note. But Morel discovered that he remembered the opening bars only, and, in a spirit of mischief, without any intention to deceive, began a march by Meyerbeer. Unfortunately, as he left little interval and made no announcement, everybody supposed that he was still playing Debussy, and continued to exclaim, "Sublime!" Morel, by revealing that the composer was not that of Péléas, but of Robert le Diable, created a certain chill. Madame de Cambremer had scarcely time to feel it, for she had just discovered a volume of Scarlatti, and had flung herself upon it with an hysterical impulse. "Oh, play this! Look, this piece! It's divine!" she cried. And yet, of this composer long despised, recently promoted to the highest honours, what she had selected in her feverish impatience was one of those infernal pieces which have so often kept us from sleeping, while a merciless pupil repeats them indefinitely on the next floor. But Morel had had enough music, and as he insisted upon cards, M. de Charlus, to be able to join in, proposed a game of whist. "He was telling the master just now that he is a prince," said Ski to Madame Verdurins, "but it's not true. They are quite a humble family of architects." "I want to know what it was you were saying about Mæcenas. It interests me, don't you know," Madame Verdurins repeated to Bréchot, with an affability that carried him off his feet. And so, in order to shine in the mistress's eyes, and possibly in mine, "Why, to tell you the truth, Madame, Mæcenas interests me chiefly because he is the earliest apostle of note of that Chinese god who numbers more followers in France today than Brahma, than Christ himself, the all-powerful God, you be damned!" Madame Verdurins was no longer content upon these occasions with burying her head in her hands. She would descend with the suddenness of the insects called ephemeral upon Princess Sherbatov. Were the latter within reach, the mistress would cling to her shoulder, dig her nails into it, and hide her face against it for a few moments, like a child playing at hide-and-seek. Concealed by this protecting screen, she was understood to be laughing until she cried, and was as well able to think of nothing at all as people are who, while saying a prayer that is rather long, take the wise precaution of burying their faces in their hands. Madame Verdurins used to imitate them when she listened to Beethoven quartets, so as at the same time to let it be seen that she regarded them as a prayer, and not to let it be seen that she was asleep. "I'm quite serious, madame," said Brichot. "Too numerous, I consider, today is become the person who spends his time gazing at his navel as though it were the hub of the universe. As a matter of doctrine, I have no objection to offer to some nirvana which will dissolve us in the great whole, which, like Munich and Oxford, is considerably nearer to Paris than Asnières or Bois-Colombes, but it is unworthy either of a true Frenchman or of a true European even, when the Japanese are possibly at the gates of our Byzantium, that socialized anti-militarists should be gravely discussing the cardinal virtues of free verse." Madame Verdurins felt that she might dispense with the princess's mangled shoulder, and allowed her face to become once more visible, not without pretending to wipe her eyes, and gasping 2 or 3 times for breath. But Brichot was determined that I should have my share of the entertainment, and having learned from those oral examinations which he conducted so admirably that the best way to flatter the young is to lecture them, to make them feel themselves important, to make them regard you as a reactionary, "I've no wish to blaspheme against the gods of youth," he said, with that furtive glance at myself which a speaker turns upon a member of his audience whom he has mentioned by name. "I've no wish to be damned as a heretic and renegade in the Mallarmium chapel, in which our new friend, like all young men of his age, must have served the esoteric mass, at least as an acolyte, and have shown himself deliquescent or Rosicrucian. But really we've seen more than enough of these intellectuals worshipping art with a big A, who, when they can no longer intoxicate themselves upon Zola, inject themselves with Verlaine, become ethereomaniacs out of Baudelairean devotion. They would no longer be capable of the virile effort which the country may, one day or other, demand of them, anesthetized as they are by the great literary neurosis in the heated, enervating atmosphere, heavy with unwholesome vapours of a symbolism of the opium pipe." Feeling incapable of feigning any trace of admiration for Brichot's inept and motley tirade, I turned to Ski, and assured him that he was entirely mistaken as to the family to which M. de Charlus belonged. He replied that he was certain of his facts, and added that I myself had said that his real name was Guindon, Le Guindon. "I told you," was my answer, "that Madame de Cambremer was the sister of an engineer, Monsieur Le Grandin. I never said a word to you about Monsieur de Charlus. There is about as much connection between him and Madame de Cambremer as between the great Condé and Racine." "Indeed, I thought there was," said Ski lightly, with no more apology for his mistake than he made a few hours earlier for the mistake that had nearly made his party miss the train. "Do you intend to remain long on this coast?" Madame Verdurins asked M. de Charlus, in whom she foresaw an addition to the faithful, and trembled lest he should be returning too soon to Paris. "Good Lord, one never knows," replied M. de Charlus in a nasal drawl. "I should like to stay here until the end of September." "You're quite right," said Madame Verdurin. "That is the time for fine storms at sea." "To tell you the truth, that is not what would influence me. I have for some time past unduly neglected the Archangel Saint Michael, my patron. I should like to make amends to him by staying for his feast on the 29th of September at the Abbey on the Mount." "You take an interest in all that sort of thing?" asked Madame Verdurin, who might perhaps have succeeded in hushing the voice of her outraged anti-clericalism, had she not been afraid that so long an expedition might make the violinist and the Baron fail her for 48 hours. "You are perhaps afflicted with intermittent deafness?" M. de Charlus replied insolently. "I have told you that Saint Michael is one of my glorious patrons." Then, smiling with a benevolent ecstasy, his eyes gazing into the distance, his voice strengthened by an excitement which seemed now to be not merely aesthetic, but religious. "It is so beautiful at the offertory when Michael stands erect by the altar in a white robe, swinging a golden censer, heaped so high with perfumes that the fragrance of them mounts up to God." "We might go there in a party," suggested Madame Verdurin, notwithstanding her horror of the clergy. "At that moment when the offertory begins," went on M. de Charlus, who, for other reasons, but in the same manner as good speakers in Parliament, never replied to an interruption, and would pretend not to have heard it, "it would be wonderful to see our young friend palestrinizing, indeed performing an aria by Bach. The worthy abbot, too, would be wild with joy, and that is the greatest homage, at least the greatest public homage, that I can pay to my holy patron. What an edification of the faithful! We must mention it presently to the young Angelico of music, a warrior like St. Michael." Saniette, summoned to make a fourth, declared that he did not know how to play whist, and Cottard, seeing that there was not much time left before our train, embarked at once on a game of écarté with Morel. Monsieur Verdurin was furious, and bore down with a terrible expression upon Saniette. "Is there anything in the world that you can play?" he cried, furious at being deprived of the opportunity for a game of whist, and delighted to have found one to insult the old registrar. He, in his terror, did his best to look clever. "Yes, I can play the piano," he said. Cottard and Morel were seated face to face. "Your deal," said Cottard. "Suppose we go nearer to the card-table," Monsieur de Charlus, worried by the sight of Morel in Cottard's company, suggested to Monsieur de Cambremer. "It is quite as interesting as those questions of etiquette which in these days have ceased to count for very much. The only kings that we have left, in France at least, are the kings in the pack of cards, who seem to me to be positively swarming in the hand of our young virtuoso," he added a moment later, from an admiration for Morel which extended to his way of playing cards, to flatter him also, and finally to account for his sudden turning to lean over the young violinist's shoulder. "I cut," imitating the accent of a card-sharper, Cottard, whose children burst out laughing like his students and the chief dresser, whenever the master, even by the bedside of a serious case, uttered with the emotionless face of an epileptic one his hackneyed witticisms. "I don't know what to play," said Morel, seeking advice from Monsieur de Charlus. "Just as you please. You're bound to lose whatever you play. It's all the same. C'est égal." "Égal, ingali," said the doctor, with an insinuating, kindly glance at Monsieur de Cambremer. "She was what we call a true diva. She was a dream, a Carmen such as we shall never see again. She was wedded to the part. I used to enjoy, too, listening to Ingali married. The Marquis drew himself up with that contemptuous vulgarity of well-bred people who do not realize that they are insulting their host by appearing uncertain whether they ought to associate with his guests, and adopted English manners by way of apology for a scornful impression. Who is that gentleman playing cards? What does he do for a living? What does he sell? I rather like to know who I'm meeting, so as not to make friends with any Tom, Dick, or Harry. But I didn't catch his name when you did me the honour of introducing me to him. If Monsieur Verdurins, availing himself of this phrase, had indeed introduced Monsieur de Cambremer to his fellow guests, the other would have been greatly annoyed. But, knowing that it was the opposite procedure that was observed, he thought it gracious to assume a genial and modest air without risk to himself. The pride that Monsieur Verdurins took in his intimacy with Cottard had increased, if anything, now that the doctor had become an eminent professor. But it no longer found expression in the artless language of earlier days. Then, when Cottard was scarcely known to the public, if you spoke to Monsieur Verdurins of his wife's facial neuralgia, "There's nothing to be done," he would say, with the artless self-satisfaction of people who assume that anyone whom they know must be famous, that everybody knows the name of their family singing-master. If she had an ordinary doctor, one might look for a second opinion, but when that doctor is called Cottard, a name which he pronounced as though it were Bouchard or Charcot, one has simply to bow to the inevitable. Adopting a reverse procedure, knowing that Monsieur de Cambremer must certainly have heard of the famous Professor Cottard, Monsieur Verdurins adopted a tone of simplicity. "He's our family doctor, a worthy soul whom we adore, and who would let himself be torn to pieces for our sakes. He's not a doctor, he's a friend. I don't suppose you've ever heard of him, or that his name would convey anything to you. In any case, to us, it is the name of a very good man, of a very dear friend, Cottard." This name, murmured in a modest tone, took in Monsieur de Cambremer, who supposed that his host was referring to someone else. "Cottard? You don't mean Professor Cottard?" At that moment one heard the voice of the said professor, who, at an awkward point in the game, was saying as he looked at his cards, "This is where Greek meets Greek." "Why, yes, to be sure, he is a professor," said Monsieur Verdurins. "What? Professor Cottard? You're not making a mistake. You're quite sure it's the same man, the one who lives in the Rue du Bac?" "Yes, his address is 43 Rue du Bac. You know him?" "But everybody knows Professor Cottard. He's at the top of the tree. You might as well ask me if I knew Bouffe de Saint-Blaise or Courtois Suffit. I could see when I heard him speak that he was not an ordinary person. That's why I took the liberty of asking you." "Come now, what shall I play? Trumps?" asked Cottard. Then, abruptly, with a vulgarity which would have been offensive even in heroic circumstances, as when a soldier uses a coarse expression to convey his contempt for death, but became doubly stupid in the safe pastime of a game of cards, Cottard, deciding to play a trump, assumed a sombre, suicidal air, and, borrowing the language of people who are risking their skins, played his card as though it were his life, with the exclamation, "There it is, and be damned to it!" It was not the right card to play, but he had a consolation. In the middle of the room, in a deep armchair, Madame Cottard, yielding to the effect, which she always found irresistible, of a good dinner, had succumbed, after vain efforts, to the vast and gentle slumbers that were overpowering her. In vain might she sit up now and again and smile, whether at her own absurdity, or from fear of leaving unanswered some polite speech that might have been addressed to her. She sank back, in spite of herself, into the clutches of the implacable and delicious melody. More than the noise, what awakened her thus for an instant only was the glance which, in her wifely affection, she could see even when her eyes were shut, and foresaw, for the same scene occurred every evening, and haunted her dreams like the thought of the hour at which one will have to rise, the glance with which the professor drew the attention of those present to his wife's slumbers. To begin with, he merely looked at her and smiled, for if, as a doctor, he disapproved of this habit of falling asleep after dinner, or at least gave this scientific reason for growing annoyed later on, but it is not certain whether it was the determining reason, so many and diverse were the views that he held about it, as an all-powerful and teasing husband, he was delighted to be able to make a fool of his wife, to rouse her only partly at first, so that she might fall asleep again, and he have the pleasure of waking her afresh. By this time, Madame Cottard was sound asleep. "Now then, Leontine, you're snoring," the professor called to her. "I'm listening to Madame Swann, my dear," Madame Cottard replied faintly, and dropped back into her lethargy. "It's perfect nonsense," exclaimed Cottard. "She'll be telling us presently that she wasn't asleep. She's like the patients who come to consult us and insist that they never sleep at all." "They imagine it, perhaps," said M. de Cambremer with a laugh. But the doctor enjoyed contradicting no less than teasing, and would on no account allow a layman to talk medicine to him. "People do not imagine that they never sleep," he promulgated in a dogmatic tone. "Ah," replied the Marquis with a respectful bow, such as Cottard at one time would have made. "It's easy to see," Cottard went on, "that you have never administered, as I have, as much as 2 grains of Trional without succeeding in provoking somnolescence." Quite so," replied the Marquis, laughing with a superior air. "I've never taken Trional or any of those drugs which soon cease to have any effect but ruin your stomach. When a man has been out shooting all night, like me, in the forest of Chantepie, I can assure you he doesn't need any Trional to make him sleep." "It is only fools who say that," replied the professor. "Trional frequently has remarkable effect on the nervous tone. You mentioned Trional. Have you any idea what it is?" "Well, I've heard people say that it is a drug to make one sleep." "You are not answering my question," replied the professor, who, thrice weekly at the faculty, sat on the board of examiners. "I don't ask you whether it makes you sleep or not, but what it is. Can you tell me what percentage it contains of amyl and ethyl?" "No," replied M. de Cambremer with embarrassment. "I prefer a good glass of old brandy, or even 3-4-5 port." "Which are 10 times as toxic," the professor interrupted. "As for Trional," M. de Cambremer ventured, "my wife goes in for all that sort of thing. You'd better talk to her about it." "She probably knows just as much about it as yourself. In any case, if your wife takes Trional to make her sleep, you can see that mine has no need of it. Come along, Leontine, wake up. You're getting ankylosed. Did you ever see me fall asleep after dinner? What will you be like when you're 60 if you fall asleep now like an old woman? You'll go and get fat. You're arresting the circulation." She doesn't even hear what I'm saying. "They're bad for one's health, these little naps after dinner, ain't they, doctor?" said M. de Cambremer, seeking to rehabilitate himself with Cottard. "After a heavy meal one ought to take exercise." "Stuff and nonsense," replied the doctor. "We have taken identical quantities of food from the stomach of a dog that has lain quiet and from the stomach of a dog that has been running about, and it is in the former that digestion is more advanced." "Then it is sleep that stops digestion." "That depends on whether you mean esophagic digestion, stomachic digestion, intestinal digestion. It is useless to give you explanations which you would not understand, since you've never studied medicine. Now then, Leontine, quick march. It's time we were going." This was not true, for the doctor was going merely to continue his game, but he hoped thus to cut short, in a more drastic fashion, the slumbers of the deaf-mute to whom he had been addressing, without a word of response, the most learned exhortations. Whether a determination to remain awake survived in Madame Cottard, even in the state of sleep, or because the armchair offered no support to her head, it was jerked mechanically from left to right, and up and down in the empty air, like a lifeless object, and Madame Cottard, with her nodding pole, appeared now to be listening to music, now to be in the last throes of death. Where her husband's increasingly vehement admonitions failed of their effect, her sense of her own stupidity proved successful. "My bath is nice and hot," she murmured, "but the feathers in the dictionary," she exclaimed as she sat bolt upright. "Oh, good Lord, what a fool I am! Whatever have I been saying? I was thinking about my hat. I'm sure I said something silly. In another minute I should have been asleep. It's that wretched fire." Everybody began to laugh, for there was no fire in the room. "You're making fun of me," said Madame Cottard, herself laughing, and raising her hand to her brow to wipe away, with the light touch of a hypnotist and the sureness of a woman putting her hair straight, the last traces of sleep. "I must offer my humble apologies to dear Madame Verdurins and ask her to tell me the truth." But her smile at once grew sorrowful, for the professor, who knew that his wife sought to please him, and trembled lest she should fail, had shouted at her, "Look at yourself in the glass! You're as red as if you had an eruption of acne. You look just like an old peasant." "You know, he is charming," said Madame Verdurins. "He has such a delightfully sarcastic side to his character. And then he snatched my husband from the jaws of death, when the whole faculty had given him up. He spent 3 nights by his bedside, without ever lying down. And so, Cottard, to me, you know," she went on, in a grave and almost menacing tone, raising her hand to the twin spheres, shrouded in white tresses, of her musical temples, and as though we had wished to assault the doctor, "is sacred. He could ask me for anything in the world. As it is, I don't even call him Dr. Cottard. I call him Dr. God. And even in saying that, I'm slandering him, for this God does everything in his power to remedy some of the disasters for which the other is responsible." "Play a trump," M. de Charlus said to Morel with a delighted air. "A trump, here goes," said the violinist. "You ought to have declared your king first," said M. de Charlus. "You're not paying attention to the game, but how well you play." "I have the king," said Morel. "He's a fine man," replied the professor. "What's all that business up there with the sticks?" asked Madame Verdurins, drawing M. de Cambremer's attention to a superb escutcheon carved over the mantelpiece. "Are they your arms?" she added with an ironical disdain. "No, they're not ours," replied M. de Cambremer. "We bear barry of 5, embattled, counter-embattled, or and gules, as many trefoils countercharged. No, those are the arms of the Arachapelles, who were not of our stock, but from whom we inherited the house. And nobody of our line has ever made any changes here. The Arachapelles, formerly Pelviens, we are told, bore 5 piles cooped in base gules. When they allied themselves with the Verdurins family, their blazon changed, but remained canton within 20 crosslets Ficci in base, or a dexter canton ermine." "That's one for her," muttered Madame de Cambremer. "My great-grandmother was a d'Arachapelle, or a de Rechapelle, as you please, for both forms are found in the old charters," continued M. de Cambremer, blushing vividly, for only then did the idea for which his wife had given him credit occur to him, and he was afraid that Madame Verdurins might have applied to herself a speech which had been made without any reference to her. "The history books say that in the 11th century the first Arachapelle Massé, named Pelvillain, showed a special aptitude in siege warfare in tearing up piles, whence the name archipel, by which he was ennobled, and the piles which you see persisting through the centuries in their arms. These are the piles which, to render fortifications more impregnable, used to be driven, plugged, if you will pardon the expression, into the ground in front of them, and fastened together laterally. They are what you quite rightly call sticks, though they had nothing to do with the floating sticks of our good friend La Fontaine, for they were supposed to render a stronghold unassailable. Of course, with our modern artillery they make one smile, but you must bear in mind that I am speaking of the 11th century. It is all rather out of date, said Madame Verdurin, but the little campanile has a character. You have, said Cottard, the luck of tourlututu, a word which he gladly repeated to avoid using Molière's. Do you know why the King of Diamonds was turned out of the army? I shouldn't mind being in his shoes, said Morel, who was tired of military service. Oh, what a bad patriot! Exclaimed M. de Charlus, who could not refrain from pinching the violinist's ear. No, you don't know why the King of Diamonds was turned out of the army? Cottard pursued, determined to make his joke. It's because he has only one eye. You are up against it, doctor, said M. de Cambremer, to show Cottard that he knew who he was. This young man is astonishing, M. de Charlus interrupted innocently. He plays like a god. This observation did not find favour with the doctor, who replied, Never too late to mend. Who laughs last, laughs longest. Queen, ace, Morel, whom fortune was favouring, announced triumphantly. The doctor bowed his head, as though powerless to deny this good fortune, and admitted, spellbound, That's fine. We're so pleased to have met Monsieur de Charlus, said Madame de Cambremer to Madame Verdurin. Had you never met him before? He is quite nice. He is unusual. He is of a period. She would have found it difficult to say which, replied Madame Verdurin, with the satisfied smile of a connoisseur, a judge, and a hostess. Madame de Cambremer asked me if I was coming to Féterne with Saint-Loup. I could not suppress a cry of admiration when I saw the moon, hanging like an orange lantern beneath the vault of oaks that led away from the house. That's nothing. Presently, when the moon has risen higher and the valley is lighted up, it will be 1,000 times better. Are you staying any time in this neighbourhood, madame? Monsieur de Cambremer asked Monsieur Cottard, a speech that might be interpreted as a vague intention to invite, and dispensed him for the moment from making any more precise engagement. Oh, certainly, sir. I regard this annual exodus as most important for the children. Whatever you may say, they must have fresh air. The faculty wanted to send me to Vichy, but it is too stuffy there, and I can look after my stomach when those big boys of mine have grown a little bigger. Besides, the professor, with all the examinations he has to hold, has always got his shoulder to the wheel, and the hot weather tires him dreadfully. I feel that a man needs a thorough rest after he has been on the go all year like that. Whatever happens, we shall stay another month at least. Ah, in that case we shall meet again. Besides, I shall be all the more obliged to stay here, as my husband has to go on a visit to Savoy, and won't be finally settled here for another fortnight. I like the view of the valley even more than the sea view, Madame Verdurin went on. You're going to have a splendid night for your journey. We ought really to find out whether the carriages are ready, if you are absolutely determined to go back to Baalbec tonight, Monsieur Verdurin said to me, for I see no necessity for it myself. We could drive you over there tomorrow morning. It's certain to be fine. The roads are excellent. I said that it was impossible. But in any case, it's not time yet, the mistress protested. Leave them alone. They've heaps of time. A lot of good it will do them to arrive at the station with an hour to wait. They are far happier here. And you, my young Mozart, she said to Morel, not venturing to address Monsieur de Charlus directly, won't you stay the night? We have some nice rooms facing the sea. No, we can't, Monsieur de Charlus replied on behalf of the absorbed card-player who had not heard. "He has a pass until midnight only. He must go back to bed like a good little boy, obedient and well-behaved," he added in a complacent, mannered, insistent voice, as though he derived some sadic pleasure from the use of this chaste comparison, and also from letting his voice dwell in passing upon any reference to Morel, from touching him with, failing his fingers, words that seemed to explore his person. End of section 22. Section 23 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Monsieur de Charlus dines with the Verdurins. 7. From the sermon that Brichot had addressed to me, Monsieur de Cambremer had concluded that I was a Dreyfusard. As he himself was as anti-Dreyfusard as possible, out of courtesy to a foe, he began to sing me the praises of a Jewish colonel, who had always been very decent to a cousin of the Chevrigny, and had secured for him the promotion he deserved. "And my cousin's opinions were the exact opposite," said Monsieur de Cambremer. He omitted to mention what those opinions were, but I felt that they were as antiquated and misshapen as his own face, opinions which a few families in certain small towns must long have entertained. "Well, you know, I call that really fine," was Monsieur de Cambremer's conclusion. It is true that he was hardly employing the word fine in the aesthetic sense, in which it would have suggested to his wife and mother different works, but works anyhow of art. Monsieur de Cambremer often made use of this term, when, for instance, he was congratulating a delicate person who had put on a little flesh. "What, you've gained half a stone in 2 months? I say, that's fine." Refreshments were set out on a table. Madame Verdurins invited the gentlemen to go and choose whatever drinks they preferred. Monsieur de Charlus went and drank his glass, and at once returned to a seat by the card table, from which he did not stir. Madame Verdurins asked him, "Have you tasted my orange-ade?" Upon which Monsieur de Charlus, with a gracious smile, in a crystalline tone which he rarely sounded, and with endless motions of his lips and body, replied, "No, I preferred its neighbour. It was strawberry juice, I think. It was delicious." It is curious that a certain order of secret actions has the external effect of a manner of speaking or gesticulating which reveals them. If a gentleman believes or disbelieves in the Immaculate Conception, or in the innocence of Dreyfus, or in a plurality of worlds, and wishes to keep his opinion to himself, you will find nothing in his voice or in his movements that will let you read his thoughts. But on hearing Monsieur de Charlus say in that shrill voice, with that smile, and waving his arms, "No, I preferred its neighbour, the strawberry juice," one could say, "There, he likes the stronger sex," with the same certainty as enables a judge to sentence a criminal who has not confessed, a doctor, a patient suffering from general paralysis, who himself is perhaps unaware of his malady, but has made some mistake in pronunciation, from which one can deduce that he will be dead in 3 years. Perhaps the people who conclude from a man's way of saying, "No, I preferred its neighbour, the strawberry juice," a love of the kind called unnatural, have no need of any such scientific knowledge. But that is because there is a more direct relation between the revealing sign and the secret. Without saying it in so many words to oneself, one feels that it is a gentle, smiling lady who is answering, and who appears mannered because she is pretending to be a man, and one is not accustomed to seeing men adopt such mannerisms. and it is perhaps more pleasant to think that for long years a certain number of angelic women have been included by mistake in the masculine sex, where, in exile, ineffectually beating their wings towards men in whom they inspire a physical repulsion, they know how to arrange a drawing-room, compose interiors. M. de Charlus was not in the least perturbed that Madame Verdurins should be standing, and remained installed in his armchair so as to be nearer to Morel. "Don't you think it criminal," said Madame Verdurins to the Baron, "that creature, who might be enchanting us with his violin, should be sitting there at a card-table, when anyone can play the violin like that?" "He plays cards well. He does everything well. He is so intelligent," said M. de Charlus, keeping his eye on the game so as to be able to advise Morel. This was not his only reason, however, for not rising from his chair for Madame Verdurins. With the singular amalgam that he had made of the social conceptions at once of a great nobleman and an amateur of art, instead of being polite in the same way that a man of the world would be, he would create a sort of tableau vivant for himself after Saint-Simon, and at that moment he was amusing himself by impersonating the Maréchal d'Uxelles, who interested him from other aspects also, and of whom it is said that he was so proud as to remain seated, with a pretence of laziness, before all the most distinguished persons at court. "By the way, Charlus," said Madame Verdurins, who was beginning to grow familiar, "you don't know of any ruined old nobleman in your faubourg who would come to me as a porter?" Why, yes, replied M. de Charlus, with a genial smile. "But I don't advise it." "Why not?" "I should be afraid for your sake that your smart visitors would call at the lodge and go no farther." This was the first skirmish between them. Madame Verdurins barely noticed it. There were to be others, alas, in Paris. M. de Charlus remained glued to his chair. He could not, moreover, restrain a faint smile, seeing how his favourite maxims as to aristocratic prestige and middle-class cowardice were confirmed by the so easily won submission of Madame Verdurins. The mistress appeared not at all surprised by the Baron's posture, and if she left him, it was only because she had been perturbed by seeing me taken up by Monsieur de Cambremer. But first of all she wished to clear up the mystery of Monsieur de Charlus's relations with Comtesse Molay. "You told me that you knew Madame de Molay. Does that mean you go there?" she asked, giving to the words "go there" the sense of being received there, of having received authority from the lady to go and call upon her. Monsieur de Charlus replied with an inflection of disdain, an affectation of precision, and in a sing-song voice, "Yes, sometimes." This sometimes inspired doubts in Madame Verdurins, who asked, "Have you ever met the Duc de Guermantes there?" "Oh, that I don't remember." "Oh," said Madame Verdurins, "you don't know the Duc de Guermantes?" "And how should I not know him?" replied M. de Charlus, his lips curving in a smile. This smile was ironical, but as the Baron was afraid of letting a gold tooth be seen, he stopped it with a reverse movement of his lips, so that the resulting sinuosity was that of a good-natured smile. "Why do you say, 'How should I not know him?'" "Because he is my brother," said M. de Charlus carelessly, leaving Madame Verdurins plunged in stupefaction, and in the uncertainty whether her guest was making fun of her, was a natural son, or a son by another marriage. The idea that the brother of the Duc de Guermantes might be called Baron de Charlus never entered her head. She bore down upon me. "I heard Monsieur de Cambremer invite you to dinner just now. It has nothing to do with me, but for your own sake I do hope you won't go. For one thing, The place is infested with bores. Oh, if you like dining with provincial counts and marquises whom nobody knows, you will be supplied to your heart's content. I think I shall be obliged to go there once or twice. I am not altogether free, however, for I have a young cousin whom I cannot leave by herself. I felt that this fictitious kinship made it easier for me to take Albertine about. But as for the Combremés, as I have been introduced to them, you shall do just as you please. One thing I can tell you, it's extremely unhealthy. When you've caught pneumonia or a nice little chronic rheumatism, you'll be a lot better off. But isn't the place itself very pretty? Yes, if you like. For my part, I confess frankly that I would 100 times rather have the view from here over this valley. To begin with, if they'd paid us, I wouldn't have taken the other house, because the sea air is fatal to Monsieur Verdurins. If your cousin suffers at all from nerves, but you yourself have bad nerves, I think you have choking fits. Very well, you shall see. Go there once, you won't sleep for a week after it, but it's not my business. And without thinking of the inconsistency with what she had just been saying, if it would amuse you to see the house, which is not bad, pretty is too strong a word, still it is amusing with its old moat and the old drawbridge. As I shall have to sacrifice myself and dine there once, very well, come that day. I shall try to bring all my little circle, then it will be quite nice. The day after tomorrow, we're going to Audiobooks in the carriage. It's a magnificent drive. The cider is delicious. Come with us. You, Brichot, you shall come too. And you, Ski. That will make a party which, as a matter of fact, my husband must have arranged already. I don't know whom all he has invited. M de Charlus, are you one of them? The Baron, who had not heard the whole speech, and did not know that she was talking of an excursion to Audiobooks, gave a start. A strange question, he murmured in a mocking tone, by which Madame Verdurins felt hurt. Anyhow, she said to me, before you dine with the Combremés, why not bring her here, your cousin? Does she like conversation and clever people? Is she pleasant? Yes, very well then, bring her with you. The Combremés aren't the only people in the world. I can understand their being glad to invite her. They must find it difficult to get anyone. Here she will have plenty of air and lots of clever men. In any case, I'm counting on you not to fail me next Wednesday. I heard you were giving a tea party at Rivabelle with your cousin and M de Charlus, and I forget who else. You must arrange to bring the whole lot here. It would be nice if you could all come in a body. It's the easiest thing in the world to get here. The roads are charming. If you like, I can send down for you. I can't imagine what you would find attractive in Rivabelle. It's infested with mosquitoes. You're thinking, perhaps, of the reputation of the rock cakes? My cook makes them far better. I can let you have them here, normal rock cakes, the real article, and shortbread. I need say no more. Ah, if you like the filth they give you at Rivabelle, that I won't give you. I don't poison my guests, sir. Even if I wished to, my cook would refuse to make such abominations, and would leave my service. Those rock cakes you get down there, you can't tell what they are made of. I knew a poor girl who got peritonitis from them, which carried her off in 3 days. She was only 17. It was sad for her poor mother, added Madame Verdurins, with a melancholy air beneath the spheres of her temples, charged with experience and suffering. However, go and have tea at Rivabelle, if you enjoy being fleeced and flinging money out of the window. But one thing I beg of you, it is a confidential mission I'm charging you with. On the stroke of 6, bring all your party here. Don't allow them to go straggling away by themselves. You can bring whom you please. I wouldn't say that to everybody, but I'm sure that your friends are nice. I can see at once that we understand one another. Apart from the little nucleus, there are some very pleasant people coming on Wednesday. You don't know little Madame de Lompont. She is charming and so witty, not in the least a snob, you will find. You'll like her immensely. And she's going to bring a whole troop of friends too, Madame Verdurins added, to show me that this was the right thing to do, and to encourage me by the other's example. We shall see which has the most influence and brings most people, Barbe de Lompont or you. And then I believe somebody's going to bring Bergotte. she added with a vague air, this meeting with a celebrity being rendered far from likely by a paragraph which had appeared in the papers that morning to the effect that the great writer's health was causing grave anxiety. Anyhow, you will see that it will be one of my most successful Wednesdays. I don't want to have any boring women. You mustn't judge by this evening. It has been a complete failure. Don't try to be polite. You can't have been more bored than I was. I thought myself it was deadly. It won't always be like tonight, you know. I'm not thinking of the compromis, who are impossible, but I have known society people who were supposed to be pleasant. Well, compared to my little nucleus, they didn't exist. I heard you say that you thought Swann clever. I must say, to my mind, his cleverness was greatly exaggerated, but without speaking of the character of the man, which I've always found fundamentally antipathetic, sly, underhand, I have often had him to dinner on Wednesdays. Well, you can ask the others, even compared with Brichot, who is far from being anything wonderful, a good assistant master whom I got into the Institute. Swann was simply nowhere. He was so dull. And as I expressed a contrary opinion, it's the truth. I don't want to say a word against him to you, since he was your friend. Indeed, he was very fond of you. He has spoken to me about you in the most charming way. But ask the others here if he ever said anything interesting at our dinners. That, after all, is the supreme test. Well, I don't know why it was, but Swann, in my house, never seemed to come off. One got nothing out of him. And yet, anything there ever was in him, he picked up here. I assured her that he was highly intelligent. No, you only think that, because you haven't known him as long as I have. One got to the end of him very soon. I was always bored to death by him. Which may be interpreted, he went to the La Trémoille and the Guermantes, and knew that I didn't. And I can put up with anything except being bored. That I cannot and will not stand. Her horror of boredom was now the reason upon which Madame Verdurin relied to explain the composition of the little group. She did not yet entertain duchesses because she was incapable of enduring boredom, just as she was unable to go for a cruise because of seasickness. I thought to myself that what Madame Verdurin said was not entirely false, and whereas the Guermantes would have declared Brichot to be the stupidest man they had ever met, I remained uncertain whether he were not in reality superior, if not to Swann himself, at least to the other people endowed with the wit of the Guermantes, who would have had the good taste to avoid, and the modesty to blush at, his pedantic pleasantries. I asked myself the question, as though a fresh light might be thrown on the nature of intellect by the answer I should make, and with the earnestness of a Christian influenced by Port Royal when he considers the problem of grace. You will see, Madame Verdurin continued, when one has society people together with people of real intelligence, people of our set, that's where one has to see them. The society man who is brilliant in the kingdom of the blind is only one-eyed here. Besides, the others don't feel at home any longer. So much so that I'm inclined to ask myself whether, instead of attempting mixtures that spoil everything, I shan't start special evenings confined to the Boers so as to have the full benefit of my little nucleus. However, you are coming again with your cousin. That's settled. Good. At any rate, you will both find something to eat here. Verdurins is starvation corner. Oh, by the way, if you like rats, go there at once. You'll get as many as you want, and they'll keep you there as long as you're prepared to stay. Well, you'll die of hunger. I'm sure when I go there I shall have my dinner before I start. The more the merrier. You must come here first and escort me. We shall have high tea and supper when we get back. Do you like apple tarts? Yes, very well then. Our chef makes the best in the world. You see, I was quite right when I told you that you were meant to live here. So come and stay. You know, there's far more room in the house than people think. I don't speak of it so as not to let myself in for bores. You might bring your cousin to stay. She will get a change of air from Baalbek. With this air here, I maintain I can cure incurables. I have cured them, I may tell you, and not only this time. for I have stayed quite close to here before, a place I discovered and got for a mere song, a very different style of house from their Raspalliere. I can show you it if we go for a drive together. But I admit that even here the air is invigorating. Still, I don't want to say too much about it. The whole of Paris will begin to take a fancy to my little corner. That has always been my luck. Anyhow, give your cousin my message. We shall put you in 2 nice rooms looking over the valley. You ought to see it in the morning with the sun shining in the mist. By the way, who is this Robert de Saint-Loup of whom you were speaking? She said with a troubled air, for she had heard that I was to pay him a visit at Doncières, and was afraid that he might make me fail her. Why not bring him here instead, if he's not a bore? I have heard of him from Morel. I fancy he's one of his greatest friends, said Madame Verdurins, with entire want of truth, for Saint-Loup and Morel were not even aware of one another's existence. But having heard that Saint-Loup knew M de Charlus, she supposed that it was through the violinist, and wished to appear to know all about them. He's not taking up medicine by any chance, or literature. You know, if you want any help about examinations, Cottard can do anything, and I make what use of him I please. As for the academy later on, for I suppose he's not old enough yet, I have several votes in my pocket. Your friend would find himself on friendly soil here, and it might amuse him perhaps to see over the house. Life's not very exciting at Doncières, but you shall do just what you please, and then you can arrange what you think best, she concluded, without insisting, so as not to appear to be trying to know people of noble birth, and because she always maintained that the system by which she governed the faithful, to wit, despotism, was named liberty. "Why, what's the matter with you?" she said at the sight of Monsieur Verdurins, who, with gestures of impatience, was making for the wooden terrace that ran along the side of the drawing-room above the valley, like a man who is bursting with rage and must have fresh air. "Has Saniette been annoying you again? But you know what an idiot he is. You have to resign yourself to him. Don't work yourself up into such a state. I dislike this kind of thing," she said to me, "because it is bad for him. It sends the blood to his head. But I must say that one would need the patience of an angel at times to put up with Saniette, and one must always remember that it is a charity to have him in the house. For my part, I must admit that he's so gloriously silly, I can't help enjoying him. I dare say you heard what he said after dinner. I can't play whist, but I can the piano. Isn't it superb? It is positively colossal, and incidentally quite untrue, for he knows nothing at all about either. But my husband, beneath his rough exterior, is very sensitive, very kind-hearted, and Saniette's self-centred way of always thinking about the effect he is going to make drives him crazy. Come, dear, calm yourself. You know Cottard told you that it was bad for your liver. And it is I that will have to bear the brunt of it all, said Madame Verdurins. Tomorrow, Saniette will come back all nerves and tears. Poor man, he is very ill indeed. Still, that is no reason why he should kill other people. Besides, even at times when he is in pain, when one would like to be sorry for him, his silliness hardens one's heart. He really is too stupid. I have only to tell him quite politely that these scenes make you both ill, and he's not to come again, since that's what he's most afraid of. It will have a soothing effect on his nerves, Madame Verdurins whispered to her husband. One could barely make out the sea from the windows on the right, but those on the other side showed the valley, now shrouded in a snowy cloak of moonlight. Now and again one heard the voices of Morel and Cottard. "You have a trump?" "Yes." "Ah, you're in luck, you are," said Monsieur de Cambremer to Morel, in answer to his question, for he had seen that the doctor's hand was full of trumps. "Here comes the Lady of Diamonds," said the doctor. "That's a trump, you know, my trick. But there isn't a Sorbonne any longer," said the doctor to Monsieur de Cambremer. "There's only the University of Paris." Monsieur de Cambremer confessed his inability to understand why the doctor made this remark to him. "I thought you were talking about the Sorbonne," replied the doctor. I heard you say, tu nous la Sorbonne, he added, with a wink, to show that this was meant for a pun. Just wait a minute, he said, pointing to his adversary. I have a Trafalgar in store for him. And the prospect must have been excellent for the doctor, for in his joy his shoulders began to shake rapturously with laughter, which in his family, in the breed of the Cottard, was an almost zoological sign of satisfaction. In the previous generation, the gesture of rubbing the hands together as though one were soaping them used to accompany this movement. Cottard himself had originally employed both forms simultaneously, but one fine day, nobody ever knew by whose intervention, wifely, professorial perhaps, the rubbing of the hands had disappeared. The doctor, even at dominoes, when he got his adversary on the run, and made him take the double six, which was to him the keenest of pleasures, contented himself with shaking his shoulders. And when, which was as seldom as possible, he went down to his native village for a few days, and met his first cousin, who was still at the hand-rubbing stage, he would say to Madame Cottard on his return, I thought poor René very common. Have you the little D, he said, returning to Morel. No, then I play this old David. Then you have 5, you have won. That's a great victory, doctor, said the Marquis. A Pyrrhic victory, said Cottard, turning to face the Marquis and looking at him over his glasses to judge the effect of his remark. If there is still time, he said to Morel, I give you your revenge. It is my deal. Ah, no, here come the carriages. It will have to be Friday, and I shall show you a trick you don't see every day. Monsieur and Madame Verdurins accompanied us to the door. The mistress was especially coaxing with Seignette, so as to make certain of his returning next time. But you don't look to me as if you were properly wrapped up, my boy, said Monsieur Verdurins, whose age allowed him to address me in this paternal tone. One would say the weather had changed. These words filled me with joy, as though the profoundly hidden life, the uprising of different combinations which they implied in nature, hinted at other changes, these occurring in my own life, and created fresh possibilities in it. Merely by opening the door upon the park before leaving, one felt that a different weather had at that moment taken possession of the scene. Cooling breezes, one of the joys of summer, were rising in the fir plantations, where long ago Madame de Cambremer had dreamed of Chopin, and almost imperceptibly, in caressing coils, capricious eddies, were beginning their gentle nocturnes. I declined the rug which, on subsequent evenings, I was to accept when Albertine was with me, more to preserve the secrecy of my pleasure than to avoid the risk of cold. A vain search was made for the Norwegian philosopher. Had he been seized by a colic? Had he been afraid of missing the train? Had an aeroplane come to fetch him? Had he been carried aloft in an assumption? In any case, he had vanished without anyone's noticing his departure, like a god. You are unwise, Monsieur de Cambremer said to me. It's as cold as charity. Why charity? The doctor inquired. Beware of choking, the Marquis went on. My sister never goes out at night. However, she is in a pretty bad state at present. In any case, you oughtn't to stand about bare-headed. Put your tile on at once. They are not frigorific chokings, said Cottard sententiously. Oh, indeed. Monsieur de Cambremer bowed. Of course, if that's your opinion. Opinions of the press, said the doctor, smiling round his glasses. Monsieur de Cambremer laughed, but, feeling certain that he was in the right, insisted. All the same, he said, whenever my sister goes out after dark, she has an attack. It's no use quibbling, replied the doctor, regardless of his want of manners. However, I don't practice medicine by the seaside, unless I'm called in for a consultation. I'm here on holiday. He was perhaps even more on holiday than he would have liked. Monsieur de Cambremer, having said to him as they got into the carriage together, "We are fortunate in having quite close to us, not on your side of the bay, on the opposite side, but it is quite narrow at that point, another medical celebrity, Dr. de Boulbon, Cottard, who, as a rule, from deontology, abstained from criticizing his colleagues, could not help exclaiming, as he had exclaimed to me on the fatal day when we had visited the little casino, 'But he's not a doctor. He practices a literary medicine. It's all fantastic therapeutics, charlatanism. All the same, we are on quite good terms. I should take the boat and go over and pay him a visit if I weren't leaving.' But from the air which Cottard assumed in speaking of de Boulbon to M. de Cambremer, I felt that the boat which he would gladly have taken to call upon him would have greatly resembled that vessel which, in order to go and ruin the waters discovered by another literary doctor, Virgil, who took all their patients from them as well, the doctors of Salerno had chartered, but which sank with them on the voyage. "Goodbye, my dear Segnette. Don't forget to come tomorrow. You know how my husband enjoys seeing you. He enjoys your wit, your intellect. Yes, indeed, you know quite well. He takes sudden moods, but he can't live without seeing you. It's always the first thing he asks me. 'Is Segnette coming? I do so enjoy seeing him.' I never said anything of the sort," said Monsieur Verdurins to Segnette, with a feigned frankness, which seemed perfectly to reconcile what the mistress had just said with the manner in which he treated Segnette. Then, looking at his watch, doubtless so as not to prolong the leave-taking in the damp night air, he warned the coachman not to lose any time, but to be careful when going down the hill, and assured us that we should be in plenty of time for our train. This was to set down the faithful, one at one station, another at another, ending with myself, for no one else was going as far as Baalbec, and beginning with the Cambremer. They, so as not to bring their horses all the way up to La Raspalière at night, took the train with us at Deauville-Féterne. The station nearest to them was indeed not this, which, being already at some distance from the village, was farther still from the mansion, but La Sogne. On arriving at the station of Deauville-Féterne, Monsieur de Cambremer made a point of giving a piece, as Françoise used to say, to the Verdurins coachman, the nice, sensitive coachman with melancholy thoughts. For Monsieur de Cambremer was generous, and in that respect took rather after his mamma. But possibly because his papa's strain intervened at this point, he felt a scruple, or else that there might be a mistake, either on his part, if, for instance, in the dark, he were to give a sou instead of a franc, or on the recipient's, who might not perceive the importance of the present that was being given him. And so he drew attention to it. "It is a franc I'm giving you, isn't it?" he said to the coachman, turning the coin until it gleamed in the lamplight, and so that the faithful might report his action to Madame Verdurin. "Isn't it? 20 sous is right, as it's only a short drive." He and Madame de Cambremer left us at La Sogne. "I shall tell my sister," he repeated to me, "that you have choking fits. I'm sure she'll be interested." I understood that he meant, "will be pleased." As for his wife, she employed, in saying good-bye to me, 2 abbreviations which, even in writing, used to shock me at that time in a letter, although one has grown accustomed to them since, but which, when spoken, seem to me today even to contain, in their deliberate carelessness, in their acquired familiarity, something insufferably pedantic. "Pleased to have met you," she said to me. "Greetings to Saint-Loup if you see him." In making this speech, Madame de Cambremer pronounced the name Saint-Loup. I've never discovered who had pronounced it thus in her hearing, or what had led her to suppose that it ought to be so pronounced. However it may be, for some weeks afterwards she continued to say Saint-Loup, and a man who had great admiration for her and echoed her in every way did the same. If other people said Saint-Loup, they would say emphatically Saint-Loup, whether to teach the others an indirect lesson or to be different from them. But no doubt women of greater brilliance than Madame de Cambremer told her, or gave her indirectly to understand, that this was not the correct pronunciation, and that what she regarded as a sign of originality was a mistake, which would make people think her little conversant with the usages of society, for shortly afterwards Madame de Cambremer was again saying Salut, and her admirer immediately ceased to hold out, whether because she had lectured him, or because he had noticed that she no longer sounded the final consonant, and had said to himself that if a woman of such distinction, energy, and ambition had yielded, it must have been on good grounds. The worst of her admirers was her husband. Madame de Cambremer loved to tease other people in a way that was often highly impertinent. As soon as she began to attack me or anyone else in this fashion, Monsieur de Cambremer would start watching her victim, laughing the while. As the Marquis had a squint, a blemish which gives an effect of wit to the mirth even of imbeciles, the effect of this laughter was to bring a segment of pupil into the otherwise complete whiteness of his eye. So a sudden rift brings a patch of blue into an otherwise clouded sky. His monocle, moreover, protected, like the glass over a valuable picture, this delicate operation. As for the actual intention of his laughter, it was hard to say whether it was friendly. "Ah, you rascal, you're in an enviable position, aren't you? You've won the favour of a lady who has a pretty wit." Or coarse. "Well, sir, I hope you'll learn your lesson. You've got to eat a slice of humble pie." Or obliging. "I'm here, you know. I take it with a laugh, because it's all pure fun, and I shan't let you be ill-treated." Or cruelly accessory. "I don't need to add my little pinch of salt, but you can see I'm revelling in all the insults she's showering on you. I'm wriggling like a hunchback. Therefore I approve, I the husband. And so, if you should take it into your head to answer back, you will have me to deal with, my young sir. I should first of all give you a pair of resounding smacks, well aimed. Then we should go and cross swords in the forest of Chantepie." Whatever the correct interpretation of the husband's merriment, the wife's whimsies soon came to an end. Whereupon Monsieur de Cambremer ceased to laugh, the temporary pupil vanished, and as one had forgotten for a minute or two to expect an entirely white eyeball, it gave this ruddy Norman an air at once anemic and ecstatic, as though the Marquis had just undergone an operation, or were imploring heaven through his monocle for the palms of martyrdom. End of section 23. Section 24 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Sorrows of M de Charlus. 1. I was dropping with sleep. I was taken up to my floor, not by the lift boy, but by the squinting page, who, to make conversation, informed me that his sister was still with the gentleman who was so rich, and that on one occasion, when she had made up her mind to return home instead of sticking to her business, her gentleman friend had paid a visit to the mother of the squinting page and of the other more fortunate children, who had very soon made the silly creature return to her protector. "You know, sir, she's a fine lady, my sister is. She plays the piano, she talks Spanish. You would never take her for the sister of the humble employee who brings you up in the lift. She denies herself nothing. Madame has a maid to herself. I shouldn't be surprised if one day she keeps her carriage. She is very pretty, if you could see her, a little too high and mighty, but, good Lord, you can understand that. She's full of fun. She never leaves a hotel without doing something first in a wardrobe or a drawer, just to leave a little keepsake with the chambermaid who'll have to wipe it up. Sometimes she does it in a cab, and after she's paid her fare, she'll hide behind a tree, and she doesn't half laugh when the cabby finds he's got to clean his cab after her. My father had another stroke of luck when he found my young brother that Indian prince he used to know long ago. It's not the same style of thing, of course, but it's a superb position. The travelling by itself would be a dream. I'm the only one still on the shelf. But you never know. Perhaps one day I shall be President of the Republic. But I'm keeping you talking. I had not uttered a single word, and was beginning to fall asleep as I listened to the flow of his. Good night, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. If everybody had as kind a heart as you, there wouldn't be any poor people left. But, as my sister says, there will always have to be the poor, so that now I'm rich I can shit on them. You'll pardon the expression. Good night, sir. Perhaps every night we accept the risk of facing, while we are asleep, sufferings which we regard as unreal and unimportant, because they will be felt in the course of a sleep, which we suppose to be unconscious. And indeed, on these evenings when I came back late from La Raspalière, I was very sleepy. But after the weather turned cold, I could not get to sleep at once, for the fire lighted up the room as though there were a lamp burning in it. Only it was nothing more than a blazing log, like a lamp too, for that matter, like the day when night gathers. Its too bright light was not long in fading, and I entered a state of slumber which is like a second room that we take, into which, leaving our own room, we go when we want to sleep. It has noises of its own, and we are sometimes violently awakened by the sound of a bell, perfectly heard by our ears, although nobody has rung. It has its servants, its special visitors, who call to take us out, so that we are ready to get up when we are compelled to realize, by our almost immediate transmigration into the other room, the room of overnight, that it is empty, that nobody has called. The race that inhabits it is, like that of our first human ancestors, androgynous. A man in it appears a moment later in the form of a woman. Things in it show a tendency to turn into men, men into friends and enemies. The time that elapses for the sleeper during these spells of slumber is absolutely different from the time in which the life of the waking man is passed. Sometimes its course is far more rapid. A quarter of an hour seems a day. At other times, far longer. We think we have taken only a short nap when we have slept through the day. Then, in the chariot of sleep, we descend into depths in which memory can no longer overtake it, and on the brink of which the mind has been obliged to retrace its steps. The horses of sleep, like those of the sun, move at so steady a pace, in an atmosphere in which there is no longer any resistance, that it requires some little aerolith, extraneous to ourselves, hurled from the azure by some unknown, to strike our regular sleep, which otherwise would have no reason to stop, and would continue with a similar motion, world without end, and to make it swing sharply round, return towards reality, travel without pause, traverse the regions bordering on life, in which presently the sleeper will hear the sounds that come from life, quite vague still, but already perceptible, albeit corrupted, and come to earth suddenly and awake. Then from those profound slumbers we awake in a dawn, not knowing who we are, being nobody, newly born, ready for anything, our brain being emptied of that past which was previously our life. And perhaps it is more pleasant still when our landing at the waking point is abrupt, and the thoughts of our sleep, hidden by a cloak of oblivion, have not time to return to us in order before sleep ceases. Then, from the black tempest through which we seem to have passed, but we do not even say we emerge prostrate, without a thought, a we that is void of content. What hammer blow has the person or thing that is lying there received to make it unconscious of anything, stupefied until the moment when memory, flooding back, restores to it consciousness or personality? Moreover, for both these kinds of awakening, we must avoid falling asleep even into a deep slumber under the law of habit. For everything that habit ensnares in her nets, she watches closely. We must escape her, take our sleep at a moment when we thought we were doing anything else than sleeping, take, in a word, a sleep that does not dwell under the tutelage of foresight, in the company, albeit latent, of reflection. At least in these awakenings which I have just described, and which I experienced as a rule when I had been dining overnight at La Raspalière, everything occurred as though by this process, and I can testify to it. I, the strange human being who, while he waits for death to release him, lives behind closed shutters, knows nothing of the world, sits motionless as an owl, and, like that bird, begins to see things a little plainly only when darkness falls. Everything occurs as though by this process, but perhaps only a layer of wadding has prevented the sleeper from taking in the internal dialogue of memories and the incessant verbiage of sleep. For, and this may be equally manifest in the other system, vaster, more mysterious, more astral, at the moment of his entering the waking state, the sleeper hears a voice inside him saying, "Will you come to dinner tonight, my dear friend? It will be such fun," and thinks, "Yes, what fun it will be! I shall go." Then, growing wider awake, he suddenly remembers, "My grandmother has only a few weeks to live, the doctor assures us." He rings, weeps at the thought that it will not be, as in the past, his grandmother, his dying grandmother, but an indifferent waiter that will come in answer to his summons. Moreover, when sleep bore him so far away from the world, inhabited by memory and thought, through an ether in which he was alone, more than alone, not having that companion in whom we perceive things, ourself, he was outside the range of time and its measures. But now the footman is in the room, and he dares not ask him the time, for he does not know whether he has slept, for how many hours he has slept. He asks himself whether it should not be how many days, returning thus with weary body and mind refreshed, his heart sick for home, as from a journey too distant not to have taken a long time. We may, of course, insist that there is but one time, for the futile reason that it is by looking at the clock that we have discovered to have been merely a quarter of an hour, what we had supposed a day. But at the moment when we make this discovery, we are a man awake, plunged in the time of waking men. We have deserted the other time. Perhaps, indeed, more than another time, another life. The pleasures that we enjoy in sleep, we do not include them in the list of the pleasures that we have felt in the course of our existence. To allude only to the most grossly sensual of them all, which of us, on waking, has not felt a certain irritation at having experienced in his sleep a pleasure which, if he is anxious not to tire himself, he is not, once he is awake, at liberty to repeat indefinitely during the day? It seems a positive waste. we have had pleasure in another life which is not ours. Sufferings and pleasures of the dream world, which generally vanish soon enough after our waking, if we make them figure in a budget, it is not in the current account of our life. 2 times I have said, perhaps there is only one after all, not that the time of the waking man has any validity for the sleeper, but perhaps because the other life, the life in which he sleeps, is not, in its profounder part, included in the category of time. I came to this conclusion when, on the mornings after dinners at La Raspallière, I used to lie so completely asleep. For this reason, I was beginning to despair on waking when I found that, after I had rung the bell 10 times, the waiter did not appear. It was only the first, after all. The other 10 had been mere suggestions in my sleep, which still hung about me, of the peal that I had been meaning to sound. My numbed hands had never even moved. Well, on those mornings, and this is what makes me say that sleep is perhaps unconscious of the law of time, my effort to awaken consisted chiefly in an effort to make the obscure, undefined mass of the sleep in which I had just been living enter into the scale of time. It is no easy task. Sleep, which does not know whether we have slept for 2 hours or 2 days, cannot provide any indication. And if we do not find one outside, not being able to re-enter time, we fall asleep again for 5 minutes, which seem to us 3 hours. I have always said, and have proved by experiment, that the most powerful soporific is sleep itself. After having slept profoundly for 2 hours, having fought against so many giants, and formed so many lifelong friendships, it is far more difficult to awake than after taking several grams of veronal. And so, reasoning from one thing to the other, I was surprised to hear from the Norwegian philosopher, who had it from Monsieur Boutroux, my eminent colleague, my brother, what Monsieur Bergson thought of the peculiar effects upon the memory of soporific drugs. Naturally, Monsieur Bergson had said to Monsieur Boutroux, if one was to believe the Norwegian philosopher, soporifics, taken from time to time in moderate doses, have no effect upon that solid memory of our everyday life which is so firmly established within us. But there are other forms of memory, loftier but also more unstable. One of my colleagues lectures upon ancient history. He tells me that if, overnight, he has taken a tablet to make him sleep, he has great difficulty during his lecture in recalling the Greek quotations that he requires. The doctor who recommended these tablets assured him that they had no effect upon the memory. That is perhaps because you do not have to quote Greek, the historian answered, not without a note of derisive pride. I cannot say whether this conversation between Monsieur Bergson and Monsieur Boutroux is accurately reported. The Norwegian philosopher, albeit so profound and so lucid, so passionately attentive, may have misunderstood. Personally, in my own experience, I have found the opposite result. The moments of oblivion that come to us in the morning after we have taken certain narcotics have a resemblance that is only partial, though disturbing, to the oblivion that reigns during a night of natural and profound sleep. Now, what I find myself forgetting in either case is not some line of Baudelaire, which, on the other hand, keeps sounding in my ear. It is not some concept of one of the philosophers above named. It is the actual reality of the ordinary things that surround me, if I am asleep, my non-perception of which makes me an idiot. It is, If I am awakened and proceed to emerge from an artificial slumber, not the system of Porphyry or Plotinus, which I can discuss as fluently as at any other time, but the answer that I have promised to give to an invitation, the memory of which is replaced by a universal blank. The lofty thought remains in its place. What the soporific has put out of action is the power to act in little things, in everything that demands activity in order to seize at the right moment, to grasp some memory of everyday life. In spite of all that may be said about survival after the destruction of the brain, I observe that each alteration of the brain is a partial death. We possess all our memories, but not the faculty of recalling them, said, echoing M. Bergson, the eminent Norwegian philosopher, whose language I have made no attempt to imitate in order not to prolong my story unduly. But not the faculty of recalling them. But what then is a memory which we do not recall? Or indeed, let us go farther. We do not recall our memories of the last 30 years, but we are wholly steeped in them. Why then stop short at 30 years? Why not prolong back to before our birth this anterior life? The moment that I do not know a whole section of the memories that are behind me, the moment that they are invisible to me, that I have not the faculty of calling them to me, who can assure me that in that mass unknown to me there are not some that extend back much farther than my human life? If I can have in me and round me so many memories which I do not remember, this oblivion, a de facto oblivion at least, since I have not the faculty of seeing anything, may extend over a life which I have lived in the body of another man, even upon another planet. A common oblivion effaces all. But what in that case signifies that immortality of the soul, the reality of which the Norwegian philosopher affirmed? The person that I shall be after death has no more reason to remember the man whom I have been since my birth than the latter to remember what I was before it. The waiter came in. I did not mention to him that I had rung several times, for I was beginning to realize that hitherto I had only dreamed that I was ringing. I was alarmed, nevertheless, by the thought that this dream had had the clear precision of experience. Experience would reciprocally have the irreality of a dream. Instead, I asked him who it was that had been ringing so often during the night. He told me, nobody, and could prove his statement, for the bell board would have registered any ring. And yet I could hear the repeated, almost furious peals which were still echoing in my ears and were to remain perceptible for several days. It is, however, seldom that sleep thus projects into our waking life memories that do not perish with it. We can count these aeroliths. If it is an idea that sleep has forged, it soon breaks up into slender, irrevocable fragments. But in this instance, sleep had fashioned sounds. More material and simpler, they lasted longer. I was astonished by the relative earliness of the hour, as told me by the waiter. I was none the less refreshed. It is the light sleeps that have a long duration, because, being an intermediate state between waking and sleeping, preserving a somewhat faded but permanent impression of the former, they require infinitely more time to refresh us than a profound sleep, which may be short. I felt quite comfortable for another reason. If remembering that we are tired is enough to make us feel our tiredness, saying to oneself, I am refreshed, is enough to create refreshment. Now, I had been dreaming that M de Charlus was 110 years old and had just boxed the ears of his own mother, Madame Verdurins, because she had paid 5,000 millions for a bunch of violets. I was therefore assured that I had slept profoundly, had dreamed the reverse of what had been in my thoughts overnight, and of all the possibilities of life at the moment. This was enough to make me feel entirely refreshed. I should have greatly astonished my mother, who could not understand M. de Charlus' assiduity in visiting the Verdurins, had I told her whom, on the very day on which Albertine's talk had been ordered, without a word about it to her, in order that it might come as a surprise, M. de Charlus had brought to dine in a private room at the Grand Hotel, Baalbec. His guest was none other than the footman of a lady who was a cousin of the Combremés. This footman was very smartly dressed, and as he crossed the hall with the Baron, did the man of fashion, as Saint-Loup would have said, in the eyes of the visitors. Indeed, the young page boys, the Levites who were swarming down the temple steps at that moment, because it was the time when they came on duty, paid no attention to the two strangers, one of whom, M. de Charlus, kept his eyes lowered to show that he was paying little, if any, to them. He appeared to be trying to carve his way through their midst. "Prosper, dear hope of a sacred nation," he said, recalling a passage from Racine, and applying to it a wholly different meaning. "Pardon?" asked the footman, who was not well up in the classics. M. de Charlus made no reply, for he took a certain pride in never answering questions, and in marching straight ahead, as though there were no other visitors in the hotel, or no one existed in the world except himself, Baron de Charlus. But, having continued to quote the speech of Josabeth, "Come, come, my children," he felt a revulsion, and did not, like her, add, "Bid them approach," for these young people had not yet reached the age at which sex is completely developed, and which appealed to M. de Charlus. Moreover, if he had written to Madame de Chevronnier's footman because he had no doubt of his docility, he had hoped to meet someone more virile. On seeing him, he found him more effeminate than he would have liked. He told him that he had been expecting someone else, for he knew by sight another of Madame de Chevronnier's footmen, whom he had noticed upon the box of her carriage. This was an extremely rustic type of peasant, the very opposite of him who had come, who, on the other hand, regarding his own effeminate ways as adding to his attractiveness, and never doubting that it was this man-of-the-world air that had captivated M. de Charlus, could not even guess whom the Baron meant. "But there is no one else in the house, except one that you can't have given the eye to. He's hideous, just like a great peasant." And at the thought that it was perhaps this rustic whom the Baron had seen, he felt his self-esteem wounded. The Baron guessed this, and, widening his quest, "But I have not taken a vow that I will know only Madame de Chevronnier's men," he said. "Surely there are plenty of fellows in one house or another, here or in Paris, since you are leaving soon, that you could introduce to me?" "Oh, no," replied the footman. "I never go with anyone of my own class. I only speak to them on duty. But there is one very nice person I can make you know." "Who?" asked the Baron. "The Prince de Guermantes." Monsieur de Guermantes was vexed at being offered only a man so advanced in years, one, moreover, to whom he had no need to apply to a footman for an introduction. And so he declined the offer in a dry tone, and, not letting himself be discouraged by the menial's social pretensions, began to explain to him again what he wanted, the style, the type, a jockey, for instance, and so on. Fearing lest the solicitor, who went past at this moment, might have heard them, he thought it cunning to show that he was speaking of anything in the world rather than what his hearer might suspect, and said with emphasis and in ringing tones, but as though he were simply continuing his conversation, "Yes, in spite of my age, I still keep up a passion for collecting, a passion for pretty things. I would do anything to secure an old bronze, an early lustre. I adore the beautiful." But to make the footman understand the change of subject he had so rapidly executed, M. de Charlus laid such stress upon each word, and what was more, to be heard by the solicitor, he shouted his words so loud, that this charade should in itself have been enough to reveal what it concealed from ears more alert than those of the officer of the court. He suspected nothing, any more than any of the other residents in the hotel, all of whom saw a fashionable foreigner in the footman so smartly attired. On the other hand, if the gentlemen were deceived and took him for a distinguished American, no sooner did he appear before the servants than he was spotted by them, as one convict recognizes another, indeed scented afar off, as certain animals scent one another. The head waiters raised their eyebrows. Aimé cast a suspicious glance. The wine-waiter, shrugging his shoulders, uttered behind his hand, because he thought it polite, an offensive expression which everybody heard. Even our old Françoise, whose sight was failing, and who went past at that moment at the foot of the staircase to dine with the courrier, raised her head, recognized a servant where the hotel guests never suspected one, as the old nurse Euryclea recognizes Ulysses long before the suitors seated at the banquet, and seeing, arm in arm with him, M. de Charlus, assumed an appalled expression, as though all of a sudden slanders which she had heard repeated and had not believed had acquired a heart-rending probability in her eyes. She never spoke to me nor to anyone else of this incident, but it must have caused a considerable commotion in her brain, for afterwards, whenever in Paris she happened to see Julien, to whom until then she had been so greatly attached, she still treated him with politeness, but with a politeness that had cooled, and was always tempered with a strong dose of reserve. This same incident led someone else to confide in me. This was Aimé. When I encountered M. de Charlus, he, not having expected to meet me, raised his hand and called out, "Good evening," with the indifference, outwardly at least, of a great nobleman who believes that everything is allowed him, and thinks it better not to appear to be hiding anything. Aimé, who at that moment was watching him with a suspicious eye, and saw that I greeted the companion of the person in whom he was certain that he detected a servant, asked me that same evening who he was. For some time past, Aimé had shown a fondness for talking, or rather, as he himself put it, doubtless in order to emphasize the character, philosophical according to him, of these talks, discussing with me. And as I often said to him that it distressed me that he should have to stand beside the table while I ate, instead of being able to sit down and share my meal, he declared that he had never seen a guest show such sound reasoning. He was talking at that moment to two waiters. They had bowed to me. I did not know why their faces were unfamiliar, albeit their conversation sounded a note which seemed to me not to be novel. Aimé was scolding them both because of their matrimonial engagements, of which he disapproved. He appealed to me. I said I could not have any opinion on the matter, since I did not know them. They told me their names, reminded me that they had often waited upon me at Rivebelle, but one had let his moustache grow, the other had shaved his off, and had had his head cropped. For this reason, albeit it was the same head as before that rested upon the shoulders of each of them, and not a different head as in the faulty restorations of Notre Dame, it had remained almost as invisible to me as those objects which escape the most minute search and are actually staring everybody in the face where nobody notices them on the mantelpiece. As soon as I knew their name, I recognized exactly the uncertain music of their voices, because I saw once more the old face which made it clear. "They want to get married, and they haven't even learnt English," Aimée said to me, without reflecting that I was little versed in the ways of hotel service, and could not be aware that a person who does not know foreign languages cannot be certain of getting a situation. I, who supposed that he would have no difficulty in finding out that the newcomer was M. de Charlus, and indeed imagined that he must remember him, having waited upon him in the dining-room when the Baron came during my former visit to Balbec to see Madame V. Parisis, I told him his name. Not only did Aimée not remember the Baron de Charlus, but the name appeared to make a profound impression upon him. He told me that he would look for a letter next day in his room, which I might perhaps be able to explain to him. I was all the more astonished in that M. de Charlus, when he had wished to give me one of Bergot's books at Balbec the other year, had specially asked for Aimée, whom he must have recognized later on in that Paris restaurant where I had taken lunch with Saint-Loup and his mistress, and where M. de Charlus had come to spy on us. It is true that Aimée had not been able to execute these commissions in person, being on the former occasion in bed, and on the latter engaged in waiting. I had nevertheless grave doubts as to his sincerity when he pretended not to know M. de Charlus. For one thing, he must have appealed to the Baron. Like all the upstairs waiters of the Balbec Hotel, like several of the Prince de Guermantes' footmen, Aimée belonged to a race more ancient than that of the prince, therefore more noble. When you asked for a sitting-room, you thought at first you were alone, but presently, in the service-room, you caught sight of a sculptural waiter, of that ruddy Etruscan kind of which Aimée was typical, slightly aged by excessive consumption of champagne, and seeing the inevitable hour approach for Contrexéville water. Not all the visitors asked them merely to wait upon them. The underlings, who were young, conscientious, busy, who had mistresses waiting for them outside, made off, whereupon Aimée reproached them with not being serious. He had every right to do so. He himself was serious. He had a wife and children, and was ambitious on their behalf. And so the advances made to him by a strange lady or gentleman he never repulsed, though it meant his staying all night. For business must come before everything. He was so much of the type that attracted M. de Charlus that I suspected him of falsehood when he told me that he did not know him. I was wrong. The page had been perfectly truthful when he told the Baron that Aimée, who had given him a dressing down for it next day, had gone to bed or gone out, and on the other occasion was busy waiting. But imagination outreaches reality, and the page boy's embarrassment had probably aroused in M. de Charlus doubts as to the sincerity of his excuses that had wounded sentiments of which Aimée had no suspicion. We have seen, moreover, that Saint-Loup had prevented Aimée from going out to the carriage in which M. de Charlus, who had managed somehow or other to discover the waiter's new address, received a further disappointment. Aimée, who had not noticed him, felt an astonishment that may be imagined when, on the evening of that very day on which I had taken luncheon with Saint-Loup and his mistress, he received a letter sealed with the Guermantes arms, from which I shall quote a few passages here as an example of unilateral insanity in an intelligent man addressing an imbecile endowed with sense. "Sir, I have been unsuccessful, notwithstanding efforts that would astonish many people who have sought in vain to be greeted and welcomed by myself, in persuading you to listen to certain explanations which you have not asked of me, but which I felt it to be incumbent upon my dignity and your own to offer you. I am going therefore to write down here what it would have been more easy to say to you in person. I shall not conceal from you that the first time that I set eyes upon you at Baalbek, I found your face frankly antipathetic." Here followed reflections upon the resemblance, remarked only on the following day, to a deceased friend to whom M. de Charlus had been deeply attached. "The thought then suddenly occurred to me that you might, without in any way encroaching upon the demands of your profession, come to see me, and by joining me in the card games with which his mirth used to dispel my gloom, give me the illusion that he was not dead. Whatever the nature of the more or less fatuous suppositions which you probably formed, suppositions more within the mental range of a servant, who does not even deserve the name of servant, since he has declined to serve, than the comprehension of so lofty a sentiment, you probably thought that you were giving yourself importance, knowing not who I was, nor what I was, by sending word to me when I asked you to fetch me a book that you were in bed. But it is a mistake to imagine that impolite behaviour ever adds to charm, in which you, moreover, are entirely lacking. I should have ended matters there, had I not by chance the following morning found an opportunity of speaking to you. Your resemblance to my poor friend was so accentuated, banishing even the intolerable protuberance of your too prominent chin, that I realized that it was the deceased who at that moment was lending you his own kindly expression, so as to permit you to regain your hold over me, and to prevent you from missing the unique opportunity that was being offered to you. Indeed, although I have no wish, since there is no longer any object, and it is unlikely that I shall meet you again in this life, to introduce coarse questions of material interest, I should have been only too glad to obey the prayer of my dead friend, for I believe in the communion of saints, and in their deliberate intervention in the destiny of the living, that I should treat you as I used to treat him who had his carriage, his servants, and to whom it was quite natural that I should consecrate the greater part of my fortune, since I loved him as a father loves a son. You have decided otherwise. To my request that you should fetch me a book, you sent the reply that you are obliged to go out. And this morning, when I asked you to come to my carriage, you then, if I may so speak without blasphemy, denied me for the third time. You will excuse my not enclosing in this envelope the lavish gratuity which I intended to give you at Baalbek, and to which it would be too painful to me to restrict myself in dealing with a person with whom I had thought for a moment of sharing all that I possess. At least you might spare me the trouble of making a fourth vain attempt to find you at your restaurant, to which my patience will not extend. Here M. de Charlus gave his address, stated the hours at which he would be at home, etc. Farewell, sir, since I assume that, resembling so strongly the friend whom I have lost, you cannot be entirely stupid, otherwise physiognomy would be a false science. I am convinced that if one day you should think of this incident again, it will not be without feeling some regret and some remorse. For my part, I believe that I am quite sincere in saying that I retain no bitterness. I should have preferred that we should part with a less unpleasant memory than this third futile endeavour, It will soon be forgotten. We are like those vessels which you must often have seen at Baalbek, which have crossed one another's course for a moment. It might have been to the advantage of each of them to stop, but one of them has decided otherwise. Presently they will no longer even see one another on the horizon, and their meeting is a thing out of mind. But before this final parting, each of them salutes the other. And so at this point, sir, wishing you all good fortune, does the Baron de Charlus. Aimé had not even read this letter through, being able to make nothing of it, and suspecting a hoax. When I had explained to him who the Baron was, he appeared to be lost in thought, and to be feeling the regret that M. de Charlus had anticipated. I would not be prepared to swear that he would not at that moment have written a letter of apology to a man who gave carriages to his friends. But in the interval, M. de Charlus had made Morel's acquaintance. It was true that, his relations with Morel being possibly platonic, M. de Charlus occasionally sought to spend an evening in company such as that in which I had just met him in the hall. But he was no longer able to divert from Morel the violent sentiment which, at liberty a few years earlier, had asked nothing better than to fasten itself upon Aimé, and had dictated the letter, which had distressed me for its writer's sake, when the head waiter showed me it. It was, in view of the antisocial nature of M. de Charlus's love, a more striking example of the insensible, sweeping force of these currents of passion by which the lover, like a swimmer, is very soon carried out of sight of land. No doubt the love of a normal man may also, when the lover, by the successive invention of his desires, regrets, disappointments, plans, constructs a whole romance about a woman whom he does not know, allow the two legs of the compass to gape at a quite remarkably wide angle. All the same, such an angle was singularly enlarged by the character of a passion which is not generally shared, and by the difference in social position between M. de Charlus and Aimé. End of section 24. Section 25 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Sorrows of Monsieur de Charlus 2. Every day I went out with Albertine. She had decided to take up painting again, and had chosen as the subject of her first attempts the church of Saint-Jean de la Haye, which nobody ever visited, and very few had even heard of, a spot difficult to describe, impossible to discover without a guide, slow of access in its isolation, more than half an hour from the Épreville station, after one had long left behind one the last houses of the village of Quetolme. As to the name Épreville, I found that the curé's book and Brichot's information were at variance. According to one, Épreville was the ancient Sprevilla. The other derived the name from Aprivilla. On our first visit, we took a little train in the opposite direction from Féterne, that is to say, toward Gratevast. But we were in the dog days, and it had been a terrible strain simply to go out of doors immediately after luncheon. I should have preferred not to start so soon. The luminous and burning air provoked thoughts of indolence and cool retreats. It filled my mother's room and mine, according to their exposure, at varying temperatures, like rooms in a Turkish bath. Mamma's dressing-room, festooned by the sun with a dazzling Moorish whiteness, appeared to be sunk at the bottom of a well because of the 4 plastered walls on which it looked out, while far above, in the empty space, the sky, whose fleecy white waves one saw slip past, one behind the other, seemed, because of the longing that one felt, whether built upon a terrace or seen reversed in a mirror hung above the window, a tank filled with blue water reserved for bathers. Notwithstanding this scorching temperature, we had taken the 1 o'clock train. But Albertine had been very hot in the carriage, hotter still in the long walk across country, and I was afraid of her catching cold when she proceeded to sit still in that damp hollow where the sun's rays did not penetrate. Having, on the other hand, as long ago as our first visits to Elsteer, made up my mind that she would appreciate not merely luxury, but even a certain degree of comfort, of which her want of money deprived her, I had made arrangements with the Baalbek job-master that a carriage was to be sent every day to take us out. To escape from the heat, we took the road through the forest of Chantepie. The invisibility of the innumerable birds, some of them almost sea-birds, that conversed with one another from the trees on either side of us, gave the same impression of repose that one has when one shuts one's eyes. By Albertine's side, enchained by her arms within the carriage, I listened to these Oceanides, and when by chance I caught sight of one of these musicians as he flitted from one leaf to the shelter of another, there was so little apparent connection between him and his songs that I could not believe that I beheld their cause in the little body, fluttering, humble, startled, and unseeing. The carriage could not take us all the way to the church. I stopped it when we had passed through Ketholm, and bade Albertine good-bye, for she had alarmed me by saying to me of this church, as of other buildings, of certain pictures, "What a pleasure it would be to see that with you!" This pleasure was one that I did not feel myself capable of giving her. I felt it myself in front of beautiful things only if I was alone, or pretended to be alone, and did not speak. But since she supposed that she might, thanks to me, feel sensations of art which are not communicated thus, I thought it more prudent to say that I must leave her, would come back to fetch her at the end of the day, but that in the meantime I must go back with the carriage to pay a call on Madame Verdurins, or on the Cambramais, or even spend an hour with Mamma at Baalbek, but never farther afield. To begin with, that is to say, for Albertine having once said to me petulantly, "It's a bore that nature has arranged things so badly and put Saint-Jean-de-Lez in one direction, La Raspalière in another, so that you're imprisoned for the whole day in the part of the country you've chosen." As soon as the tuck and veil had come, I ordered, to my eventual undoing, a motor car from Saint-Fargeau, Sanctus Feriolis, according to the curé's book. Albertine, whom I had kept in ignorance, and who had come to call to me, was surprised when she heard in front of the hotel the purr of the engine, delighted when she learned that this motor was for ourselves. I made her come upstairs for a moment to my room. She jumped for joy. "We're going to pay a call on the Verdurins." "Yes, but you'd better not go dressed like that, since you are going to have your motor. There, you'll look better in these." And I brought out the toque and veil which I had hidden. "They're for me! Oh, you're an angel!" she cried, throwing her arms around my neck. Aimée, who had met us on the stairs, proud of Albertine's smart attire and of our means of transport, for these vehicles were still comparatively rare at Baalbek, gave himself the pleasure of coming downstairs behind us. Albertine, anxious to display herself in her new garments, asked me to have the car opened, as we could shut it later on when we wished to be more private. "Now then," said Aimé to the driver, with whom he was not acquainted, and who had not stirred, "don't you here, you're to open the roof." For Aimé, sophisticated by hotel life, in which, moreover, he had won his way to exalted rank, was not as shy as the cab-driver to whom Françoise was a lady. Notwithstanding the want of any formal introduction, plebeians whom he had never seen before he addressed as tu, though it was hard to say whether this was aristocratic disdain on his part or democratic fraternity. "I am engaged," replied the chauffeur, who did not know me by sight. "I am ordered for Mademoiselle Simonet. I can't take this gentleman." Aimé burst out laughing. "Why, you great pumpkin," he said to the driver, whom he at once convinced. "This is Mademoiselle Simonet, and Monsieur, who tells you to open the roof of your car, is the person who engaged you." And as Aimé, although personally he had no feeling for Albertine, was, for my sake, proud of the garments she was wearing, he whispered to the chauffeur, "Don't get a chance of driving a princess like that every day, do you?" On this first occasion, it was not I alone that was able to go to La Raspallière, as I did on other days, while Albertine painted. She decided to go there with me. She did indeed think that we might stop here and there on our way, but supposed it to be impossible to start by going to Saint-Jean-de-la-Haye, that is to say, in another direction, and to make an excursion which seemed to be reserved for a different day. She learned, on the contrary, from the driver, that nothing could be easier than to go to Saint-Jean, which he could do in 20 minutes, and that we might stay there if we chose for hours, or go on much farther, for from Quetholme to La Raspallière would not take more than 35 minutes. We realized this as soon as the vehicle, starting off, covered in one bound 20 paces of an excellent horse. Distances are only the relation of space to time, and vary with that relation. We express the difficulty that we have in getting to a place in a system of miles or kilometers, which becomes false as soon as that difficulty decreases. Art is modified by it also, when a village which seemed to be in a different world from some other village becomes its neighbour in a landscape whose dimensions are altered. In any case, the information that there may perhaps exist a universe in which 2 and 2 make 5, and the straight line is not the shortest way between 2 points, would have astonished Albertine far less than to hear the driver say that it was easy to go in a single afternoon to Saint-Jean and La Raspallière, Douville and Quetholme, Saint-Mard-le-Vieux and Saint-Mard-le-Vêtu, Gourville and Old Balbec, Tourville and Féterne, prisoners hitherto as hermetically confined in the cells of distinct days as long ago were Méséglise and Guermantes, upon which the same eyes could not gaze in the course of one afternoon, delivered now by the giant with the 7-league boots, came and clustered about our tea-time, their towers and steeples, their old gardens, which the encroaching wood sprang back to reveal. Coming to the foot of the cliff road, the car took it in its stride, with a continuous sound like that of a knife being ground, while the sea, falling away, grew broader beneath us. The old rustic houses of Mont-sur-Vin ran towards us, clasping to their bosoms vine or rosebush. The firs of La Raspallière, more agitated than when the evening breeze was rising, ran in every direction to escape from us, and a new servant, whom I had never seen before, came to open the door for us on the terrace, while the gardener's son, betraying a precocious bent, devoured the machine with his gaze. As it was not a Monday, we did not know whether we should find Madame Verdurins, for, except upon that day, when she was at home, it was unsafe to call upon her without warning. No doubt she was principally at home, but this expression, which Madame Swann employed at the time when she too was seeking to form her little clan and to draw visitors to herself without moving towards them, an expression which she interpreted as meaning on principle, meant no more than as a general rule, that is to say, with frequent exceptions. For not only did Madame Verdurin like going out, but she carried her duties as a hostess to extreme lengths, and when she had had people to luncheon immediately after the coffee, liqueurs, and cigarettes, notwithstanding the first somnolent effects of the heat and of digestion, in which they would have preferred to watch through the leafy boughs of the terrace the Jersey packet passing over the enamelled sea, the programme included a series of excursions in the course of which her guests, installed by force in carriages, were conveyed willy-nilly to look at one or other of the views that abound in the neighbourhood of Deauville. This second part of the entertainment was, as it happened, once the effort to rise and enter the carriage had been made, no less satisfactory than the other to the guests, already prepared by the succulent dishes, the vintage wines, or sparkling cider, to let themselves be easily intoxicated by the purity of the breeze and the magnificence of the views. Madame Verdurin used to make strangers visit these rather as though they were portions, more or less detached, of her own property, which you could not help going to see the moment you came to luncheon with her, and which, conversely, you would never have known had you not been entertained by the mistress. This claim to arrogate to herself the exclusive right over walks and drives, as over Morel's and formerly Deschamps' playing, and to compel the landscapes to form part of the little clan, was not, for that matter, so absurd as it appears at first sight. Madame Verdurin deplored the want of taste which, according to her, the Cambremer showed in the furnishing of La Raspalière and the arrangement of the garden, but still more their want of initiative in the excursions that they took or made their guests take in the surrounding country. Just as, according to her, La Raspalière was only beginning to come what it should always have been, now that it was the asylum of the little clan, so she insisted that the Cambremer, perpetually exploring in their barouche along the railway line, by the shore, the one ugly road that there was in the district, had been living in the place all their lives, but did not know it. There was a grain of truth in this assertion. From force of habit, lack of imagination, want of interest in a country which seemed hackneyed because it was so near, the Cambremer, when they left their home, went always to the same places and by the same roads. To be sure, they laughed heartily at the Verdurins' offer to show them their native country, but when it came to that, they and even their coachman would have been incapable of taking us to the splendid, more or less secret places to which Monsieur Verdurin brought us, now forcing the barrier of a private but deserted property upon which other people would not have thought it possible to venture, now leaving the carriage to follow a path which was not wide enough for wheeled traffic, but in either case with the certain recompense of a marvellous view. Let us say in passing that the garden at La Raspalière was, in a sense, a compendium of all the excursions to be made in a radius of many miles. For one thing, because of its commanding position, overlooking on one side the valley, on the other the sea, and also because, on one and the same side, the seaward side, for instance, clearings had been made through the trees in such a way that from one point you embraced one horizon, from another another. There was at each of these points of view a bench. You went and sat down in turn upon the bench from which there was a view of Baalbec, or Parville, or Deauville. even to command a single view, one bench would have been placed more or less on the edge of the cliff, another farther back. From the latter you had a foreground of verdure and a horizon which seemed already the vastest imaginable, but which became infinitely larger if, continuing along a little path, you went to the next bench, from which you scanned the whole amphitheatre of the sea. There you could make out exactly the sounds of the waves, which did not penetrate to the more secluded parts of the garden, where the sea was still visible, but no longer audible. These resting places bore at La Raspalière, among the occupants of the house, the name of views, and indeed they assembled around the mansion the finest views of the neighbouring places, coastline or forest, seen greatly diminished by distance, as Hadrian collected in his villa reduced models of the most famous monuments of different countries. The name that followed the word view was not necessarily that of a place on the coast, but often that of the opposite shore of the bay, which you could make out, standing out in a certain relief, notwithstanding the extent of the panorama. Just as you took a book from Monsieur Verdurins' library to go and read for an hour at the view of Baalbec, so, if the sky was clear, the liqueurs would be served at the view of Rivebelle, on condition, however, that the wind was not too strong, for, in spite of the trees planted on either side, the air up there was keen. To come back to the carriage parties that Madame Verdurin used to organize for the afternoons, the mistress, if on her return she found the cards of some social butterfly on a flying visit from the coast, would pretend to be overjoyed, but was actually broken-hearted at having missed his visits, and, albeit people at this date came only to see the house, or to make the acquaintance for a day of a woman whose artistic salon was famous, but outside the pale in Paris, would at once make Monsieur Verdurin invite him to dine on the following Wednesday. As the tourist was often obliged to leave before that day, or was afraid to be out late, Madame Verdurin had arranged that on Mondays she was always to be found at tea-time. These tea-parties were not at all large, and I had known more brilliant gatherings of the sort in Paris, at the Princesse de Guermantes, at Madame de Gallifet's, or Madame d'Arpajon's. But this was not Paris, and the charm of the setting enhanced, in my eyes, not merely the pleasantness of the party, but the merits of the visitors. A meeting with some social celebrity, which in Paris would have given me no pleasure, but which at La Raspalière, whither he had come from a distance by Féterne or the forest of Chantepi, changed in character, in importance, became an agreeable incident. Sometimes it was a person whom I knew quite well, and would not have gone a yard to meet at the Swans, but his name sounded differently upon this cliff, like the name of an actor whom one has constantly heard in a theatre, printed upon the announcement in a different colour of an extraordinary gala performance, where his notoriety is suddenly multiplied by the unexpectedness of the rest. As in the country people behave without ceremony, the social celebrity often took it upon him to bring the friends with whom he was staying, murmuring the excuse in Madame Verdurin's ear that he could not leave them behind as he was living in their house. To his hosts, on the other hand, he pretended to offer, as a sort of courtesy, the distraction, in a monotonous seaside life, of being taken to a centre of wit and intellect, of visiting a magnificent mansion, and of making an excellent tea. This composed at once an assembly of several persons of semi-distinction, and if a little slice of garden with a few trees, which would seem shabby in the country, acquires an extraordinary charm in the Avenue Gabriel, or let us say the Rue de Monceau, where only multimillionaires can afford such a luxury, inversely, Gentlemen who were of secondary importance at a Parisian party stood out at their full value on a Monday afternoon at La Raspalliere. No sooner did they sit down at the table covered with a cloth embroidered in red, beneath the painted panels, to partake of the rock cakes, Norman puff pastry, tartlets shaped like boats filled with cherries like beads of coral, diplomatic cakes, than these guests were subjected, by the proximity of the great bowl of azure upon which the window opened, and which you could not help seeing when you looked at them, to a profound alteration, a transmutation which changed them into something more precious than before. What was more, even before you set eyes on them, when you came on a Monday to Madame Verdurins, people who in Paris would scarcely turn their heads to look, so familiar was the sight of a string of smart carriages waiting outside a great house, felt their hearts throb at the sight of the 2 or 3 broken-down dog-carts drawn up in front of La Raspalliere beneath the tall firs. No doubt this was because the rustic setting was different, and social impressions, thanks to this transposition, regained a kind of novelty. It was also because the broken-down carriage that one hired to pay a call upon Madame Verdurin called to mind a pleasant drive and a costly bargain struck with a coachman who had demanded so much for the whole day. But the slight air of curiosity with regard to fresh arrivals, whom it was still impossible to distinguish, made everybody ask himself, "Who can this be?" a question which it was difficult to answer when one did not know who might have come down to spend a week with the Cambremer or elsewhere, but which people always enjoy putting to themselves in rustic, solitary lives, where a meeting with a human creature whom one has not seen for a long time ceases to be the tiresome affair that it is in the life of Paris, and forms a delicious break in the empty monotony of lives that are too lonely, in which even the postman's knock becomes a pleasure. And on the day on which we arrived in a motor car at La Raspalliere, as it was not Monday, Monsieur and Madame Verdurin must have been devoured by that craving to see people which attacks men and women, and inspires a longing to throw himself out of the window in the patient who has been shut up away from his family and friends for a cure of strict isolation. For the new and more swift-footed servant, who had already made himself familiar with these expressions, having replied that if Madame has not gone out, she must be at the view of Deauville, and that he would go and look for her, came back immediately to tell us that she was coming to welcome us. We found her slightly dishevelled, for she had come from the flower-beds, farmyard, and kitchen garden, where she had gone to feed her peacocks and poultry, to hunt for eggs, to gather fruit and flowers, to make her table centre, which would suggest her park in miniature. But on the table it conferred the distinction of making it support the burden of only such things as were useful and good to eat. For round those other presents from the garden, which were the pears, the whipped eggs, rose the tall stems of bugloss, carnations, roses, and coreopsis, between which one saw, as between blossoming boundary posts, move from one to another beyond the glazed windows, the ships at sea. From the astonishment which Monsieur and Madame Verdurin interrupted while arranging their flowers to receive the visitors that had been announced showed, upon finding that these visitors were merely Albertine and myself, it was easy to see that the new servant, full of zeal but not yet familiar with my name, had repeated it wrongly, and that Madame Verdurin, hearing the names of guests whom she did not know, had nevertheless bidden him to let them in her need of seeing somebody, no matter whom. And the new servant stood contemplating this spectacle from the door in order to learn what part we played in the household. Then he made off at a run, taking long strides, for he had entered upon his duties only the day before. When Albertine had quite finished displaying her toque and veil to the Verdurins, she gave me a warning look to remind me that we had not too much time left for what we meant to do. Madame Verdurin begged us to stay to tea, but we refused, when all of a sudden a suggestion was mooted which would have made an end of all the pleasures that I had promised myself from my drive with Albertine. The mistress, unable to face the thought of tearing herself from us, or perhaps of allowing a novel distraction to escape, decided to accompany us. Accustomed for years past to the experience that similar offers on her part were not well received, and being probably dubious whether this offer would find favour with us, she concealed beneath an excessive assurance the timidity that she felt when addressing us, and, without even appearing to suppose that there could be any doubt as to our answer, asked us no question, but said to her husband, speaking of Albertine and myself, as though she were conferring a favour on us, "I shall see them home myself." At the same time, there hovered over her lips a smile that did not belong to them, a smile which I had already seen on the faces of certain people when they said to Bergotte, with a knowledgeable air, "I've brought your book. It's not bad." One of those collective, universal smiles which, when they feel the need of them, as we make use of railways and removal vans, individuals borrow, except a few who are extremely refined, like Swann or M de Charlus, on whose lips I have never seen that smile settle. From that moment my visit was poisoned. I pretended not to have understood. A moment later it became evident that Monsieur Verdurin was to be one of the party. "But it will be too far for Monsieur Verdurin," I objected. "Not at all," replied Madame Verdurin, with a condescending, cheerful air. "He says it will amuse him immensely to go with you young people over a road he has travelled so many times. If necessary, he will sit beside the engineer. That doesn't frighten him. And we shall come back quietly by the train like a good married couple. Look at him, he's quite delighted." She seemed to be speaking of an aged and famous painter, full of friendliness, who, younger than the youngest, takes a delight in scribbling figures on paper to make his grandchildren laugh. What added to my sorrow was that Albertine seemed not to share it, and to find some amusement in the thought of dashing all over the countryside like this with the Verdurins. As for myself, the pleasure that I had vowed that I would take with her was so imperious that I refused to allow the mistress to spoil it. I invented falsehoods which the irritating threats of Madame Verdurin made excusable, but which Albertine, alas, contradicted. "But we have a call to pay," I said. "What call?" asked Albertine. "You shall hear about it later. There's no getting out of it." "Very well, we can wait outside," said Madame Verdurin, resigned to anything. At the last minute, my anguish at seeing wrested from me a happiness for which I had so longed gave me the courage to be impolite. I refused point blank, alleging in Madame Verdurin's ear that because of some trouble which had befallen Albertine, and about which she wished to consult me, it was absolutely necessary that I should be alone with her. The mistress appeared vexed. "All right, we shan't come," she said to me in a voice tremulous with rage. I felt her so angry that, so as to appear to be giving way a little, "But we might perhaps—" I began. "No," she replied, more furious than ever. "When I say no, I mean no." I supposed that I was out of favour with her, but she called us back at the door to urge us not to fail on the following Wednesday, and not to come with that contraption which was dangerous at night, but by the train with the little group, and she made me stop the car, which was moving downhill towards the park, because the footman had forgotten to put in the hood the slice of tart and the shortbread, which she had made into a parcel for us. We started off. escorted for a moment by the little houses that came running to meet us with their flowers. The face of the countryside seemed to us entirely changed. So far in the topographical image that we form in our minds of separate places is the notion of space from being the most important factor. We have said that the notion of time segregates them even further. It is not the only factor either. Certain places, which we see always in isolation, seem to us to have no common measure with the rest, to be almost outside the world, like those people whom we have known in exceptional periods in our life, during our military service, in our childhood, and whom we associate with nothing. In my first year at Baalbek, there was a piece of high ground to which Madame de Villeparisis liked to take us, because from it you saw only the water and the woods, and which was called Beaumont. As the road that she took to approach it, and preferred to other routes because of its old trees, went uphill all the way, her carriage was obliged to go at a crawling pace, and took a very long time. When we reached the top, we used to alight, stroll about for a little, get into the carriage again, return by the same road, without seeing a single village, a single country house. I knew that Beaumont was something very special, very remote, very high. I had no idea of the direction in which it was to be found, having never taken the Beaumont road to go anywhere else. Besides, it took a very long time to get there in a carriage. It was obviously in the same department or in the same province as Baalbek, but was situated for me on another plane, enjoyed a special privilege of extraterritoriality. But the motor car respects no mystery, and, having passed beyond Ancarville, whose houses still danced before my eyes, as we were going down the crossroads that leads to Parville, Paterni Villa, catching sight of the sea from a natural terrace over which we were passing, I asked the name of the place, and before the chauffeur had time to reply, recognized Beaumont, close by which I passed thus unconsciously whenever I took the little train, for it was within 2 minutes of Parville. Like an officer of my regiment, who might have seemed to me a creature apart, too kindly and simple to be of a great family, too remote already and mysterious to be simply of a great family, and of whom I was afterwards to learn that he was the brother-in-law, the cousin of people with whom I was dining, so Beaumont, suddenly brought in contact with places from which I supposed it to be so distinct, lost its mystery, and took its place in the district, making me think with terror that Madame Bovary and the Saint-Severina might perhaps have seemed to me to be like ordinary people had I met them elsewhere than in the close atmosphere of a novel. It may be thought that my love of magic journeys by train ought to have prevented me from sharing Albertine's wonder at the motor car, which takes even the invalid wherever he wishes to go, and destroys our conception, which I had held hitherto, of position in space as the individual mark, the irreplaceable essence of irremovable beauties. And no doubt this position in space was not to the motor car, as it had been to the railway train when I came from Paris to Baalbek, a goal exempt from the contingencies of ordinary life, almost ideal at the moment of departure, and as it remained so at that of arrival, at our arrival in that great dwelling where no one dwells, and which bears only the name of the town, the station seeming to promise at last the accessibility of the town, as though the station were its materialization. No, the motor car did not convey us thus by magic into a town which we saw at first in the whole that is summarized by its name, and with the illusions of a spectator in the theatre. It made us enter that theatre by the wings, which were the streets, stopped to ask the way of an inhabitant. But as a compensation for so familiar a progress, one has the gropings of the chauffeur, uncertain of his way and retracing his course, the general post of perspective, which sets a castle dancing about with a hill, a church, and the sea, while one draws nearer to it, in spite of its vain efforts to hide beneath its primeval foliage. Those ever-narrowing circles which the motorcar describes round a spellbound town, which darts off in every direction to escape it, and upon which finally it drops down straight into the heart of the valley where it lies palpitating on the ground, so that this position in space, this unique point which the motorcar seems to have stripped of the mystery of express trains, it gives us, on the contrary, the impression of discovering, of determining for ourselves, as with a compass, of helping us to feel with a more fondly exploring hand, with a finer precision, the true geometry, the fair measure of the earth. What, unfortunately, I did not know at that moment, and did not learn until more than 2 years later, was that one of the chauffeur's patrons was M. de Charlus, and that Morel, instructed to pay him and keeping part of the money for himself, making the chauffeur triple and quintuple the mileage, had become very friendly with him, while pretending not to know him before other people, and made use of his car for long journeys. If I had known this at the time, and that the confidence with which the Verdurins were presently to feel in this chauffeur came, unknown to them, from that source, perhaps many of the sorrows of my life in Paris in the year that followed, much of my trouble over Albertine, would have been avoided. But I had not the slightest suspicion of it. In themselves, M. de Charlus' excursions by motor car with Morel were of no direct interest to me. They were, moreover, confined, as a rule, to a luncheon or dinner in some restaurant along the coast, where M. de Charlus was regarded as an old and penniless servant, and Morel, whose duty it was to pay the bill, as a too kind-hearted gentleman. I report the conversation at one of these meals, which may give an idea of the others. It was in a restaurant of elongated shape at Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu. "Can't you get them to remove this thing?" M. de Charlus asked Morel, as though appealing to an intermediary, without having to address the staff directly. This thing was a vase containing 3 withered roses, with which a well-meaning head waiter had seen fit to decorate the table. "Yes," said Morel in embarrassment. "You don't like roses?" "My request ought, on the contrary, to prove that I do like them, since there are no roses here." Morel appeared surprised. "But as a matter of fact, I do not care much for them. I am rather sensitive to names, and whenever a rose is at all beautiful, one learns that it is called Baron de Rothschild or Maréchal Niel, which casts a chill. Do you like names? Have you found beautiful titles for your little concert numbers? There is one that's called Poème Triste." "That is horrible," replied M. de Charlus in a shrill voice that rang out like a blow. "But I ordered champagne," he said to the head waiter, who had supposed that he was obeying the order by placing by the diners 2 glasses of foaming liquid. "Yes, sir." "Take away that filth, which has no connection with the worst champagne in the world. It is the emetic known as cup, which consists, as a rule, of 3 rotten strawberries swimming in a mixture of vinegar and soda water. Yes," he went on, turning again to Morel, "you don't seem to know what a title is. Even in the interpretation of the things you play best, you seem not to be aware of the mediumistic side." "You mean to say," asked Morel, who, not having understood 1 word of what the Baron said, was afraid that he might be missing something of importance, such as an invitation to luncheon. M. de Charlus, having failed to regard "You mean to say?" as a question, Morel, having in consequence received no answer, thought it best to change the conversation and to give it a sensual turn. There, look at that fair girl selling the flowers you don't like. I'm certain she's got a little mistress. And the old woman dining at the table at the end, too." "But how do you know all that?" asked M. de Charlus, amazed at Morel's intuition. "Oh, I can spot them in an instant. If we went out together in a crowd, you would see that I never make a mistake." And anyone looking at Morel at that moment, with his girlish air enshrined in his masculine beauty, would have understood the obscure divination which made him no less obvious to certain women than them to him. He was anxious to supplant Jupien, vaguely desirous of adding to his regular income the profits which, he supposed, the tailor derived from the Baron. "As with boys, I'm surer still. I could save you from making any mistake. We shall be having the fair soon at Baalbec. We shall find lots of things there. And in Paris too, you'll see. You'll have a fine time." But the inherited caution of a servant made him give a different turn to the sentence on which he had already embarked, so that M. de Charlus supposed that he was still referring to girls. "Listen," said Morel, anxious to excite in a fashion which he considered less compromising for himself, albeit it was actually more immoral, the Baron's senses. "What I should like would be to find a girl who is quite pure, make her fall in love with me, and take her virginity." M. de Charlus could not refrain from pinching Morel's ear affectionately, but added innocently, "Well, what good would that be to you? If you took her maidenhead, you'd be obliged to marry her." "Marry her?" cried Morel, guessing that the Baron was fuddled, or else giving no thought to the man, more scrupulous in reality than he supposed, to whom he was speaking. "Marry her? Balls! I should promise, but once the little operation was performed, I should clear out and leave her." M. de Charlus was in the habit, when a fiction was capable of causing him a momentary sensual pleasure, of believing in its truth, while keeping himself free to withdraw his credulity altogether a minute later, when his pleasure was at an end. "You would really do that?" she said to Morel with a laugh, squeezing him more tightly still. "And why not?" said Morel, seeing that he was not shocking the Baron by continuing to expound to him what was indeed one of his desires. "It is dangerous," said M. de Charlus. "I should have my kit packed and ready, and buzz off and leave no address." "And what about me?" asked M. de Charlus. "I should take you with me, of course," Morel made haste to add, never having thought what would have become of the Baron, who was the least of his responsibilities. "I say, there's a kid I should love to try that game on. She's a little seamstress who seems to keep a shop in Monsieur le Duc's hotel." "Jupien's girl!" the Baron exclaimed as the wine-waiter entered the room. "Oh, clever!" he added, whether because the presence of a third person had cooled his ardour, or because, even in this sort of black mass in which he took a delight in defiling the most sacred things, he could not bring himself to allow the mention of people to whom he was bound by ties of friendship. "Jupien is a good man. The child is charming. It would be a shame to make them unhappy." Morel felt that he had gone too far, and was silent, but his gaze continued to fix itself in imagination upon the girl for whose benefit he had once begged me to address him as "dear great master," and from whom he had ordered a waistcoat. An industrious worker, the child had not taken any holiday, but I learned afterwards that while the violinist was in the neighbourhood of Baalbec, she never ceased to think of his handsome face, ennobled by the accident that, having seen Morel in my company, she had taken him for a gentleman. "I never heard Chopin play," said the Baron, "and yet I might have done so. I took lessons from Stamaty, but he forbade me to go and hear the master of the nocturnes at my aunt Chimé's." "That was damned silly of him," exclaimed Morel. "On the contrary," M. de Charlus retorted warmly in a shrill voice, "he showed his intelligence. He had realized that I had a nature and that I would succumb to Chopin's influence. It made no difference, because when I was quite young I gave up music, and everything else, for that matter. Besides, one can more or less imagine him," he added in a slow, nasal, drawling tone. "There are still people who did hear him who can give you an idea. However, Chopin was only an excuse to come back to the mediumistic aspect, which you are neglecting." The reader will observe that, after an interpolation of common parlance, M. de Charlus had suddenly become as precious and haughty in his speech as ever. The idea of Morel's dropping without compunction a girl whom he had outraged had given him a sudden and entire pleasure. From that moment his sensual appetites were satisfied for a time, and the sadist, a true medium he, if you like, who had for a few moments taken the place of M. de Charlus, had fled, leaving a clear field for the real M. de Charlus, full of artistic refinement, sensibility, goodness. You were playing the other day that transposition for piano of the 15th Quartet, which is absurd in itself, because nothing could be less pianistic. It is meant for people whose ears are hurt by the too highly strained chords of the glorious deaf one, whereas it is precisely that almost bitter mysticism that is divine. In any case, you played it very badly and altered all the movements. You ought to play it as though you were composing it. The young Morel, afflicted with a momentary deafness and with a non-existent genius, stands for an instant motionless. Then, seized by the divine frenzy, he composes the opening bars, after which, exhausted by this initial effort, he gives way, letting droop his charming forelock to please Madame Verdurins, and what is more, gives himself time to recreate the prodigious quantity of grey matter which he has commandeered for the Pythian objectivation. Then, having regained his strength, seized by a fresh and overmastering inspiration, he flings himself upon the sublime, imperishable phrase, which the virtuoso of Berlin, we suppose M. de Charlus to have meant by this expression Mendelssohn, was to imitate without ceasing. It is in this, the only really transcendent and animating fashion, that I shall make you play in Paris. When M. de Charlus gave him advice of this sort, Morel was far more alarmed than when he saw the head waiter remove his scorned roses and cup, for he asked himself with anxiety what effect it would create among his class. But he was unable to dwell upon these reflections, for M. de Charlus said to him imperiously, "Ask the head waiter if he has a bon chrétien." "A good Christian? I don't understand." "Can't you see we've reached the dessert? It's a pear. You may be sure Madame de Cambremer has them in her garden, for the Comtesse d'Escarbagnas, whose double she is, had them. Monsieur Thibaudier sends her to them, saying, 'Here is a bon chrétien which is worth tasting.'" "No, I didn't know." "I can see that you know nothing. If you have never even read Molière—" "Oh, well, since you are no more capable of ordering food than anything else, ask simply for a pear which is grown in this neighbourhood, the Louis Bonne d'Avranches. Wait a minute, since you are so stupid, I shall ask them myself for others, which I prefer. Waiter, do you have any doyenné de comices? Surely, you must read the exquisite passage about that pear by the Duchesse Émilie de Clermont-Tonnerre." "No, sir, there aren't any." "Have you any Triomphe de Dordogne?" "No, sir." "Any Virginie d'Alais or Passe Colmar?" "No." "Very well, since you have nothing, you may as well go." "The Duchesse d'Angoulême is not in season yet." "Come along, Charlie." Unfortunately for M. de Charlus, his want of common sense, perhaps too the chastity of what were probably his relations with Morel, made him go out of his way at this period to shower upon the violinist strange bounties which the other was incapable of understanding, and to which his nature, impulsive in its own way, but mean and ungrateful, could respond only by a harshness or a violence that were steadily intensified, and plunged M. de Charlus, formerly so proud, now quite timid, in fits of genuine despair. We shall see how, in the smallest matters, Morel, who fancied himself a M. de Charlus 1,000 times more important, completely misunderstood, by taking it literally, the Baron's arrogant information with regard to the aristocracy. Let us for the moment say simply this, while Albertine waits for me at Saint-Jean-de-la-Haye, that if there was one thing which Morel set above nobility, and this was in itself distinctly noble, especially in a person whose pleasure it was to pursue little girls on the sly with the chauffeur, it was his artistic reputation, and what the others might think of him in the violin class. No doubt it was an ugly trait in his character that because he felt M. de Charlus to be entirely devoted to him, he appeared to disown him, make fun of him, in the same way as when I had promised not to reveal the secret of his father's position with my great-uncle, he treated me with contempt. But, on the other hand, his name, as that of a recognized artist, Morel, appeared to him superior to a name. And when M. de Charlus, in his dreams of platonic affection, tried to make him adopt one of his family titles, Morel stoutly refused. End of section 25. Section 26 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Sorrows of M. de Charlus, 3. When Albertine thought it better to remain at Saint-Jean-de-la-Haye and paint, I would take the car, and it was not merely to Gorville and Féterne, but to Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu, and as far as Criquetot that I was able to penetrate, before returning to fetch her. While pretending to be occupied with anything rather than herself, and to be obliged to forsake her for other pleasures, I thought only of her. As often as not, I went no farther than the great plain which overlooks Gorville, and as it resembles slightly the plain that begins above Cambrai in the direction of Méséglise, even at a considerable distance from Albertine, I had the joy of thinking that if my gaze could not reach her, still, travelling farther than in my vision, that strong and gentle sea breeze, which was sweeping past me, must be flowing down, without anything to arrest it, as far as Quetholme, until it stirred the branches of the trees that bury Saint-Jean-de-la-Haye in their foliage, caressing the face of my mistress, and must thus be extending a double tie between her and myself in this retreat, indefinitely enlarged, but without danger, as in those games in which two children find themselves momentarily out of sight and earshot of one another, and yet, while far apart, remain together. I returned by those roads from which there is a view of the sea, and on which, in the past, before it appeared among the branches, I used to shut my eyes to reflect that what I was going to see was indeed the plaintive ancestress of the earth, pursuing, as in the days when no living creature yet existed, its lunatic, immemorial agitation. Now, these roads were no longer simply the means of rejoining Albertine. When I recognized each of them in their uniformity, knowing how far they would run in a straight line, where they would turn, I remembered that I had followed them while I thought of Mademoiselle de Stermaria, and also that this same eagerness to find Albertine I had felt in Paris as I walked the streets along which Madame de Guermantes might pass. They assumed for me the profound monotony, the moral significance of a sort of ruled line that my character must follow. It was natural, and yet it was not without importance. They reminded me that it was my fate to pursue only phantoms, creatures whose reality existed to a great extent in my imagination. There are people indeed, and this had been my case from my childhood, for whom all the things that have a fixed value, accessible by others, fortune, success, high positions, do not count. What they must have is phantoms. They sacrifice all the rest, leave no stone unturned, make everything else subservient to the capture of some phantom. But this soon fades away, then they run after another, prepared to return later on to the first. It was not the first time that I had gone in quest of Albertine, the girl I had seen that first year outlined against the sea. Other women, it is true, had been interposed between the Albertine whom I had first loved and her from whom I was scarcely separated at this moment. Other women, notably the Duchesse de Guermantes. But the reader will say, why give yourself so much anxiety with regard to Gilberte, take so much trouble over Madame de Guermantes, if, when you have become the friend of the latter, it is with the sole result of thinking no more of her, but only of Albertine? Swann, before his own death, might have answered the question, he who had been a lover of phantoms pursued, forgotten, sought afresh sometimes for a single meeting, and in order to establish contact with an unreal life which at once escaped, these Baalbec roads were full. When I thought that their trees, pear trees, apple trees, tamarisks, would outlive me, I seemed to receive from them the warning to set myself to work at last, before the hour should strike of rest everlasting. I left the carriage at Ketholm, ran down the sunken path, crossed the brook by a plank, and found Albertine painting in front of the church, all spires and crockets, thorny and red, blossoming like a rose-bush. The lantern alone showed an unbroken front, and the smiling surface of the stone was abloom with angels who continued, before the 20th century couple that we were, to celebrate, taper in hand, the ceremonies of the 13th. It was they that Albertine was endeavouring to portray on her prepared canvas, and, imitating Elstir, she was laying on the paint in sweeping strokes, trying to obey the noble rhythm set, the great master had told her, by those angels, so different from any that he knew. Then she collected her things. Leaning upon one another, we walked back up the sunken path, leaving the little church, as quiet as though it had never seen us, to listen to the perpetual sound of the brook. Presently the car started, taking us home by a different way. We passed Marcouville-l'Orgueilleuse. Over its church, half new, half restored, the setting sun spread its patina as fine as that of centuries. Through it, the great bas-reliefs seemed to be visible only through a floating layer, half liquid, half luminous. The Blessed Virgin, Saint Elizabeth, Saint Joachim, swam in the impalpable tide, almost on dry land, on the waters or the sunlight's surface. Rising in a warm dust, the The many modern statues reached on their pillars halfway up the golden webs of sunset. In front of the church, a tall cypress seemed to be in a sort of consecrated enclosure. We left the car for a moment to look at it, and strolled for a little. No less than of her limbs, Albertine was directly conscious of her tuck of leghorn straw and of the silken veil, which were for her the source of no less satisfaction, and derived from them, as we strolled round the church, a different sort of impetus, revealed by a contentment which was inert, but in which I found a certain charm. The veil and tuck were but a recent, adventitious part of my friend, but a part that was already dear to me, as I followed its trail with my eyes, past the cypress in the evening air. She herself could not see it, but guessed that the effect was pleasing, for she smiled at me, harmonizing the poise of her head with the headgear that completed it. "I don't like it, it's restored," she said to me, pointing to the church, and remembering what Elster had said to her about the priceless, inimitable beauty of old stone. Albertine could tell a restoration at a glance. One could not help feeling surprised at the sureness of the taste she had already acquired in architecture, as contrasted with the deplorable taste she still retained in music. I cared no more than Elster for this church. It was with no pleasure to myself that its sunlit front had come and posed before my eyes, and I had got out of the car to examine it only out of politeness to Albertine. I found, however, that the great impressionist had contradicted himself. Why exalt this fetish of its objective architectural value, and not take into account the transfiguration of the church by the sunset? "No, certainly not," said Albertine. "I don't like it. I like its name, Orgueilleuse. But what I must remember to ask Brichot is why Saint-Marc is called Le Vêtu. We shall be going there next, shan't we?" she said, gazing at me out of her black eyes, over which her toque was pulled down like her little polo cap long ago. Her veil floated behind her. I got back into the car with her, happy in the thought that we should be going next day to Saint-Marc, where, in this blazing weather, when one could think only of the delights of a bath, the two ancient steeples, salmon pink, with their lozenge-shaped tiles, gaping slightly as though for air, looked like a pair of old, sharp-snouted fish, coated in scales, moss-grown and red, which, without seeming to move, were rising in a blue, transparent water. On leaving Marcouville, to shorten the road, we turned aside at a crossroads where there is a farm. Sometimes Albertine made the car stop there and asked me to go alone to fetch, so that she might drink it in the car, a bottle of Calvados or cider, which the people assured me was not effervescent, and which proceeded to drench us from head to foot. We sat pressed close together. The people of the farm could scarcely see Albertine in the closed car. I handed them back their bottles. We moved on again, as though to continue that private life by ourselves, that lover's existence which they might suppose us to lead, and of which this halt for refreshment had been only an insignificant moment. A supposition that would have appeared even less far-fetched if they had seen us after Albertine had drunk her bottle of cider. She seemed then positively unable to endure the existence of an interval between herself and me, which, as a rule, did not trouble her. Beneath her linen skirt, her legs were pressed against mine. She brought close against my cheeks, her own cheeks, which had turned pale, warm and red over the cheekbones, with something ardent and faded about them, such as one sees in girls from the slums. At such moments, almost as quickly as her personality, her voice changed also. She forsook her own voice to adopt another, raucous, bold, almost dissolute. Night began to fall. What a pleasure to feel her leaning against me, with her talk and her veil, reminding me that it is always thus, seated side by side, that we meet couples who are in love. I was, perhaps, in love with Albertine, but as I did not venture to let her see my love, although it existed in me, it could only be like an abstract truth, of no value until one has succeeded in checking it by experiment. As it was, it seemed to me unrealizable and outside the plane of life. As for my jealousy, it urged me to leave Albertine as little as possible, although I knew that it would not be completely cured until I had parted from her forever. I could even feel it in her presence, but would then take care that the circumstances should not be repeated which had aroused it. Once, for example, on a fine morning, we went to luncheon at Rivabelle. The great glazed doors of the dining room and of that hall in the form of a corridor in which tea was served stood open, revealing the sunlit lawns beyond, of which the huge restaurant seemed to form a part. The waiter with the flushed face and black hair that writhed like flames was flying from end to end of that vast expanse, less rapidly than in the past, for he was no longer an assistant, but was now in charge of a row of tables. Nevertheless, owing to his natural activity, sometimes far off in the dining room, at other times nearer, but out of doors, serving visitors who had preferred to feed in the garden, one caught sight of him, now here, now there, like successive statues of a young god, running, some in the interior, which for that matter was well lighted, of a mansion bounded by a vista of green grass, others beneath the trees, in the bright radiance of an open-air life. For a moment he was close to ourselves. Albertine replied absent-mindedly to what I had just said to her. She was gazing at him with rounded eyes. For a minute or two I felt that one may be close to the person whom one loves, and yet not have her with one. They had the appearance of being engaged in a mysterious conversation, rendered mute by my presence, and the sequel possibly of meetings in the past, of which I knew nothing, or merely of a glance that he had given her, at which I was the terzo incomodo, from whom the others try to hide things. Even when, forcibly recalled by his employer, he had withdrawn from us, Albertine, while continuing her meal, seemed to be regarding the restaurant and its gardens merely as a lighted running track on which there appeared here and there, amid the varied scenery, the swift-foot god with the black tresses. At one moment I asked myself whether she was not going to rise up and follow him, leaving me alone at the table. But in the days that followed, I began to forget forever this painful impression, for I had decided never to return to Rivabelle. I had extracted a promise from Albertine, who assured me that she had never been there before and would never return there, and I denied that the nimble-footed waiter had had eyes only for her, so that she should not believe that my company had deprived her of a pleasure. It happened now and then that I would revisit Rivabelle, but alone, and drink too much, as I had done there in the past. As I drained a final glass, I gazed at a round pattern painted on the white wall, concentrated upon it the pleasure that I felt. It alone in the world had any existence for me. I pursued it, touched it, and lost it by turns with my wavering glance, and felt indifferent to the future, contenting myself with my painted pattern, like a butterfly circling about a poised butterfly with which it is going to end its life in an act of supreme consummation. The moment was perhaps particularly well chosen for giving up a woman whom no very recent or very keen suffering obliged me to ask for this balm for a malady which they possess who have caused it. I was calmed by these very drives, which, even if I did not think of them at the moment, save as a foretaste of a morrow, which itself, notwithstanding the longing with which it filled me, was not to be different from today, had the charm of being torn from the places which Albertine had frequented hitherto, and where I had not been with her, her aunt's house, those of her girl friends. The charm, not of a positive joy, but only of the calming of an anxiety, and quite strong nevertheless. For at an interval of a few days, when my thoughts turned to the farm outside which we had sat drinking cider, or simply to the stroll we had taken round Saint-Marc-le-Vêtu, remembering that Albertine had been walking by my side in her talk, the sense of her presence added of a sudden so strong a virtue to the trivial image of the modern church, that at the moment when the sunlit front came thus of its own accord to pose before me in memory, it was like a great soothing compress laid upon my heart. I dropped Albertine at Parville, but only to join her again in the evening, and lie stretched out by her side in the darkness upon the beach. No doubt I did not see her every day. Still I could say to myself, if she were to give an account of how she spent her time, of her life, it would still be myself that played the largest part in it. And we spent together long hours on end, which brought into my days so sweet an intoxication that even when at Parville she jumped from the car which I was to send to fetch her an hour later, I no more felt myself to be alone in it than if, before leaving me, she had strewn it with flowers. I might have dispensed with seeing her every day. I was going to be happy when I left her, and I knew that the calming effect of that happiness might be prolonged over many days. But at that moment I heard Albertine, as she left me, say to her aunt or to a girl-friend, "Then tomorrow at 8:30. We mustn't be late. The others will be ready at 1:15. The conversation of a woman one loves is like the soil that covers a subterranean and dangerous water. One feels at every moment, beneath the words, the presence, the penetrating chill of an invisible pool. One perceives, here and there, its treacherous percolation, but the water itself remains hidden. The moment I heard these words of Albertine, my calm was destroyed. I wanted to ask her to let me see her the following morning, so as to prevent her from going to this mysterious rendezvous at 8:30, which had been mentioned in my presence only in covert terms. She would, no doubt, have begun by obeying me, while regretting that she had to give up her plans. In time, she would have discovered my permanent need to upset them. I should have become the person from whom one hides everything. Besides, it is probable that these gatherings from which I was excluded amounted to very little, and that it was perhaps from the fear that I might find one of the other girls there vulgar or boring that I was not invited to them. Unfortunately, this life, so closely involved with Albertine's, had a reaction not only upon myself. To me, it brought calm. To my mother, it caused an anxiety, her confession of which destroyed my calm. As I entered the hotel, happy in my own mind, determined to terminate one day soon an existence the end of which I imagined to depend upon my volition, my mother said to me, hearing me send a message to the chauffeur to go and fetch Albertine, "How you do waste your money!" Françoise, in her simple and expressive language, said with greater force, "That's the way the money goes." "Try," Mamma went on, "not to become like Charles de Sévigné, of whom his mother said, 'His hand is a crucible in which money melts.' Besides, I do really think you've gone about quite enough with Albertine. I assure you, you're overdoing it. Even to her it may seem ridiculous. I was delighted to think that you found her a distraction. I'm not asking you never to see her again, but simply that it may not be impossible to meet one of you without the other." My life with Albertine, a life devoid of keen pleasures, that is to say, of keen pleasures that I could feel, that life which I intended to change at any moment, choosing a calm interval, became, once again, suddenly, and for a time, necessary to me, when, by these words of Mamma's, it found itself threatened. I told my mother that what she had just said would delay, for perhaps 2 months, the decision for which she asked, which otherwise I would have reached before the end of that week. Mamma began to laugh, so as not to depress me, at this instantaneous effect of her advice, and promised not to speak of the matter to me again, so as not to prevent the rebirth of my good intentions. But since my grandmother's death, whenever Mamma allowed herself to laugh, the incipient laugh would be cut short, and would end in an almost heart-broken expression of sorrow, whether from remorse at having been able for an instant to forget, or else from the recrudescence which this brief moment of oblivion had given to her cruel obsession. But to the thoughts aroused in her by the memory of my grandmother, which was rooted in my mother's mind, I felt that on this occasion there were added others relative to myself, to what my mother dreaded as the sequel of my intimacy with Albertine, an intimacy to which she dared not, however, put a stop, in view of what I had just told her. But she did not appear convinced that I was not mistaken. She remembered all the years in which my grandmother and she had refrained from speaking to me of my work, and of a more wholesome rule of life, which, I said, the agitation into which their exhortations threw me alone prevented me from beginning, and which, notwithstanding their obedient silence, I had failed to pursue. After dinner, the car brought Albertine back. There was still a glimmer of daylight. The air was not so warm, but after a scorching day, we both dreamed of strange and delicious coolness. Then, to our fevered eyes, the narrow slip of moon appeared at first, as on the evening when I had gone to the Princesse de Guermantes, and Albertine had telephoned to me, like the slight, fine rind, then like the cool section of a fruit which an invisible knife was beginning to peel in the sky. Sometimes, too, it was I that went in search of my mistress. A little later, in that case, she would be waiting for me before the arcade of the market at Manneville. At first I could not make her out. I would begin to fear that she might not be coming, that she had misunderstood me. Then I saw her, in her white blouse with blue spots, spring into the car by my side, with the light bound of a young animal rather than a girl. It was like a dog, too, that she began to caress me interminably. When night had fallen, and, as the manager of the hotel remarked to me, the sky was all studded with stars, if we did not go out for a drive in the forest with a bottle of champagne, then, without heeding the strangers who were still strolling upon the faintly lighted front, but who could not have seen anything a yard away on the dark sand, we would lie down in the shelter of the dunes. That same body in whose suppleness abode all the feminine, marine, and sportive grace of the girls whom I had seen for the first time pass before a horizon of waves, I held pressed against my own, beneath the same rug, by the edge of the motionless sea, divided by a tremulous path of light. And we listened to the sea without tiring, and with the same pleasure, both when it held its breath, suspended for so long that one thought the reflux would never come, and when at last it gasped out at our feet the long-awaited murmur. Finally, I took Albertine back to Parville. When we reached her house, we were obliged to break off our kisses for fear lest someone should see us. Not wishing to go to bed, she returned with me to Baalbec. From where I took her back for the last time to Parville. The chauffeurs of those early days of the motor car were people who went to bed at all hours, and, as a matter of fact, I returned to Baalbec only with the first dews of morning, alone this time, but still surrounded with the presence of my mistress, gorged with an inexhaustible provision of kisses. On my table I would find a telegram or a postcard. Albertine again. She had written them at Getholm when I had gone off by myself in the car, to tell me that she was thinking of me. I got into bed as I read them over. Then I caught sight, over the curtains, of the bright streak of daylight, and I said to myself that we must be in love with one another, after all, since we had spent the night in one another's arms. When, next morning, I caught sight of Albertine on the front, I was so afraid of her telling me that she was not free that day, and could not accede to my request that we should go out together, that I delayed as long as possible making the request. I was all the more uneasy since she wore a cold, preoccupied air. People were passing whom she knew. Doubtless she had made plans for the afternoon from which I was excluded. I looked at her. I looked at that charming body, that blushing head of Albertine, rearing in front of me the enigma of her intentions, the unknown decision which was to create the happiness or misery of my afternoon. It was a whole state of the soul, a whole future existence that had assumed before my eyes the allegorical and fatal form of a girl. When at last I made up my mind, when with the most indifferent air that I could muster, I asked, "Are we to go out together now and again this evening?" And she replied, "With the greatest pleasure." Then the sudden replacement in the rosy face of my long uneasiness by a delicious sense of ease made even more precious to me those outlines to which I was perpetually indebted for the comfort, the relief that we feel after a storm has broken. I repeated to myself, "How sweet she is! What an adorable creature!" in an excitement less fertile than that caused by intoxication, scarcely more profound than that of friendship, but far superior to the excitement of social life. We cancelled our order for the car only on those days when there was a dinner party at the Verdurins, and on those when, Albertine not being free to go out with me, I took the opportunity to inform anybody who wished to see me that I should be remaining at Baalbec. I gave Saint-Loup permission to come on these days, but on these days only, for on one occasion when he had arrived unexpectedly, I had preferred to forego the pleasure of seeing Albertine rather than run the risk of his meeting her, than endanger the state of happy calm in which I had been dwelling for some time, and see my jealousy revive. And I had been at my ease only after Saint Loup had gone. And so he pledged himself, with regret, but with scrupulous observance, never to come to Baalbec unless summoned there by myself. In the past, when I thought with longing of the hours that Madame de Guermantes passed in his company, how I valued the privilege of seeing him. Other people never cease to change places in relation to ourselves. In the imperceptible but eternal march of the world, we regard them as motionless in a moment of vision too short for us to perceive the motion that is sweeping them on. But we have only to select in our memory 2 pictures taken of them at different moments, close enough together, however, for them not to have altered in themselves, perceptibly, that is to say, and the difference between the 2 pictures is a measure of the displacement that they have undergone in relation to us. He alarmed me dreadfully by talking to me of the Verdurins. I was afraid that he might ask me to take him there, which would have been quite enough, what with the jealousy that I should be feeling all the time, to spoil all the pleasure that I found in going there with Albertine. But fortunately, Robert assured me that, on the contrary, the one thing he desired above all others was not to know them. "No," he said to me, "I find that sort of clerical atmosphere maddening." I did not at first understand the application of the adjective clerical to the Verdurins, but the end of Saint Loup's speech threw a light on his meaning, his concessions to those fashions in words which one is often astonished to see adopted by intelligent men. "I mean the houses," he said, "where people form a tribe, a religious order, a chapel. You aren't going to tell me that they're not a little sect. They're all butter and honey to the people who belong. No words bad enough for those who don't. The question is not, as for Hamlet, to be or not to be, but to belong or not to belong. You belong, my Uncle Charlus belongs. I can't help it. I've never gone in for that sort of thing. It isn't my fault." I need hardly say that the rule which I had imposed upon Saint Loup, never to come and see me unless I had expressly invited him, I promulgated no less strictly for all and sundry of the persons with whom I had gradually begun to associate at La Raspallière, Féterne, Mont-sur-Vin, and elsewhere. And when I saw from the hotel the smoke of the 3 o'clock train, in which the anfractuosity of the cliffs of Parville left its stable plume, which long remained hanging from the flank of the green slopes, I had no hesitation as to the identity of the visitor who was coming to tea with me, and was still, like a classical deity, concealed from me by that little cloud. I am obliged to confess that this visitor, authorized by me beforehand to come, was hardly ever Saniette, and I've often reproached myself for this omission. But Saniette's own consciousness of his being a bore, far more so, naturally, when he came to pay a call than when he told a story, had the effect that, albeit he was more learned, more intelligent, and a better man all round than most people, it seemed impossible to feel in his company, I do not say any pleasure, but anything save an almost intolerable irritation, which spoiled one's whole afternoon. Probably, if Saniette had frankly admitted this boredom which he was afraid of causing, one would not have dreaded his visits. Boredom is one of the least of the evils that we have to endure. His boringness existed, perhaps, only in the imagination of other people, or had been inoculated into him by them by some process of suggestion which had taken root in his charming modesty. But he was so anxious not to let it be seen that he was not sought after, that he dared not offer himself. Certainly he was right in not behaving like the people who who are so glad to be able to raise their hats in a public place, that when, not having seen you for years, they catch sight of you in a box with smart people whom they do not know, they give you a furtive but resounding good evening, seeking an excuse in the pleasure, the emotion that they felt on seeing you, on learning that you are going about again, that you are looking well, etc. Saniette, on the contrary, was lacking in courage. He might, at Madame Verdurins, or in the little tram, have told me that it would give him great pleasure to come and see me at Baalbek, were he not afraid of disturbing me. Such a suggestion would not have alarmed me. On the contrary, he offered nothing, but with a tortured expression on his face, and a stare as indestructible as a fired enamel, into the composition of which, however, there entered with a passionate desire to see one, provided he did not find someone else who was more entertaining, the determination not to let this desire be manifest, said to me with a detached air, "You don't happen to know what you'll be doing in the next few days, because I shall probably be somewhere in the neighbourhood of Baalbek. Not that it makes the slightest difference, I just thought I would ask you." This air deceived nobody, and the inverse signs, whereby we express our sentiments by their opposites, are so clearly legible that we ask ourselves how there can still be people who say, for instance, "I've so many invitations that I don't know where to lay my head," to conceal the fact that they have been invited nowhere. But what was more, this detached air, probably on account of the heterogeneous elements that have gone to form it, gave you what you would never have felt in the fear of boredom or in a frank admission of the desire to see you, that is to say, a sort of distaste, of repulsion, which in the category of relations of simple social courtesy corresponds to, in that of love, the disguised offer made to a lady by the lover whom she does not love, to see her on the following day, he protesting the while that it does not really matter, or indeed not that offer, but an attitude of false coldness. There emanated at once from Saniette's person something or other which made you answer him in the tenderest of tones, "No, unfortunately this week I must explain to you." And I allowed to call upon me instead people who were a long way his inferiors, but had not his gaze charged with melancholy, or his mouth wrinkled with all the bitterness of all the calls which he longed, while saying nothing about them, to pay upon this person and that. Unfortunately, it was very rarely that Saniette did not meet in the crawler the guest who was coming to see me, if indeed the latter had not said to me at the Verdurins, "Don't forget, I'm coming to see you on Thursday," the very day on which I had just told Saniette that I should not be at home. So that he came in the end to imagine life as filled with entertainments arranged behind his back, if not actually at his expense. On the other hand, as none of us is ever a single person, this too discreet of men was morbidly indiscreet. On the one occasion on which he happened to come and see me uninvited, a letter, I forget from whom, had been left lying on my table. After the first few minutes, I saw that he was paying only the vaguest attention to what I was saying. The letter, of whose subject he knew absolutely nothing, fascinated him, and at every moment I expected his glittering eyeballs to detach themselves from their sockets and fly to the letter, which, of no importance in itself, his curiosity had made magnetic. You would have called him a bird about to dash into the jaws of a serpent. Finally, he could restrain himself no longer. He began by altering its position, as though he were trying to tidy my room. This not sufficing him, he took it up, turned it over, turned it back again, as though mechanically. Another form of his indiscretion was that once he had fastened himself to you, he could not tear himself away. As I was feeling unwell that day, I asked him to go back by the next train in half an hour's time. He did not doubt that I was feeling unwell, but replied, "I shall stay for an hour and a quarter, and then I shall go." Since then I have regretted that I did not tell him, whenever I had an opportunity, to come and see me. Who knows? Possibly I might have charmed away his ill fortune. Other people would have invited him, for whom he would immediately have deserted myself, so that my invitations would have had the twofold advantage of giving him pleasure and ridding me of his company. On the days following those on which I had been at home, I naturally did not expect any visitors, and the motor car would come to fetch us, Albertine and myself. And when we returned, Aimée, on the lowest step of the hotel, could not help looking with passionate, curious, greedy eyes to see what tip I was giving the chauffeur. It was no use my enclosing my coin or note in my clenched fist. Aimé's gaze tore my fingers apart. He turned his head away a moment later, for he was discreet, well-bred, and indeed was himself content with relatively small wages. But the money that another person received aroused in him an irrepressible curiosity, and made his mouth water. During these brief moments he wore the attentive, feverish air of a boy reading one of Jules Verne's novels, or of a diner seated at a neighbouring table in a restaurant, who, seeing the waiter carving for you a pheasant which he himself either could not afford or would not order, abandons for an instant his serious thoughts to fasten upon the bird a gaze which love and longing cause to smile. And so, day after day, these excursions in the motor car followed one another. But once, as I was being taken up to my room, the lift boy said to me, "That gentleman has been. He gave me a message for you." The lift boy uttered these words in an almost inaudible voice, coughing and expectorating in my face. "I haven't half caught cold," he went on, as though I were incapable of perceiving this for myself. "The doctor says it's whooping cough," and he began once more to cough and expectorate over me. "Don't tire yourself by trying to speak," I said to him, with an air of kindly interest, which was feigned. I was afraid of catching the whooping cough, which, with my tendency to choking fits, would have been a serious matter to me. But he made a point of honour, like a virtuoso who refuses to let himself be taken to hospital, of talking and expectorating all the time. "No, it doesn't matter," he said. Perhaps not to you, I thought, but to me it does. "Besides, I shall be returning soon to Paris." Excellent, provided he doesn't give it to me first. "It seems," he went on, "that Paris is quite superb. It must be even more superb than here or Monte Carlo, although pages, in fact visitors, and even head waiters who have been to Monte Carlo for the season have often told me that Paris was not so superb as Monte Carlo. They were cheated, perhaps, and yet, to be a head waiter, you've got to have your wits about you. To take all the orders, reserve tables, you need a head. I've heard it said that it's even more terrible than writing plays and books." We had almost reached my landing when the lift boy carried me down again to the ground floor, because he found that the button was not working properly, and in a moment had to put it right. I told him that I preferred to walk upstairs, by which I meant, without putting it in so many words, that I preferred not to catch whooping cough. But with a cordial and contagious burst of coughing, the boy thrust me back into the lift. "There's no danger now. I fixed the button." Seeing that he was not ceasing to talk, preferring to learn the name of my visitor and the message that he had left, rather than the comparative beauties of Baalbec, Paris, and Monte Carlo, I said to him, as one might say to a tenor who is wearying one with Benjamin Godard, "Won't you sing me some Debussy?" "But who is this person who called to see me?" "It's the gentleman you went out with yesterday. I'm going to fetch his card. It's with my porter." As the day before I had dropped Robert de Saint-Loup at Doncières station before going to meet Albertine, I supposed that the lift boy was referring to him, but it was to the chauffeur, and by describing him in the words, "the gentleman you went out with," he taught me at the same time that a working man is just as much a gentleman as a man about town. A lesson in the use of words only, for in point of fact I had never made any distinction between the classes, and if I had felt, on hearing a chauffeur called a gentleman, the same astonishment as Comte X, who had only held that rank for a week, and whom, by saying, "The Comtesse looks tired," I made turn his head round to see who it was that I meant, it was simply because I was not familiar with that use of the word. I had never made any difference between working men, professional men, and noblemen, and I should certainly have been equally ready to make any one of them my friends, with a certain preference for the working men, and after them for the noblemen, not because I liked them better, but because I knew that one could expect greater courtesy from them towards the working men than one finds among professional men, whether because the great nobleman does not despise the working man as the professional man does, or else because they are naturally polite to anybody, as beautiful women are glad to bestow a smile which they know to be so joyfully received. I cannot, however, pretend that this habit that I had of putting people of humble station on a level with people in society, even if it was quite understood by the latter, was always entirely satisfactory to my mother. Not that, humanly speaking, she made any difference between one person and another, and if Françoise was ever in sorrow or in pain, she was comforted and tended by mamma with the same devotion as her best friend. But my mother was too much my grandmother's daughter not to accept, in social matters, the rule of caste. People at Combray might have kind hearts, sensitive natures, might have adopted the most perfect theories of human equality. My mother, when a footman became emancipated, began to say "you," and slipped out of the habit of addressing me in the third person, was moved by these presumptions to the same wrath that breaks out in Saint-Simon's memoirs whenever a nobleman who is not entitled to do it seizes a pretext for assuming the style of Highness in an official document, or for not paying dukes the deference he owes to them and is gradually beginning to lay aside. There was a Combray spirit so refractory that it will require centuries of good nature, my mother's was boundless, of theories of equality to succeed in dissolving it. I cannot swear that in my mother certain particles of this spirit had not remained insoluble. She would have been as reluctant to give her hand to a footman as she would have been ready to give him 10 francs, which, for that matter, he was far more glad to receive. To her, whether she admitted it or not, masters were masters, and servants were the people who fed in the kitchen. When she saw the driver of a motor car dining with me in the restaurant, she was not altogether pleased, and said to me, "It seems to me that you might have a more suitable friend than a mechanic." As she might have said, had it been a question of my marriage, "You might find somebody better than that." This particular chauffeur, fortunately I had never dreamed of inviting him to dinner, had come to tell me that the motor car company which had sent him to Baalbek for the season had ordered him to return to Paris on the following day. This excuse, especially as the chauffeur was charming and expressed himself so simply that one would have always taken anything he said for gospel, seemed to us to be most probably true. It was only half so. There was, as a matter of fact, no more work for him at Baalbek, and in any case, the company, being only half convinced of the veracity of the young evangelist bowed over the consecration cross of his steering wheel, was anxious that he should return as soon as possible to Paris. And indeed, if the young apostle wrought a miracle in multiplying his mileage when he was calculating it for M de Charlus, when, on the other hand, it was a matter of rendering his account to the company, he divided what he earned by 6, in consequence of which the company, coming to the conclusion that either nobody wanted a car now at Baalbek, which so late in the season was quite probable, or that it was being robbed, decided that, upon either hypothesis, the best thing was to recall him to Paris, not that there was very much work for him there. What the chauffeur wished was to avoid, if possible, the dead season. I have said, though I was unaware of this at the time, when the knowledge of it would have saved me much annoyance, that he was on intimate terms, without their ever showing any sign of acquaintance before other people, with Morel. Starting from the day on which he was ordered back, before he realized that there was still a way out of going, we were obliged to content ourselves for our excursions with hiring a carriage, or sometimes, as an amusement for Albertine, and because she was fond of riding, a pair of saddle horses. The carriages were unsatisfactory. "What a rattletrap!" Albertine would say. I would often, as it happened, have preferred to be driving by myself. Without being ready to fix a date, I longed to put an end to this existence, which I blamed for making me renounce not so much work as pleasure. It would happen also, however, that the habits which bound me were suddenly abolished, generally when some former self, full of the desire to live a merry life, took the place of what was myself at the moment. I felt this longing to escape especially strong one day when, having left Albertine at her aunt's, I had gone on horseback to call on the Verdurins, and had taken an unfrequented path through the woods, the beauty of which they had extolled to me. Clinging to the outline of the cliffs, it alternately climbed, then, hemmed in by dense woods on either side, dived into savage gorges. For a moment, the barren rocks by which I was surrounded, the sea visible in their jagged intervals, swam before my eyes like fragments of another universe. I had recognized the mountainous and marine landscape which Elster had made the scene of those two admirable watercolours, Poet meeting a Muse, Young Man meeting a Centaur, which I had seen at the Duchesse de Guermantes. The thought of them transported the place in which I was so far beyond the world of today that I should not have been surprised if, like the young man of the prehistoric age that Elster painted, I had, in the course of my ride, come upon a mythological personage. Suddenly my horse gave a start. He had heard a strange sound. It was all I could do to hold him and remain in the saddle. Then I raised in the direction from which the sound seemed to come my eyes, filled with tears, and saw, not 200 feet above my head, against the sun, between two great wings of flashing metal which were carrying him on, a creature whose barely visible face appeared to me to resemble that of a man. I was as deeply moved as a Greek upon seeing for the first time a demigod. I cried also, for I was ready to cry the moment I realized that the sound came from above my head. Airplanes were still rare in those days, at the thought that what I was going to see for the first time was an airplane. Then, just as when in a newspaper one feels that one is coming to a moving passage, the mere sight of the machine was enough to make me burst into tears. Meanwhile, the airman seemed to be uncertain of his course. I felt that there lay open before him, before me had not habit made me a prisoner, all the routes in space, in life itself. He flew on, let himself glide for a few moments over the sea, then, quickly making up his mind, seeming to yield to some attraction the reverse of gravity, as though returning to his native element, with a slight movement of his golden wings, rose sheer into the sky. To come back to the mechanic, he demanded of Morel that the Verdurins should not merely replace their brake by a motor car, which granted their generosity towards the faithful, was comparatively easy, but what was less easy, replaced their head coachman, the sensitive young man who was inclined to dark thoughts, by himself, the chauffeur. This change was carried out in a few days by the following device. Morel had begun by saying that the coachman was robbed of everything that he needed for the carriage. One day it was the bit that was missing, another day the curb. At other times it was the cushion of his box seat that had vanished, or his whip, his rug, his hammer, sponge, chamois leather. But he always managed to borrow what he required from a neighbour, only he was late in bringing round the carriage, which put him in Monsieur Verdurin's bad books, and plunged him in a state of melancholy and dark thoughts. The chauffeur, who was in a hurry to take his place, told Morel that he would have to return to Paris. It was time to do something desperate. Morel persuaded Monsieur Verdurin's servants that the young coachman had declared that he would set a trap for the lot of them, boasting that he could take on all 6 of them at once, and assured them that they could not overlook such an insult. He himself could not take any part in the quarrel, but he warned them so that they might be on their guard. It was arranged that while Monsieur and Madame Verdurin and their guests were out walking, the servants should fall upon the young man in the coach-house. I may mention, although it was only the pretext for what was bound to happen, but because the people concerned interested me later on, that the Verdurins had a friend staying with them that day whom they had promised to take for a walk before his departure, which was fixed for that same evening. What surprised me greatly when we started off for our walk was that Morel, who was coming with us and was to play his violin under the trees, said to me, "Listen, I've a sore arm. I don't want to say anything about it to Madame Verdurin, but you might ask her to send for one of her footmen. Hausler, for instance. He can carry my things." "I think you ought to suggest someone else," I replied. "He'll be wanted here for dinner." A look of anger passed over Morel's face. "No, I'm not going to trust my violin to any Tom, Dick, or Harry." I realized later on his reason for this selection. Hausler was the beloved brother of the young coachman, and if he had been left at home, might have gone to his rescue. During our walk, dropping his voice so that the elder Hausler should not overhear, "What a good fellow he is," said Morel. "So's his brother, for that matter, if he hadn't that fatal habit of drinking." "Did you say drinking?" said Madame Verdurin, turning pale at the idea of having a coachman who drank. "You've never noticed it. I always say to myself, it's a miracle that he never had an accident while he's been driving you." "Does he drive anyone else, then?" "You can easily see how many spills he's had. His face today is a mass of bruises. I don't know how he's escaped being killed. He's broken his shafts." "I haven't seen him today," said Madame Verdurin, trembling at the thought of what might have happened to her. "You appall me." She tried to cut short the walk so as to return at once, but Morel chose an aria by Bach with endless variations to keep her away from the house. As soon as we got back, she went to the stable, saw the new shaft, and Hausler streaming with blood. She was on the point of telling him, without any comment on what she had seen, that she did not require a coachman any longer, and of paying him his wages, but of his own accord, not wishing to accuse his fellow servants, to whose animosity he attributed retrospectively the theft of all his saddlery, and seeing that further patience would only end in his being left for dead on the ground, he asked leave to go at once, which made everything quite simple. The chauffeur began his duties next day, and later on, Madame Verdurin, who had been obliged to engage another, was so well satisfied with him that she recommended him to me warmly as a man on whom I might rely. I, knowing nothing of all this, used to engage him by the day in Paris, But I am anticipating events. I shall come to all this when I reach the story of Albertine. At the present moment, we are at La Raspalière, where I have just been dining for the first time with my mistress, and M de Charlus with Morel, the reputed son of an agent, who drew a fixed salary of 30,000 francs annually, kept his carriage, and had any number of major domos, subordinates, gardeners, bailiffs, and farmers at his beck and call. But since I have so far anticipated, I do not wish to leave the reader under the impression that Morel was entirely wicked. He was rather a mass of contradictions, capable, on certain days, of being genuinely kind. End of section 26. Section 27 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. The Sorrows of M de Charlus, 4. I was naturally greatly surprised to hear that the coachman had been dismissed, and even more surprised when I recognized his successor as the chauffeur who had been taking Albertine and myself in his car. But he poured out a complicated story, according to which he had thought that he was summoned back to Paris, where an order had come for him to go to the Verdurins, and I did not doubt his word for an instant. The coachman's dismissal was the cause of Morel's talking to me for a few minutes, to express his regret at the departure of that worthy fellow. However, even apart from the moments when I was alone, and he literally bounded towards me, beaming with joy, Morel, seeing that everybody made much of me at La Raspalière, and feeling that he was deliberately cutting himself off from the society of a person who could in no way imperil him, since he had made me burn my boats, and had destroyed all possibility of my treating him with an air of patronage, which I had never, for that matter, dreamed of adopting, ceased to hold aloof from me. I attributed his change of attitude to the influence of M de Charlus, which, as a matter of fact, did make him, in certain respects, less limited, more of an artist, but in others, when he interpreted literally the eloquent, insincere, and moreover transient formulas of his master, made him stupider than ever. That M de Charlus might have said something to him was, as a matter of fact, the only thing that occurred to me. How was I to have guessed then what I was told afterwards, and never have been certain of its truth, André's assertions as to everything that concerned Albertine, especially later on, having always seemed to me to be statements received with caution, for, as we have already seen, she was not genuinely fond of my mistress, and was jealous of her. A thing which, in any event, even if it was true, was remarkably well concealed from me by both of them, that Albertine was on the best of terms with Morel. The novel attitude which, about the time of my coachman's dismissal, Morel adopted with regard to myself, enabled me to change my opinion of him. I retained the ugly impression of his character which had been suggested by the servility which this young man had shown me when he needed my services, followed, as soon as the service had been rendered, by a scornful aloofness, as though he did not even see me. I still lacked the evidence of his venal relations with M de Charlus, and also of his bestial and purposeless instincts, the non-gratification of which, when it occurred, or the complications that they involved, were the cause of his sorrows. But his character was not so uniformly vile, and was full of contradictions. He resembled an old book of the Middle Ages, full of mistakes, of absurd traditions, of obscenities. He was extraordinarily composite. I had supposed at first that his art, in which he was really a past master, had given him superiorities that went beyond the virtuosity of the mere performer. Once, when I spoke of my wish to start work, "Work! Become famous!" he said to me. "Who said that?" I inquired. Fontaine to Chateaubriand. He also knew certain love letters of Napoleon. Good, I thought to myself, he reads. But this phrase, which he had read I know not where, was doubtless the only one that he knew in the whole of ancient or modern literature, for he repeated it to me every evening. Another, which he quoted even more frequently, to prevent me from breathing a word about him to anybody, was the following, which he considered equally literary, whereas it is barely grammatical, or at any rate makes no kind of sense, except perhaps to a mystery-loving servant. Beware of the wary. As a matter of fact, if one cast back from this stupid maxim to what Fontaine had said to Chateaubriand, one explored a whole side, varied but less contradictory than one might suppose, of Morel's character. This youth, who, provided there was money to be made by it, would have done anything in the world, and without remorse, perhaps not without an odd sort of vexation amounting to nervous excitement, to which, however, the name remorse could not for a moment be applied, who would, had it been to his advantage, have plunged in distress, not to say mourning, whole families. This youth, who set money above everything, above, not to speak of unselfish kindness, the most natural sentiments of common humanity, this same youth, nevertheless, set above money his certificate as a first prize winner at the Conservatoire, and the risk of there being anything said to his discredit in the flute or counterpoint class. And so his most violent rages, his most sombre and unjustifiable fits of ill temper, arose from what he himself, generalizing doubtless from certain particular cases in which he had met with spiteful people, called universal treachery. He flattered himself that he escaped from this fault by never speaking about anyone, by concealing his tactics, by distrusting everybody. Alas for me, in view of what was to happen after my return to Paris, his distrust had not held in the case of the Baalbec chauffeur, in whom he had doubtless recognized a peer, that is to say, in contradiction of his maxim, a wary person in the good sense of the word, a wary person who remains obstinately silent before honest folk, and at once comes to an understanding with a blackguard. It seemed to him, and he was not absolutely wrong, that his distrust would enable him always to save his bacon, to slip unscathed out of the most perilous adventures, without anyone's being able, not indeed to prove, but even to suggest anything against him in the institution in the Rue Bergère. He would work, become famous, would perhaps be one day, with his respectability still intact, examiner in the violin on the board of that great and glorious conservatoire. But it is perhaps crediting Morel's brain with too much logic to attempt to discriminate between these contradictions. As a matter of fact, his nature was just like a sheet of paper that has been folded so often in every direction that it is impossible to straighten it out. He seemed to act upon quite lofty principles, and in a magnificent hand, marred by the most elementary mistakes in spelling, spent hours writing to his brother that he had behaved badly to his sisters, that he was their elder, their natural support, etc., and to his sisters that they had shown a want of respect for himself. Presently, as summer came to an end, when one got out of the train at Deauville, the sun, dimmed by the prevailing mist, had ceased to be anything more in a sky that was uniformly mauve than a lump of redness. To the great peace which descends at nightfall over these tufted salt marshes, and had tempted a number of Parisians, painters mostly, to spend their holidays at Deauville, was added a moisture which made them seek shelter early in their little bungalows. In several of these the lamp was already lighted. Only a few cows remained out of doors, gazing at the sea and lowing, while others, more interested in humanity, turned their attention towards our carriages. A single painter, who had set up his easel where the ground rose slightly, was striving to render that great calm, that hushed luminosity. Perhaps the cattle were going to serve him unconsciously and kindly as models, for their contemplative air and their solitary presence when the human beings had withdrawn contributed in their own way to enhance the strong impression of repose that evening conveys. And a few weeks later, the transposition was no less agreeable when, as autumn advanced, the days became really short, and we were obliged to make our journey in the dark. If I had been out anywhere in the afternoon, I had to go back to change my clothes at the latest by 5 o'clock, when at this season the round red sun had already sunk halfway down the slanting sheet of glass which formerly I had detested, and, like a Greek fire, was inflaming the sea in the glass fronts of all my bookcases. Some wizard's gesture having revived, as I put on my dinner jacket, the alert and frivolous self that was mine when I used to go with Saint-Loup to dine at Rivebelle, and on the evening when I looked forward to taking Madame de Stermaria to dine on the island in the Bois, I began unconsciously to hum the same tune that I had hummed then. And it was only when I realized this that by the song I recognized the resurrected singer, who indeed knew no other tune. The first time that I had sang it, I was beginning to be in love with Albertine, but I imagined that I would never get to know her. Later on, in Paris, it was when I had ceased to be in love with her, and some days after I had enjoyed her for the first time. Now it was when I was in love with her again, and on the point of going out to dinner with her, to the great regret of the manager, who supposed that I would end by staying at La Raspallière altogether, and deserting his hotel, and assured me that he had heard that fever was prevalent in that neighbourhood, due to the marshes of the Bac and their stagnating water. I was delighted by the multiplicity in which I saw my life thus spread over 3 planes. And besides, when one becomes for an instant one's former self, that is to say, different from what one has been for some time past, one's sensibility, being no longer dulled by habit, receives the slightest shocks of those vivid impressions which make everything that has preceded them fade into insignificance, and to which, because of their intensity, we attach ourselves with the momentary enthusiasm of a drunken man. It was already night when we got into the omnibus or carriage which was to take us to the station where we would find the little train, and in the hall the chief magistrate was saying to us, "Ah, you're going to La Raspallière. Sapristi, she has a nerve, your Madame Verdurins, to make you travel an hour by train in the dark, simply to dine with her, and then to start off again at 10 o'clock at night, with a wind blowing like the very devil. It's easy to see that you have nothing else to do," he added, rubbing his hands together. No doubt he spoke thus from annoyance at not having been invited, and also from the satisfaction that people feel who are busy, though it be with the most idiotic occupation, at not having time to do what you are doing. Certainly, it is only right that the man who draws up reports, adds up figures, answers business letters, follows the movement of the stock exchange, should feel, when he says to you with a sneer, "It's all very well for you, you've nothing better to do," an agreeable sense of his own superiority. But this would be no less contemptuous, would be even more so, for dining out is a thing that the busy man does also, were your recreation writing Hamlet, or merely reading it, wherein busy men show a want of reflection. For the disinterested culture which seems to them a comic pastime of idle people at the moment when they find them engaged in it is, they ought to remember, the same that in their own profession brings to the fore men who may not be better magistrates or administrators than themselves, but before whose rapid advancement they bow their heads, saying, "It appears he's a great reader, a most distinguished individual." But above all, the chief magistrate did not take into account that what pleased me about these dinners at La Raspalliere was that, as he himself said quite rightly, though as a criticism, they meant a regular journey, a journey whose charm appeared to me all the more thrilling in that it was not an object in itself, and no one made any attempt to find pleasure in it, that being reserved for the party for which we were bound, and greatly modified by all the atmosphere that surrounded it. It was already night now when I exchanged the warmth of the hotel that had become my home, for the railway carriage into which I climbed with Albertine, in which a glimmer of lamplight on the window showed, at certain halts of the panting little train, that we had arrived at a station. So that there should be no risk of Cottard's missing us, and not having heard the name of the station, I opened the door, but what burst headlong into the carriage was not any of the faithful, but the wind, the rain, the cold. In the darkness I could make out fields, I could hear the sea. We were in the open country. Albertine, before we were engulfed in the little nucleus, examined herself in a little mirror extracted from a gold bag which she carried about with her. The fact was that on our first visit, Madame Verdurins, having taken her upstairs to her dressing-room so that she might make herself tidy before dinner, I had felt, amid the profound calm in which I had been living for some time, a slight air of uneasiness and jealousy at being obliged to part from Albertine at the foot of the stair, and had become so anxious while I was by myself in the drawing-room among the little clan, and asking myself what my mistress could be doing, that I had sent a telegram the next day, after finding out from M de Charlus what was the correct thing at the moment, to order from Cartier's a bag which was the joy of Albertine's life, and also of mine. It was for me a guarantee of peace of mind, and also of my mistress's solicitude, for she had evidently seen that I did not like her to be parted from me at Madame Verdurins', and arranged to make in the train all the toilet that was necessary before dinner. Included in the number of Madame Verdurins' regular frequenters, and reckoned the most faithful of them all, had been, for some months now, M de Charlus. Regularly, thrice weekly, the passengers who were sitting in the waiting-rooms or standing upon the platform at Doncières West used to see that stout gentleman go past with his grey hair, his black moustaches, his lips reddened with a salve less noticeable at the end of the season than in summer, when the daylight made it more crude and the heat used to melt it. As he made his way towards the little train, he could not refrain, simply from force of habit, as a connoisseur, since he now had a sentiment which kept him chaste, or at least, for most of the time, faithful, from casting at the labourers, soldiers, young men in tennis flannels, a furtive glance at once inquisitorial and timorous, after which he immediately let his eyelids droop over his half-shut eyes with the unction of an ecclesiastic engaged in telling his beads, with the modesty of a bride vowed to the one love of her life, or of a well-brought-up girl. The faithful were all the more convinced that he had not seen them, since he got into a different compartment from theirs, as often enough did Princess Sherbatoff also, like a man who does not know whether people will be pleased or not to be seen with him, and leaves them the option of coming and joining him if they choose. This option had not been taken at first by the doctor, who had asked us to leave him by himself in his compartment. Making a virtue of his natural hesitation, now that he occupied a great position in the medical world, it was with a smile, throwing back his head, looking at ski over his glasses, that he said, either from malice or in the hope of eliciting the opinion of the comrades, "You can understand that if I was by myself, a bachelor, but for my wife's sake, I ask myself whether I ought to allow him to travel with us after what you have told me," the doctor whispered. "What's that you're saying?" asked Madame Cottard. "Nothing, it doesn't concern you. It's not meant for ladies to hear," the doctor replied with a wink and with a majestic self-satisfaction which held the balance between the dryly malicious air he adopted before his pupils and patients and the uneasiness that used in the past to accompany his shafts of wit at the Verdurins, and went on talking in a lowered tone. Madame Cottard could make out only the words "one of the brotherhood" and "tapette," and, as in the doctor's vocabulary, the former expression denoted the Jewish race, and the latter a wagging tongue, Madame Cottard concluded that M. de Charlus must be a garrulous Israelite. She could not understand why people should keep aloof from the Baron for that reason, felt it her duty as the senior lady of the clan to insist that he should not be left alone, and so we proceeded in a body to M. de Charlus' compartment, led by Cottard, who was still perplexed. From the corner in which he was reading a volume of Balzac, M. de Charlus observed this hesitation, and yet he had not raised his eyes. But just as deaf mutes detect from a movement of the air imperceptible to other people that someone is standing behind them, so he had, to warn him of other people's coldness towards him, a positive hyperesthesia. This had, as it habitually does in every sphere, developed in M. de Charlus imaginary sufferings. Like those neuropaths who, feeling a slight lowering of the temperature, induce from this that there must be a window open on the floor above, become violently excited, and start sneezing, M. de Charlus, if a person appeared preoccupied in his presence, concluded that somebody had repeated to that person a remark that he had made about him. But there was no need even for the other person to have a distracted or a sombre or a smiling air. He would invent them. On the other hand, cordiality completely concealed from him the slanders of which he had not heard. Having begun by detecting Cottard's hesitation, if, greatly to the surprise of the faithful, who did not suppose that their presence had yet been observed by the reader's lowered gaze, he held out his hand to them when they were at a convenient distance, he contented himself with the forward inclination of his whole person, which he quickly drew back for Cottard, without taking in his own gloved hand the hand which the doctor had held out to him. "We felt we simply must come and keep you company, sir, and not leave you alone like that in your little corner. It is a great pleasure to us," Madame Cottard began in a friendly tone to the Baron. "I am greatly honoured," the Baron intoned, bowing coldly. "I was so pleased to hear that you have definitely chosen this neighbourhood to set up your She was going to say tabernacle, but it occurred to her that the word was Hebraic and discourteous to a Jew who might see an allusion in it. And so she paused for a moment to choose another of the expressions that were familiar to her, that is to say, a consecrated expression. "To set up, I should say, your penates." It is true that these deities do not appertain to the Christian religion either, but to one which has been dead for so long that it no longer claims any devotees, whose feelings one need be afraid of hurting. We, unfortunately, what with term beginning and the doctor's hospital duties, can never choose our domicile for very long in one place. And glancing at a cardboard box, "You see, too, how we poor women are less fortunate than the sterner sex. To go only such a short distance as to our friends the Verdurins, we are obliged to take a whole heap of impedimenta." I, meanwhile, was examining the Baron's volume of Balzac. It was not a paper-covered copy picked up on a bookstall, like the volume of Bergotte, which he had lent me at our first meeting. It was a book from his own library, and as such bore the device, "I belong to the Baron de Charlus," for which was substituted at times, to show the studious tastes of the Guermantes, "In proeliis non semper," or yet another motto, "Non sine labore." But we shall see these presently replaced by others in an attempt to please Morel. Madame Cottard, a little later, hit upon a subject which she felt to be of more personal interest to the Baron. "I don't know whether you agree with me, sir," she said to him presently, "but I hold very broad views, and to my mind there's a great deal of good in all religions. I'm not one of the people who get hydrophobia at the sight of a Protestant." "I was taught that mine is the true religion," replied M. de Charlus. "He's a fanatic," thought Madame Cottard. Swann until recently was more tolerant. It is true that he was a converted one. Now, so far from this being the case, the Baron was not only a Christian, as we know, but pious with a medieval fervour. To him, as to the sculptors of the Middle Ages, the Christian Church was, in the living sense of the word, peopled with a swarm of beings whom he believed to be entirely real, prophets, apostles, angels, holy personages of every sort, surrounding the incarnate Word, his mother and her spouse, the eternal Father, all the martyrs and doctors of the Church, as they may be seen carved in high relief, thronging the porches or lining the naves of the cathedrals. Out of all these, M. de Charlus had chosen as his patrons and intercessors the archangels Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael, to whom he made frequent appeals that they would convey his prayers to the Eternal Father, about whose throne they stand. And so Madame Cottard's mistake amused me greatly. To leave the religious sphere, let us mention that the doctor, who had come to Paris meagrely equipped with the counsels of a peasant mother, and had then been absorbed in the almost purely materialistic studies to which those who seek to advance in a medical career are obliged to devote themselves for a great many years, had never become cultured, and had acquired increasing authority, but never any experience, took the word honoured in its literal meaning, and was at once flattered by it, because he was vain, and distressed because he had a kind heart. "That poor de Charlus," he said to his wife that evening, "made me feel sorry for him when he said he was honoured by travelling with us. One feels, poor devil, that he knows nobody, that he has to humble himself." But presently, without any need to be guided by the charitable Madame Cottard, the faithful had succeeded in overcoming the qualms which they all more or less felt at first, on finding themselves in the company of M. de Charlus. No doubt in his presence they were incessantly reminded of Ski's revelations, and conscious of the sexual abnormality embodied in their travelling companion. But this abnormality itself had a sort of attraction for them. It gave for them to the Baron's conversation, remarkable in itself, but in ways which they could hardly appreciate, a savour which made the most interesting conversation, that of Brichot himself, appear slightly insipid in comparison. From the very outset, moreover, they had been pleased to admit that he was intelligent. "The genius that is perhaps akin to madness," the doctor declaimed, and albeit the princess, athirst for knowledge, insisted, said not another word, this axiom being all that he knew about genius, and seeming to him less supported by proof than our knowledge of typhoid fever and arthritis. And as he had become proud and remained ill-bred, "No questions, princess. Do not interrogate me. I am at the seaside for a rest. Besides, you would not understand. You know nothing about medicine." And the princess held her peace, with apologies, deciding that Cottard was a charming man, and realizing that celebrities were not always approachable. In this initial period, then, they had ended by finding M. de Charlus an agreeable person, notwithstanding his vice, or what is generally so named. Now it was, quite unconsciously, because of that vice that they found him more intelligent than the rest. The most simple maxims to which, adroitly provoked by the sculptor or the Don, M. de Charlus gave utterance, concerning love, jealousy, beauty, in view of the experience, strange, secret, refined, and monstrous, upon which he founded them, assumed for the faithful that charm of unfamiliarity with which a psychology analogous to that which our own dramatic literature has always offered, bedecks itself in a Russian or Japanese play performed by native actors. One might still venture, when he was not listening, upon a malicious witticism at his expense. "Oh," whispered the sculptor, seeing a young railwayman with the sweeping eyelashes of a dancing girl, at whom M. de Charlus could not help staring. "If the Baron begins making eyes at the conductor, we shall never get there. The train will start going backwards. Just look at the way he's staring at him. This is not a steam tramron, it's a funicular." But when all was said, if M. de Charlus did not appear, it was almost a disappointment to be travelling only with people who were just like everybody else, and not to have by one's side this painted, paunchy, tightly buttoned personage, reminding one of a box of exotic and dubious origin, from which escapes the curious odour of fruits, the mere thought of tasting which stirs the heart. From this point of view, the faithful of the masculine sex enjoyed a keener satisfaction in the short stage of the journey between Saint-Martin-du-Chêne, where M. de Charlus got in, and Doncières, the station at which Morel joined the party. For so long as the violinist was not there, and provided the ladies and Albertine, keeping to themselves so as not to disturb our conversation, were out of hearing, M. de Charlus made no attempt to appear to be avoiding certain subjects, and did not hesitate to speak of what it is customary to call degenerate morals. Albertine could not hamper him, for she was always with the ladies, like a well-bred girl who does not wish her presence to restrict the freedom of grown-up conversation, and I was quite resigned to not having her by my side, on condition, however, that she remained in the same carriage. For I, who no longer felt any jealousy, and scarcely any love for her, never thought of what she might be doing on the days when I did not see her. On the other hand, when I was there, a mere partition, which might at a pinch be concealing a betrayal, was intolerable to me, and if she retired with the ladies to the next compartment, a moment later, unable to remain in my seat any longer, at the risk of offending whoever might be talking, Brichot, Cottard, or Charlus, to whom I could not explain the reason for my flight, I would rise, leaving them without ceremony, and, to make certain that nothing abnormal was going on, walk down the corridor. And, till we came to Doncières, M. de Charlus, without any fear of shocking his audience, would speak sometimes in the plainest terms of morals which, he declared, for his own part, he did not consider either good or evil. He did this from cunning, to show his breadth of mind, convinced as he was that his own morals aroused no suspicion in the minds of the faithful. He was well aware that there did exist in the world several persons who were, to use an expression which became habitual with him later on, in the know about himself, but he imagined that these persons were not more than 3 or 4, and that none of them were at that moment upon the coast of Normandy. This illusion may appear surprising in so shrewd, so suspicious a man. Even in the case of those whom he believed to be more or less well informed, he flattered himself that their information was all quite vague, and hoped, by telling them this or that fact about anyone, to clear the person in question from all suspicion on the part of a listener who, out of politeness, pretended to accept his statements. Indeed, being uncertain as to what I might know or guess about him, he supposed that my opinion, which he imagined to be of far longer standing than it actually was quite general, and that it was sufficient for him to deny this or that detail to be believed, whereas, on the contrary, if our knowledge of the whole always precedes our knowledge of details, it makes our investigation of the latter infinitely easier, and, having destroyed his cloak of invisibility, no longer allows the pretender to conceal what he wishes to keep secret. Certainly, when M. de Charlus, invited to a dinner party by one of the faithful or of their friends, took the most complicated precautions to introduce among the names of 10 people whom he mentioned that of Morel, he never imagined that for the reasons, always different, which he gave for the pleasure or convenience which he could find that evening in being invited to meet him, his hosts, while appearing to believe him implicitly, substituted a single reason, always the same, of which he supposed them to be ignorant, namely that he was in love with them. Similarly, Madame Verdurins, seeming always entirely to admit the motives, half artistic, half charitable, with which M. de Charlus accounted to her for the interest that he took in Morel, never ceased to thank the Baron with emotion for his kindness, his touching kindness, she called it, to the violinist. And how astonished M. de Charlus would have been if, one day when Morel and he were delayed, and he had not come by the train, he had heard the mistress say, "We're all here now except the young ladies." The Baron would have been all the more stupefied in that, going hardly anywhere save to La Raspalière, he played the part there of a family chaplain, like the abbé in a stock company, and would sometimes, when Morel had 48 hours leave, sleep there for 2 nights in succession. Madame Verdurins would then give them communicating rooms, and to put them at their ease, would say, "If you want to have a little music, don't worry about us. The walls are as thick as a fortress, you've nobody else on your floor, and my husband always sleeps like lead." On such days, M. de Charlus would relieve the princess of her duty of going to meet strangers at the station, apologize for Madame Verdurins' absence on the grounds of a state of health which he described so vividly that the guests entered the drawing-room with solemn faces, and uttered cries of astonishment on finding the mistress up and doing, and wearing what was almost a low dress. For M. de Charlus had for the moment become, for Madame Verdurins, the faithfulest of the faithful, a second Princess Sherbatoff. Of his position in society she was not nearly so certain as that of the princess, imagining that if the latter cared to see no one outside this little nucleus, it was out of contempt for other people and a preference for it. As this pretence was precisely the Verdurins' own, they treating as bores everyone to whose society they were not admitted, it is incredible that the princess can have believed the princess to possess a heart of steel, detesting what was fashionable. But she stuck to her guns, and was convinced that in the case of the great lady also, it was in all sincerity, and from a love of things intellectual, that she avoided the company of bores. The latter were, as it happened, diminishing in numbers from the Verdurins' point of view. Life by the seaside robbed an introduction of the ulterior consequences which might be feared in Paris. Brilliant men who had come down to Baalbec without their wives, which made everything much easier, made overtures to La Raspalière, and, from being bores, became too charming. This was the case with the Prince de Guermantes, whom the absence of his princess would not, however, have decided to go, as a bachelor, to the Verdurins, had not the lodestone of Dreyfusism been so powerful as to carry him in one stride up the steep ascent to La Raspalière, unfortunately upon a day when the mistress was not at home. Madame Verdurins, as it happened, was not certain that he and M. de Charlus moved in the same world. The Baron had indeed said that the Duc de Guermantes was his brother, but this was perhaps the untruthful boast of an adventurer. Man of the world as he had shown himself to be, so friendly, so faithful to the Verdurins, the mistress almost hesitated to invite him to meet the Prince de Guermantes. She consulted Ski and Richaud. "The Baron and the Prince de Guermantes, will they be all right together?" "Good gracious, madam, as to one of the two, I think I can safely say." "What good is that to me?" Madame Verdurins retorted crossly. "I asked you whether they would mix well together." "Ah, madame, that is one of the things that is hard to tell." Madame Verdurins had been impelled by no malice. She was certain of the Baron's morals, but when she expressed herself in these terms, had not been thinking about them for a moment, but had merely wished to know whether she could invite the Prince and M de Charlus on the same evening without their clashing. She had no malevolent intention when she employed these ready-made expressions which are popular in artistic little clans. To make the most of M. de Guermantes, she proposed to take him in the afternoon, after her luncheon party, to a charity entertainment at which sailors from the neighbourhood would give a representation of a ship setting sail. But not having time to attend to everything, she delegated her duties to the faithfulest of the faithful, the Baron. "You understand, I don't want them to hang about like mussels on a rock. They must keep moving. We must see them weighing anchor, or whatever it's called. Now you're always going down to the harbour at Balbec Plage. You can easily arrange a dress rehearsal without tiring yourself. You must know far more than I do, M. de Charlus, about getting hold of sailors. But, after all, we're giving ourselves a great deal of trouble for M. de Guermantes. Perhaps he's only one of those idiots from the Jockey Club. Oh, heavens, I'm running down the Jockey Club, and I seem to remember you're one of them. Hey, Baron, you don't answer me. Are you one of them? You don't care to come out with us? Look, here's a book that's just come. I think you'll find it interesting. It's by Rougon. The title is attractive, Among Men." For my part, I was all the more glad that M. de Charlus often took the place of Princess Shcherbetov, inasmuch as I was thoroughly in her bad books, for a reason that was at once trivial and profound. One day, when I was in the little train, paying every attention, as was my habit, to the Princess Shcherbetov, I saw Madame de Villeparisis get in. She had, as a matter of fact, come down to spend some weeks with the Princesse de Luxembourg, but, chained to the daily necessity of seeing Albertine, I had never replied to the repeated invitations of the Marquise and her royal hostess. I felt remorse at the sight of my grandmother's friend, and, purely from a sense of duty, without deserting Princess Shcherbetov, sat talking to her for some time. I was, as it happened, entirely unaware that Madame de Villeparisis knew quite well who my companion was, but did not wish to speak to her. At the next station, Madame de Villeparisis left the carriage. Indeed, I reproached myself with not having helped her onto the platform. I resumed my seat by the side of the princess, but one would have thought, a cataclysm frequent among people whose position is far from stable, and who are afraid that one may have heard something to their discredit, and may be looking down upon them, that the curtain had risen upon a fresh scene. Buried in her Revue des Deux Mondes, Madame Shcherbetov barely moved her lips in reply to my questions, and finally told me that I was making her head ache. I had not the faintest idea of the nature of my crime. When I bade the princess goodbye, the customary smile did not light up her face. Her chin drooped in dry acknowledgment. She did not even offer me her hand, nor did she ever speak to me again. But she must have spoken, though what she said I cannot tell, to the Verdurins, for as soon as I asked them whether I ought not to say something polite to Princess Shcherbetov, they replied in chorus, "No, no, no, nothing of the sort. She does not care for polite speeches." They did not say this to effect a breach between us, but she had succeeded in making them believe that she was unmoved by civilities, that hers was a spirit unassailed by the vanities of this world. One needs to have seen the politician who is reckoned the most single-minded, the most uncompromising, the most unapproachable, so long as he was in office. One must have seen him in the hour of his disgrace, humbly soliciting, with a bright, affectionate smile, the haughty greeting of some unimportant journalist. One must have seen Cottard, whom his new patients regarded as a rod of iron, draw himself erect. One must know out of what disappointments in love, what rebuffs to snobbery were built up in the apparent pride, the universally acknowledged anti-snobbery of Princess Shcherbetov, in order to grasp that among the human race the rule, which admits of exceptions naturally, is that the reputedly hard people are weak people whom nobody wants, and that the strong, caring little whether they are wanted or not, have alone that meekness which the common herd mistake for weakness. However, I ought not to judge Princess Shcherbetov severely. Her case is so common. One day, at the funeral of a Guermantes, a distinguished man who was standing next to me drew my attention to a slim person with handsome features. "Of all the Guermantes," my neighbour informed me, "that is the most astonishing, the most singular. He is the Duke's brother." I replied imprudently that he was mistaken, that the gentleman in question, who was in no way related to the Guermantes, was named Journier Sarlovez. The distinguished man turned his back upon me, and has never even bowed to me since. End of section 27.